بروم شادان به فلک، دور از غمها، دور از همه کس. ندهم من ره به کسی، در بزم یار من باشم و بس. شاد و بی باک با عشقی پاک، بر این آب و خاک بپرم ز جهان چو هما به دل آسمان. تپش قلب پر از امید من، تپش زندگیه. دل من دیده من، دنیای من، همه تا بندگیه. شور من چشمه نور من. بروم شادان به فلک، دور از غمها، دور از همه کس. ندهم من ره به کسی، در بزم یار من باشم و بس. شاد و بی باک با عشقی پاک، بر این آب و خاک بپرم ز جهان چو هما به دل آسمان. تپش قلب پر از امید من، تپش زندگیه. دل من دیده من، دنیای من، همه تا بندگیه. شور من چشمه نور من.
به نام پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه، سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم، برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو. به نام شاه، به نام پهلوی، وطن شود دوباره مینوی. شوی شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000-6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Shah? Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the Shah?
ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره این
شادی کشتنش حلاله کجای قرآن گفته
این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده 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 خیابونا واسه ماست مزدورا همه شدن آسپاس این روزا جهنم حاک ماست کارتون تمومه اینجا خاک ماست سر ما رو میبریمش این بار بمونین جلومون میکشیمه اگه مردمو بزنی با تیرت بدون با خونه تو زیر پا بیشوریمه ایرانی غیرت و احساس داره جلوش واسی قصاص داره تو دل سه پهلوی و شاه داره واسه بسیجی همین فشار داره همه جا بو اتحاده مردم یکیان یکی اعتقاده اونا شاهشونو میخوان نمیذاریم میبیسیده بکنی سو استفاده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده 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 ما رو اکی میترسونیم جنازتو میگردونیم تو شهر و روستا میچرخونیم دونه دونتون رو میفهمونیم آزادی به ما نزدیکه نگاه چپ کنی ما رو یه تحریکه صورتت واسه ما میشه معنی که یا با ما یکی میشی یا که تدیگه همه پشت شاهیم میبینی داریم پشت کاری که واقعیه نه یه رشد واهی یه مشت آنی زیر هشت ایران پشت شاهیم تا خاک ایران ما چلو اندی سال دست بیگانه ها ایران ما ایمان ما میراث ما سالا ایرانی میسازه ایرانو باز این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده 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 ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن.
The so-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region, this regime has invaded Iran itself, using foreign terrorists, Hezbollah fighters, Iraqi militias, and other mercenaries to slaughter the Iranian people. This is no longer mere repression. This is foreign occupation wearing clerical robes. Just as Saddam Hussein drowned the marshes in blood and Bashar al-Assad turned barrel bombs on his own children,
Ali Khamenei and his thugs have committed mass crimes against the Iranian people and against all of humanity. And just like those other tyrannies, the Islamic Republic will fall, not if, but when. The world must hear this clearly. The battle in Iran today is not between reform and revolution. It is between occupation and liberation. And the Iranian people have already chosen their side. Their heads are bloodied, but unbowed. Yet the cost has been heartbreaking. The people of Iran are being slaughtered in the streets and in their homes by a regime that shows no mercy. More than 12,000 Iranians were massacred in 48 hours. One murder every 14 seconds. Khamenei's killers even hunted the wounded protesters in hospitals and executed them in cold blood. The regime collected piles of bodies with dump trucks and forced worried families to search unlabeled body bags. They refused to return bodies for burial without payment for the cost of the bullets that killed their loved ones. And where a family cannot pay up to several $1,000s, and most of them can't, they bury the dead in unmarked mass graves. And despite the lies you're hearing from the regime, its bloodlust has not diminished. The slaughter has not stopped. My brave compatriots, still holding the line with their broken bodies but unbreakable will, need your urgent help right now. Make no mistake, however, the Islamic Republic is close to collapse. Ali Khamenei and his thugs know this. That's why they are lashing out like a wounded animal, desperate to cling to power. The people have not retreated. Their determination has made one thing clear. They are not merely rejecting this regime, they are demanding a credible new path forward. They have called for me to lead. The bond between me and the Iranian people is not new. It's been with me since birth, and it cannot be broken. Even in exile, I pledged my life to the service of the Iranian nation.
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. روبروم یه واژه یه هدف به نام انتقامه، پشت سرم دعای مادر و تو دستم تفنگ بابامه. رو زبونم اسم شاه بگین عشق بی انتهاست، هر جا اسم ایران اومد اونجا صدای بچه رضاست. فردا می نویسن تو کتاب قصه دیمار، بگو با تیر جنگی کشتن بچه های بیگناه رو. بگو از بخت مادرها شیر زنا و دخترامون، بگو تنها شهید شدیم تا تنها نمونه شامون. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه.
Let me tell you a story about a lion that came from the mountains. These mountains right behind you. Our lion, the lion of freedom, can only roam free and strong. But one day, some 47 years ago, liberal socialists had a different plans. Free healthcare and free speech was not good enough for them. The same lie you can see today in New York. They wanted everything for free, believing a bloodthirsty vulture is better than a majestic lion. The vulture placed his claws on the Quran, swearing he was God sent. Both liberal socialists and religion fanatics joined forces, believed he's the Messiah. The vulture promised them prosperity, but instead took their dignity, stole all their resources to sponsor terror, and disconnected them from the world, living our nation poor, isolated, and thirsty for water. But now our lion is back, and he's bringing help with him. While history repeats itself in New York and Minnesota, we gathered here today to turn the page on history and claim our lion back. Yeah, Azadi Square, let me see you make some noise. We came here to make history tonight. Azadi standing tall, we breaking down the walls. Everybody jumping now, answering the call. Look where we are right now, making history in my hometown. Screaming loud, let me hear the sound. Put your hands up and watch the world go round. Tehran, stand up, make some noise right now. We came here to rock the spot. This is Azadi, yeah, we made it to the stage. Put your hands up, let them feel the rage. Tehran, show me what you got. Inflation, inflation just we said an excuse, we came to uproot it. Breaking the chains, say it with me louder, till the oppression ends today. Azadi's underground sound, breaking through the silence. We ignite the streets, turn the stage into a riot. This is our moment now, feel the power rising. We end oppression now. Santa brought a New Year's gift from Jerusalem, wrapped up with a cherry gift from Washington. Shout out to Lion Elon Musk for the internet saving the people. Shout out to the Zionizer turning Lionizer today. We love you, man. Shout out to Tommy, he's in the house. Shout out to Armin Navabi, the fighter of truth. Shout out to Nas Daily for upgrading our skills. Shout out to Erica LeBon, the brave lioness, standing brave and beautiful. We love you, Erica. Shout out to Goldie Gamari, the lioness golden heart of our nation. Welcome home. Also, Amjad Taha is in the house, the man who fears nothing but God and the truth. Shout out to Emily Schrader, never giving up on us. Now internet is back in the house. Let's block Bushra Sheikh and BBC, because you know what they stand for. Put your hearts together for the return of the lion, the Shah of Iran. The future is ours. Together we rise, reaching for the stars.
Well, hello, everyone. Durud, Patriots. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 54 of Iran Revolution Live with your amazing host, myself, because Armin's not here to introduce me. And of course, Armin will be here. Armin will be here in about 15 minutes for the Armin Power Hour. Guys, I do not even know where to begin with all of the news that's coming out. I know Armin's probably going to have a lot to say as well, but don't worry. We will get to Bapish when Armin gets here. Don't worry. We will Bapish. I'm just going to wait for Armin so that we can Bapish together. So that's fine. But guys, no look, guys, if there were boom booms, you know, I'd be playing the Team America song, because I promised you guys that if there were boom booms, I would play the uncensored version of Team America, World Police. So we're not there yet, but I have a feeling we are close. Guys, look at this. Let me pull this up. Okay. Look at this. Ted Cruz posted this 4 hours ago. Guys, remember when I told you that the only deal that President Trump is interested in making is surrender terms? Remember I said that? I've been saying it from the beginning, and this in the last few weeks, every time President Trump is talking about, oh, you know, they want to make a deal. The regime wants to make a deal. I'm sure they want to make a deal. Everyone panics and everyone's like, no, we don't want a deal. I'm like, guys, deal doesn't mean a bad thing. The deal, and I was saying this to you guys, right? The deal is referring to the terms of surrender, right? Exactly. Goldie is always right. And that's why when you see American politicians post things like this, for those of you who have been watching Iran Revolution Live, you watch this and you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's what Goldie said would happen. Remember? Goldie is always right. Well, when it comes to geopolitics anyway, like I'm not right about everything, but when it comes to geopolitics, yeah. So look at this. Ted Cruz literally posted 4 hours ago. He said the Ayatollah and the mullahs have a choice. Do they want to be forcibly removed, or do they want to accept the opportunity to leave? I hope the Ayatollah has more sense than Maduro and Noriega. Boom, right? Let me quote tweet this. I was waiting for you guys so I could repost this in front of you. So let me post this. Boom. All right, let's listen to what Senator Ted Cruz has to say now, guys.
Donald Trump gave.
Oh wait, let me increase the volume a bit here.
Donald Trump gave the exact same offer to Maduro. You can leave, you can live a life of wealth and opulence away from power, and Maduro told Trump no. And on January 3rd of this year, we sent the Delta Force down there. We apprehended him. He's going to be prosecuted. Nicolas Maduro will die in prison. The Ayatollah and the mullahs have a choice. Do you want to be forcibly removed, or do you want to accept the opportunity to leave? I hope the Ayatollah has more sense than Noriega and Maduro had. Donald Trump gave.
Boom. Remember I told you? Because everyone was like, no, why are they negotiating? Why do they want to make a deal? And I was like, guys, calm down. It's okay. It's okay, because making a deal, right? Of course, the United States wants to make a deal. But I told you guys, I said the deal that they want to make, okay, the deal that they want to make is the terms of surrender. Are the Ayatollahs going to leave the easy way? Are they going to just surrender and leave? Or does America have to go in and boom them? Right? And now Senator Ted Cruz pretty much just confirmed what I have been saying all along for literally the past few weeks. Guys, come on. Let's watch this again. Let this sink in. And guys, please enjoy this moment. Please just like sit back and just enjoy this moment, right? Just enjoy.
Donald Trump gave the exact same offer to Maduro. You can leave, you can live a life of wealth and opulence away from power, and Maduro told Trump no. And on January 3rd of this year, we sent the Delta Force down there. We apprehended him. He's going to be prosecuted. Nicolas Maduro will die in prison. The Ayatollah and the mullahs have a choice. Do you want to be forcibly removed, or do you want to accept the opportunity to leave? I hope the Ayatollah has more sense than Noriega and Maduro had. Donald Trump gave the exact same.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Remember, guys, Goldie is always right. There's even a meme. Someone made a meme about this, right? Goldie is always right. There you go. There's even a t-shirt that says Goldie is always right. Have I ever led you astray these last, 54 days now? Have I ever led you astray? Have I ever given the wrong info? Have I ever given false hope? Absolutely not. So there you go. There you go, guys. I told you so. I know most of you believe me anyway, but see, guys, listen, I appreciate I can understand if it's on a t-shirt, it must be true. Yeah. There you go. No, if it's a meme, it must be true. There you go. Oh wait, someone's asking, Would I become a politician in Iran? I will support you. Thank you. Honestly, I haven't even gotten that far. I haven't even thought about that. I don't know if I could be a politician in Iran because my Persian isn't the greatest. Like it's conversational. I can speak, read, and write. But when it comes to if I was gonna have to do formal things in Persian, I don't know if my language skill is at that level, because I learned Farsi, I learned Persian in Canada, right? So okay, let's go to some super chats while we're waiting for Armin to join us. I'm sorry, I cannot read your name because it's in Hebrew, but so you say, congratulations on all your efforts to upload the broadcast here. I think you are doing a great job with the live broadcast. Hoping for good news. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. And then Kansas Warcraft player. Cool feature. Thank you, Goldie, for all you do. I tagged you in X post for a suggestion for a pre-show song. Elnaz Noruzi Javed Shah. It's beautiful. Thank you so much, Kansas Warcraft player. Are you able to copy the link to that post in the YouTube chat? Because the YouTube live chat does allow people to share links. So his name is Mayer Ben Lazar. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayer Ben Lazar, for your support. And thank you, Amir, for translating that for me. I appreciate that. But yeah, Kansas Warcraft player, please, if you can, put the link in the YouTube chat, in the YouTube live chat, and more than happy to look at that and add it. So there you go. Yeah, guys, I don't know what the future holds for me. Do I speak French? Oui, je peux parler français un petit peu parce que je suis canadienne. Je suis allée à l'école immersion. C'est comme ci, comme ça. Je dois le pratiquer, mais je peux le comprendre, pas de problème. Je peux le lire. When I'm listening, quand j'entends quelqu'un qui parle français, je peux le comprendre si le français est parisien. If their French is Québécois, I have a little bit more difficulty understanding, because Québécois French has Québécois French is the accent is a little bit it's a little different. And I'm more used to Parisian French. So, okay. Jonathan says, Goldie, Tusi said Israel can now go through Armenia and Azerbaijan. May have seen already. Very good news. I was watching Tusi earlier today when he was live streaming, and I'll definitely bring it up again and, replay that in a little bit when we're looking, when I need a bit of a break. Go Bruins! Those are fighting words. Goldie for ambassador of Iran. Thank you. I appreciate that. Honestly, guys, it's not up to me. I have zero expectations. I have zero expectations for the future. Honestly, all of us were just really focused on working hard to raise awareness about freeing Iran. And that's really the main focus, right? And His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, I'm pretty sure he already has a temporary transitional government in place that he wants to help him transition the country from a dictatorship to a democracy. We have no idea who's part of that transitional government, of course, for safety and security reasons. But yeah, guys, look who's here.
Hello.
Hi, Armin. We were waiting for you to bapish, but before we bapish, can I just play something for you?
Yes, of course. That's
because I feel like you might have another Goldie is always right power hour right now.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, listen to what Ted Cruz said here.
Yeah, I saw this.
Donald Trump gave the exact same offer to Maduro. You can leave, you can live a life of wealth and opulence away from power. And Maduro told Trump no. And on January 3rd of this year, we sent the Delta Force down there. We apprehended him. He's going to be prosecuted. Nicolas Maduro will die in prison. The Ayatollah and the mullahs have a choice. Do you want to be forcibly removed or do you want to accept the opportunity to leave? I hope the Ayatollah has more sense than Noriega and Maduro had.
Boom! I have been saying this entire time. The deal that's being negotiated is a deal for terms of surrender. That's it. Nothing else. There you go. I already bragged to the chat. No, I know you agreed with me. I know you agreed with me, but I'm just saying I was bragging to the chat. I was like, see guys, because there were a lot of people who were panicking, especially Iranians, and I understand that because it is like a highly emotional and sensitive time. But what I was trying to say to everyone was, guys, of course they're trying to make a deal, but the deal is the terms of surrender. And then Senator Ted Cruz today confirmed that.
I think we're going to have a whole maybe 3 weeks of Goldie was right. So
you are
just
you're too kind. You're too kind. All right, let's go to Bapish because we were waiting for you, and then we'll get started.
Okay.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. هشتون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های ملی از بر بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. با شرافت می همین بسازی بهر فرزندان بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداری از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش.
Amazing. Armin, are you going to connect your YouTube channel?
Yes, let me do it now.
Okay, because guys, what I want you to do is during the Armin Power Hour. Wait, where's my note here? Wait, I gotta fix the date. During the Iran Revolution Live Armin Power Hour, if you're watching from my channel, what I would like you to do, because Armin's YouTube account is kind of under attack right now, go watch from his channel. Go watch the stream from his channel. So he just started live streaming. So let me pull up the link, and I will include it here in my chat as well. Let's show Armin some love and support. So
you're so sweet.
there you go. Yeah, or you can watch Armin's on Armin's channel on like your phone or laptop or wherever. Like go watch from Armin's channel to show him some support. And yeah. For the Armin Power Hour.
Again.
Oh,
that's
I love
so
that.
Sweet. God, look at this. So many people are pouring in. You guys are so sweet. Thank you, guys.
We got, you know what? We got to support each other, right? And it's unfortunate that your channel's under attack, but that's fine because we're gonna fight back, right? Ittihad dige. This is what Ittihad is. And King Reza Pahlavi said that it's important for us to support one another. So unconditional support. Just like we want unconditional surrender for the Islamic regime, it's also unconditional support. All right. Welcome, Armin.
Well, thank you. And Goldie, that's, I really don't know how to pay you back for all the support. I honestly, I'm so lucky to have met you. So thank you for everything.
Oh,
I owe you forever.
It all, you know what? It all started with that interview back in the summer. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Look at this.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
We have the most amazing community. Thank you guys for showing Armin some love and support.
Thank you,
Armin was wrong only once. But Goldie's always right. That's true. That's true.
Right.
All right. All right. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
All right. So, let me actually share my screen here really quickly. Here, share screen. So guys, we have a lot of information regarding the activity regarding the upcoming war, and again, everybody is not talking about if the war is going to be happening anymore. Most of the analysis is more about when and how long it's going to be taken. Oh, guys, thank you guys. The support. I see a lot of support. Armin, you have my axe. Okay, I know. Yeah, I know the reference. You rock, Armin. Well, thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you. All right, so let's just watch a little bit. Go a little bit over the new information that we're getting. So the Telegraph just posted this. U.S. defense officials reportedly briefed President Trump that the formidable buildup of American aircraft and ships would reach the necessary levels for airstrikes to begin by the weekend, right? So that might give us a time estimate for when might the war happen. Again, we're not saying it's going to be happening this weekend, but this weekend could be the time that it's going to be happening, because the Gerald Ford carrier strike group will reach its destination by that time, and also because it's a weekend, and President Trump loves to attack on weekends because the markets are closed. So there's that. I don't know if you guys saw this. Let's actually listen to Lindsey Graham here.
President Pahlavi, because he's around quite a bit.
So look at this. Now, this is another confirmation of Goldie is always right. Okay, because they're asking Senator Lindsey Graham about the Princess of Pahlavi list. Because when he said no in Munich, Goldie gave you the reason for why he said no. Let's see if Goldie was right. Okay, let's listen.
President Pahlavi, because he's around quite a bit.
Yeah, I like him, fine, but it's up to the Iranian people. Don't get ahead of yourself. The day after the regime falls will be complicated.
We don't do day after well in the U.S.
That's what you got to quit saying. We, it's not we, it's them. It's not my job to construct a new Iran. It's my job to give them the opportunity to construct a new Iran.
President Pahlavi.
Okay, guys. So yes, the answer is yes. Goldie is always right. That this is exactly the reasoning is being spelled out for you. It's not their job. It's not their job. It's the Iranian people will choose their leader. The United States is just giving the opportunity to Iranian people to decide their own destiny, pick their own leaders, and rebuild Iran themselves. That's why he says no. And it's really important to see this because a lot of anti-Pahlavi leftists and MEK and Islamic Republic reformers supporters are cutting that part from the Munich conference where Christian Amanpour asked Senator Graham regarding whether he endorses Pahlavi, and he says no. They cut that part without the explanation that came after it, and also what Princess of Pahlavi had said after, and they also wouldn't show you this regarding why he said no. It's not any positioning against Princess of Pahlavi. He understands that the Iranian people need to be endorsing Princess of Pahlavi, not him. It's not his position. And he's explaining it here over and over again, and they still don't get it. Oh my God, we're getting a lot of super chats on my guys. I'm not used to getting this many super chats on my channel. Usually these super chats come on the other side, but thank you. Let me see what people are saying. Okay, we got Javid Shah from Israel. Well, thank you for that. And then saying Armin is 99.999% right. Javid Shah. I love that. Thank you. And thank you, Kola, for the membership gifts. You guys are awesome. What are you guys doing? Okay. Armin, with people fighting against you, you are probably significant. Of course, Mrs. Goldie is also significant and fair. Of course she is. Yes, she's very significant. She's a Goldie, and thank you so much for that. Yeah, guys, I'm not, guys. I know that I am Goldie's co-host, so you think I would be biased, but this is objective reality. When I tell you that Goldie has been after Princess of Pahlavi, the loudest voice of this revolution and supporting the Iranian people, I'm not exaggerating. This is objective reality. I know I might be biased to say that, but you could evaluate this self. I challenge you. Like, she has been the loudest voice. She is very significant. She has been making, she's made history. Yeah,
you're too kind. You're too kind. So
no.
And you know, we've all been loud voices, and we've all been fighting in our own way and raising awareness in our own way. So I don't think I wouldn't say that I'm the second loudest, but there's a lot of us who have been working very, very hard. You know, myself, you, Tusi, a lot of like Iranians on, you know, in various channels. So yeah, like there's but thank you for that. Very kind of you to say.
But look how
just as hard. Like, look at all the media interviews you've done.
No, but look how the effect that you have. My chat has never been this busy. You just by just mentioning my channel, my chat is exploding with support and super chats and love and memberships. Wow. Thank you, Goldie. Like, look at, like, I've never seen my chat this active, especially this this early into the show. Well, thank you, guys. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Oh my god, I can't, like, I'm getting super chat after super chat, guys. Are you thank you. Okay, so I like when Senator Graham says there is no we. Often people let assume they have a say in things to affect them. Yes, that was a very good. Let me go back to him because it's a very American centric perspective. Like, this woman she's saying, I mean, no, I don't want to attack her. She's just asking questions. But look at when she says we, usually, like, we who? Like, this is the Iranian people. Look how Senator Lindsey Graham, he doesn't have that mentality, that, like, that American centric mentality that, we help. He's not an isolationist. Obviously, he understands the role of America all around the world, and he values that role. But he also doesn't try to speak on behalf of the rest of the world. This is a really, actually, good observation. Listen to this one more time.
Because he's around quite a bit.
Yeah, I like him, fine, but it's up to the Iranian people. Don't get ahead of yourself. The day after the regime falls will be complicated.
We don't do day after well.
We don't do day after world. Like, this kind of this way of talking, it comes with an assumption that the whole world is America's playground, right? America is a major stabilizing force all around the world, and people should be grateful to America existing and contributing so much to world stability. Without America, we wouldn't have the global order that we have. But America shouldn't also speak as if it's basically they own everything, right? They should basically fight back against the people who are not grateful for America's contribution without acting like the whole world belongs to them. And Senator Lindsey Graham basically has that balance perfectly. So look at his response immediately. Like, he notices as soon as she says we, his response is perfect. Listen to this.
We don't do day after well in the U.S.
That's what you got to quit saying. We. It's not we. It's them. It's not my job to construct a new Iran. It's my job to give them the opportunity to construct a new Iran.
It's just perfect. It's the perfect balance of not being an isolationist and appreciating and wanting to use America's influence to bring stability to the whole world, while at the same time respecting the right to self-determination of the people that you're affecting. Like, it's such a perfect balance. It's like really hard to be this good when it comes to being exactly where you should be with your rhetoric.
Well, it also goes to the concept of self-determination, right? Ultimately, we've always been saying, it's up to us to determine what we Iranians want. And the reason that we're in this mess in the first place is because Jimmy Carter, the traitor, supported the Ayatollahs instead of backing the Shah. Whereas, Richard Nixon has said that if he was still in power, he would have backed the Shah because the Shah was actually an ally of the United States, whereas the Islamic regime is the enemy. So I think the reason that the United States is taking such a hands-off approach, laissez-faire approach, is because we as an Iranian nation, we have demonstrated to the world, we have proved to the world who we are, what our culture is, what our values are, and what it is, like what it is exactly that we want and what we're fighting for. And, the fact that we have a leader like His Royal Highness is a Pahlavi, right? So that's why Americans are just very, very confident, like not just Americans, but Israel as well, because Americans in Israel know exactly what's going to happen when the regime falls. We're going to go back to being the amazing nation that we were prior to 1979. And, we're going to resume that friendship and alliance with the Americans and with Israel.
Yep, perfectly said. Exactly. Let me go to now this one. So apparently the United Kingdom is blocking President Trump from using the RAF bases for strikes against the Islamic Republic, this is really embarrassing. And this post is saying the UK continues to be a disappointment. It is dragging its feet in prescribing the IRGC as terrorists and now putting up roadblocks to United States use of Diego Garcia to strike the Islamic Republic's regime, which has killed and harmed UK nationalists. So just wanted to mention to UK citizens regarding Keir Starmer and how embarrassing this is. I mean, you guys did Brexit, the ones who did support Brexit, so that you could get away from some of these pro-Islamic BS. But now the entire EU, every single member of EU has now designated the IRGC as a terrorist group, and the UK still hasn't. So, I mean, what is happening? And also now they're blocking the United States from using this airbase. Okay, so just wanted to point that out. Let me see. All right, I don't need to show that one. This was I don't know if this was shown already or not.
I haven't shown anything.
Trump...
Haven't shown anything.
Oh,
I only
okay.
showed the Ted Cruz video, and I said, I told you so like a million times in the chat.
Well, yeah, I mean, you did. So President Trump is suggesting that within the next 10 days, we're going to know whether they're going to be attacking or not. So this is a very significant.
Isn't that what he said? Isn't that what he said about the 12-day conflict? He said they're going to decide within 2 weeks whether they're going to attack or not, and then within 24 hours they attacked.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he did said we're in the middle of negotiations for another 2 weeks, but then in the middle of the negotiation, yeah. I mean, yeah. He did say something very
play
similar.
this video. Yeah. Play this video. I'll see if I can find the other one.
Okay.
Qatar, countries like nobody could have signed. You would have had that threat. Nobody could have had. You couldn't have had peace in the Middle East. So now we may have to take it a step further, or we may not. Maybe we're going to make a deal. You're going to be finding out over the next probably 10 days. But this meeting today is proof with determined leadership. Nothing is impossible.
So they say whether we're going to take it a step further or make a deal, you're going to be figuring that out within the next probably 10 days. You'll find that within probably 10 days. So that was a significant short clip that I wanted to share. Yeah, we'll see. So Goldie is saying that he said something very similar.
Yeah, let me play that for you. Let me play this for you.
Okay.
Okay, let me remove your screen. So this is what he said back on June 20th, literally 24 hours before they attacked the nuclear facilities.
Does Iran have 2 weeks, or could you strike before that? Are you essentially giving them a 2-week timeline?
I'm giving them a period of time. We're going to see what that period of time is, but I'm giving them a period of time. And I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
Does Iran have 2 weeks?
2 weeks would be the maximum, and then shortly after he did the attack.
Yeah, because this was his interview on June 20th, right. And then the United States attacked the Islamic regime's nuclear facilities on June 21. So now going back to what you shared, could you replay what he said today?
Right. Yes, let's.
Qatar, countries like nobody could have signed. You would have had that threat. Nobody could have had. You couldn't have had peace in the Middle East. So now we may have to take it a step further, or we may not. Maybe we're going to make a deal. You're going to be finding out over the next probably 10 days. But this meeting today is proof with determined leadership. Nothing is impossible. Qatar, countries like nobody could have signed. You would have had that threat. nobody could have had, you couldn't have had peace in the Middle East. So now we may have to take it a step further, or we may not. Maybe we're going to make a deal. You're going to be finding out over the next probably 10 days. But this meeting today is proof with determined leadership, nothing is impossible.
So what do you think? Is it similar?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think so. Well, he says you're going to find out within 10 days whether we have to. He says you're going to.
Could be this weekend then?
I have no idea. All I know is that this is the exact same thing that he said back in the summer.
Right. Yeah. So I'm seeing a lot of different estimates, and Goldie and people in the chat, let me know what you think, right? I'm seeing estimates that says this weekend. I've seen estimates that says it's going to take another 3 weeks. I've seen estimates that says it's going to take maybe even a couple of months. But I haven't seen anybody serious saying that they're not going to attack. I haven't seen anybody serious. Well, I mean, everything is possible, but I haven't seen anybody serious coming out and saying that attack. Everybody that is basically looking at this is saying that they will attack, and the time they disagree on the timing, and they disagree regarding the scale of the attack. That's what the disagreements are. I could also talk to you guys about what this Islamic Republic strategy is right now, because they do actually have, believe it or not, a smart strategy. It might be hard to believe, but they do have a smart strategy. Do you want me to explain that?
This is the Armin. This is the Armin Power Hour. Welcome, Petipto. By the way, so glad you're here with us. We'll get to you. We'll get to you in about 40 minutes once we're done the Armin Power Hour.
Yeah. So
hi guys, I'm really happy to be with you tonight.
Hey, Petipto. I missed you. Yes.
Also me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm actually wanted to know what you. So, Petipto and Goldie and people in the chat. I know a lot of you might think that this is wrong to suggest that the Islamic Republic has a smart strategy, and I know why you think that, because they say a lot of crazy, stupid stuff, right? But the reason why they say a lot of crazy, stupid stuff sometimes is because their followers are idiots and they need to keep their support. I could guarantee you that there are most of the people who make the main decisions within the Islamic Republic, they completely understand their limitations in this war. Like, they know that they don't have the ability to fight the United States and win against the United States in the way that we would define a victory, right? And the United States has complete military superiority, and they could come and strike whatever they want, right? The Islamic Republic completely understands that. If they come out and give you these, I almost swore, the stupid narratives regarding coming in and destroying the USS Abraham Lincoln and toppling America and all of that, that's all because they need to do that to keep the base support, the small remaining base support they have among their followers, right? But based on what I think, based on what I know about the Islamic Republic itself, the main leaders, the main strategy that they have is to make this war that United States, in their analysis, is going to start anyways, last longer and than that President Trump wants, and for it to expand into areas as many areas outside of the borders of Iran as possible. And their calculation is that, yes, United States will come. So remember, they have 3 fears, and it's the third one that they don't know how to manage. Right? So there's 3 fears. Fear number 1, United States and Israel. Fear number 2, the Iranian people in the streets protesting against the regime. They think they could handle number 1 and number 2. I'll tell you what number 3 is, and that's the one that they don't know how to manage, and that's the one that they focus on the most, right? With regards to Americans and Israelis bombing them, their understanding is nobody can do regime change from the air. They will come, they will bomb, they will kill many of our commanders. They might even kill Khamenei. They will destroy many of our nuclear facilities and our airstrike and our launchers and our air defense equipment and all of that. And yes, it will hurt, it will be damaging, it will cost us a lot, but it will not cost regime change because they're not going to have any boots on the ground. We will just lose equipment, we will lose leaders. And the IRGC, by the way, guys, the IRGC has more power now than Khamenei, because over the past couple of years there has been a transition of political power from Beit Rahbari, which is the office of the supreme leader, so from the supreme leadership to IRGC. The Islamic Republic is becoming more and more under the control of IRGC and less under the supreme leadership. So IRGC is becoming more and more significant than the supreme, and there's a quiet competition between them behind the scenes. Okay, in front of the media, they couldn't be any more united, but behind the scenes there is competition, right? So given that the IRGC has more control, the IRGC might even want to offer Khamenei as a sacrifice, just so that they could complete the transitional power to the IRGC and complete it. So they might even not mind Khamenei dying, and then they will come out and say he was a murderer, and the Islamic Republic continued anyways without Khamenei, which proves that the Islamic Republic is beyond Khamenei, and he became martyr, and he basically got his dream, which is martyrdom anyway. So yippity-doo, and they will come bring us very symbolic next supreme leader that would have basically very limited power, and all of the power will be completely transferred to the IRGC. So they think that, okay, they will come, they will bomb, some of our leaders will die, many of our equipment will be get destroyed, Khamenei will die. That will not actually do regime change because they're not going to have boots on the ground. To have regime change, you need to have actual people capturing government institution and government buildings. So that's what I mean. It's not that they're not afraid of United States and Israel, but they think that they might be able to survive that. So given that you require people on the ground capturing government institutions and government buildings for eventually the regime to be toppled, then we have the Iranian people. The Iranian people are on the ground. Those are the boots on the ground. So that's the second fear. The second fear are the people in Iran when it comes out in the millions, and they might actually be able to topple the regime. The regime thinks that, okay, that is scary, but as long as I could keep shooting at them and kill them in tens of thousands, I got this. I got this. I could do, I could even get more brutal if I need to. At the end of the day, I'm armed. They're not armed. They come out in millions. I shoot them. They go home. And we keep doing this dance again and again and again. But there's no chance they're going to be able to topple me if I keep shooting at them when they show up. So again, fear number 2, very scary, very dangerous, but I got this. I can handle this. It's fear number 3 that is these two threats against the Islamic Republic cause a third thing to happen, which is division within the remaining supporters of the Islamic Republic. They don't know how to handle this, because if they lose this, you could actually picture how that would topple the regime. The Iranian people come out, we shoot them, it doesn't topple the regime. Americans and Israeli come, they bomb us from the air, they don't have boots on the ground, it doesn't topple the regime. But these two elements together, what it does is that it humiliates the regime to the point where the remaining regime supporters will stop fighting for the regime. That is what the Islamic Republic is afraid of. That is why they have to have propaganda. That is why they have to constantly come out and show that they have their strength. They have to come and say, we will do this, we will blow up this, we're strong, Allah is with us, Mehdi is with us, the Americans will not be able to topple us. That's why they have to make like propaganda like this. Look at this. For example, I don't know if you guys seen this image. This is Ali Khamenei basically destroying the USS Abraham Carrier Strike Group just with the tip of his cane or whatever he's holding in his hand. right? And by the way, we have another version of this. Hold on, let me go back. So some people came and changed this to this.
Wait, what did they change it to? Oh, a pipe?
Like an opium smoking thing.
Like a crack
because
pipe.
he's famous. Yeah, crack pipe or something. Yeah. So, but that was the original, and people turned it to this. Yeah. So the Islamic Republic now thinks that if the Americans come, all we have to do is yes, we will lose a lot. We will lose a lot, right? But if we could make this war drag out long enough and cause it to spread out in the region, then Americans have a lot of military assets, but what they don't have is enough political capital back at home. They're looking at President Trump's approval rating and they see that it's low, and they think that if there might even be some support for this war at the beginning, but they think that if they drag this war, if they could, by week 2 of this war, the Americans, like left-leaning Americans, will start putting pressure on President Trump and his cabinet and his administration, because they will have a lot of ammunition. Like what I could imagine happening if this war drags on is a lot of like people on the media coming in and having like something on the screen like, oh my God, day 18 of war. This is what the cost is, but the price of egg is this much. We don't have money for this. Look at these potholes. Oh, this is day 19. This is now how the cost of war is. Like imagine if some American soldiers die. Like, oh, why are we there for? This American soldier died. What was it for anyways? So the longer the war continues, the longer the political pressure at home is going to be for President Trump to end the war. So even though from a military perspective, the United States has enough assets to keep the war going for a very, very long time, the Islamic Republic's perspective, oh my God, Goldie became a member on our channel. So sweet. Thank you, Goldie. Okay. That's so
Now
sweet.
I control your channel and you can't spam, you can't block me. Mwahaha.
Yeah. Thank you, Goldie. Not that I was planning that.
No, I know.
So yeah. So sorry, I'm gonna quickly go through this. Sorry, guys. The love is so much. I don't know how to deal with it. Thank you. Okay. So guys, Goldie is on our channel in our chat now. We have to now behave better than usual. I know
because
our chat
I see the comments anyway in the shared stream. So
I know, but we have a guest now. مؤدب باشید بچه مهمون داریم. Okay. Oh my God. Oh, she's using the Goldie is using the Goldie emoji in our chat. That's so funny. Oh my God. All right, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so they want to drag the war to make the political pressure on President Trump and his administration so much to then convince President Trump at that point to just try to sell what they already has at some point during this war as a win and then quit the war, right? So if I was the IRGC, I would hope that Khamenei would die early in the war if I was the IRGC, right? Because if Khamenei is killed early in the war and the political cost of the war for President Trump becomes high, I would then think that Trump already has a win. Trump could say, we killed Khamenei, so I need a way out. I need a way to say that we won. So you already got Khamenei. That's your win. Go tell the Americans that we won and don't continue the war, and then count that as a win and end the war. That's what the Islamic Republic might. If I was the IRGC, I would be banking on that. This way, because from the perspective of the Islamic Republic, for that war to end before the Islamic Republic is fully toppled, both sides need a win. They want Trump to have a win so that he could go home, President Trump to go home and say we won, without actually ending the war completely, like ending the Islamic Republic completely. But for the Islamic Republic to also go to their base and be like, look, and this is the phrase I could tell you, This is the exact phrase that they're planning to use. Okay, word by word. They would say that the greatest military on the planet brought all of its assets to the region to topple us, and we are still here. So it doesn't matter if they killed Khamenei. It doesn't matter if they killed all the remaining IRGC leaders. It doesn't matter if they destroyed all of our rocket launchers, all of our air defense. It doesn't matter. We will sell this as a win as long as we're still here. As long as we're still here, we will sell this as a win, because the narrative would be they came to topple us. They brought the most advanced military equipment known to man. They showed up with the goal of toppling us. And just like Khamenei, now martyr Khamenei, the late Khamenei, promised, because Khamenei didn't say that they wouldn't kill me. He wanted to be killed. He wanted to be martyred. Khamenei said that the Islamic Republic would last. They came here. They brought everything, and we are still here. If that doesn't prove to you that Allah is on our side, if that doesn't prove to you that this is the army of the Mahdi, then what else would be? What else do we need to show you? So then, to the Islamic Republic, this war would actually be a gift. A war that comes and kills Khamenei and kills a whole bunch of the regime leaders and destroys a whole bunch of military equipment, but doesn't topple the Islamic Republic, that strengthens them. Even though the cost was very high, the benefits of that war would even outweigh the cost. Because remember, the third threat to the Islamic Republic is the loss of belief, the loss of hope, the loss of dedication of the regime followers to the regime. But this is more of a threat than military and the Iranian people. So when this happens, they would be able to tell their supporters that, look, we are on the right side. God is with us because we're still here. And there will be so much more renewed hope from the hardliners to the regime, because they think we defeated America because they weren't able to topple us. What is this? Happy Ramadan. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, I do have some points regarding Ramadan, by the way, because there's a war coming, but I'll get to that. By the way, there was this meme. I don't know if this is going to be funny in English. So you know how people say Khamenei is a mouse, is a rat, because he's hiding in a hole. So they're interviewing Khamenei, and he's saying the most dangerous navy. The Navy, American Navy, is dangerous, but there's a weapon that is even more dangerous than the Navy that is going to sink their ship into the bottom of the sea. That's what he's saying at the top. And that at the bottom, are they saying, well, do you have such a weapon? And he's crying and saying no. Okay. I don't know if that's funny. Yeah. Look at it, like there's a weapon that is even more dangerous than the American Navy that will sink their ships to the bottom of the sea. Well, do you have that weapon? No.
And Petito said he loves the expression in the bottom panel.
Yeah, it's so crazy. So
oh my god, you know, Armin, my Instagram like feed or whatever, it's literally full of just like President Trump, Imam Mahdi memes.
Really?
It's so like it's just like every other Instagram reel. Like I'm scrolling through, it's like President Trump, Imam Mahdi. It's like the funniest thing ever. I think we might have to explain this, but I'll let you continue, and I'm gonna find one of them, and then I'll share it with you, so that you.
No, maybe let's do that now, because
I still have to find it.
Oh, okay.
So you go to the next thing.
Right. So I want to move a little bit away from the war.
Yeah.
Talk about what's happening, like in the fight against Islam on Ramadan. Because there's this woman that came out just recently, just like I think yesterday. Oh no, just a few days ago. And this is actually turning into a full battle with dogs on one side and Islam on the other. So this lady, Nerdine Kiswani, I don't know where she's from. So saying, finally, New York City is coming to Islam. Dogs definitely have a place in society, just not as indoor pets. Like we've said all along, they are unclean, right? So this is not, guys, by the way, I just want you guys to understand that this is not just an anti-dog message. This is a domination message, okay? Please understand, in the same way that praying in the streets of your country is not just people practicing Islam, it's a way for people to for it's a way for Islam to basically invade and declare territory, right? So it's basically an invasion from within, is an attempt to enforce Sharia and have parallel laws and eventually parallel enforcement systems. And remember, when it comes, what the definition of a state, so you have nation states, right? This is why it's not an exaggeration to say that these are you will see this, like I promise you will see this just in the way that we saw in Europe. You will see this growing into actual enforcement mechanisms, because we have nation states. They have the Ummah. The Ummah is like well, it's not like it, but it's basically in replacement of a nation for the Muslim community. And when we have nation states, the state is basically an enforcement mechanism. So if you do have Sharia, and if you normalize the idea that Sharia in a Western society, and then eventually you have the enforcement mechanism, that is a state in competition with the state that you already have. And given that for your nation, they have in replacement for your nation, they have an ummah, that is having something like a nation, and also having, because a state is nothing but other than the monopoly to force laws, right? And this is why this is an invasion from between, because the concept of an ummah has already been introduced. Now all you need to do is introduce Sharia, and then eventually have your own enforcement mechanism within Western societies. And that's why that would be a direct competition to your nation state. And if your state backs out, because with the idea that with the excuse of religious tolerance, all you're doing is you're excusing an invasion from within. Let me know if you agree with that, right? So when this happened, I just want to warn you about this, because I need you guys to do something this Ramadan. I'll explain to you why. Okay, what is that? Okay, because you need to show your dominance over your streets with your puppies and dogs. Okay, like where I'm. Let me know if you guys agree with this. But to save your country from Islamic dominance, I suggest going to Islamic areas with your dogs and walking them there, right? But we could, especially during this Ramadan, right? So Congressman Randy Fine came out and says, if they force us to choose if they force us to choose the choice between dogs and Muslims, it's not a difficult choice. So I'm glad that somebody has a spine to actually stand up against Islamic takeover. Thank you so much, Congressman Randy Fine. And then Piers Morgan, for some reason, said, "You disgusting prick," to Congressman Randy Fine. I don't know why he's saying that. And then Congressman Randy Fine is saying, "Piers, what is disgusting in a major New York City Muslim leader saying we must give up our dogs because New York City is coming to Islam? Yeah, we will not be shamed into being conquered like the Europeans. I choose my dog. I know my first appearance on your show didn't go well for you, but if you want to try again, I'm happy to administer another beating." So this is like he's putting this sign, "Don't tread on me," with a puppy on it. So there's a lot of, this is becoming a big...
I actually posted something as well in response to that post. Like I didn't quote, I didn't hear it. Let me I'll share my screen very briefly. So let me just remove this. So I I didn't like quote tweet that, but I just like, posted my own thing. And I said, this is how Iranians treat and respect dogs. This is Iranian culture. Don't ever call us Muslims. This is February 14 Global Day of Action rally. But Armin, look, 39,000 likes.
Goldie, you know how I know we think alike?
How?
Because that was exactly my next video. My next video.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right, sorry to interrupt.
That's amazing. No, that's good. No, I'm glad that you posted
I should learn never to talk during the Armin Power Hour because you have it all sorted out.
No, that actually I love that because it shows how we're connected.
Oh, I love that.
We think exactly the same. Okay.
Reviving.
Yes.
I also added the two President Trump Imam Mahdi videos, but you might have to explain them because I think for the non-Iranians, it might like confuse them at first when they see the memes.
Yes. Oh, where is this? Let me see. Oh, I don't have. Okay, so let me.
Are you looking for the video?
Yeah. No,
I uploaded them to the stage, so you can just add them from the studio.
Okay. I'll get to those really fast. Yeah. Let me just do the dog ones really quickly, and then I'll get to that one. Okay. So, Ricky Gervais got on this, saying, "Say hello to my little friend" with his picture of his dog. And okay, so let me show you this. There's a picture that I'm not going. There's a video that I'm not going to show you. It's too difficult to watch regarding how the Islamic Republic treats dogs inside Iran. It's not it is YouTube friendly, but honestly, when I watched it, it was so hard to watch that I think I'm just going to do you a favor. Even though it's YouTube friendly, I'm not going to show it to you, and I don't even know if I want to explain it to you, but. I think it's better if I don't. Yeah,
it's bad. I've seen the video. I've seen those videos, so I think I know which one you're talking about. It's horrible.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm not going to show the video. I do want to share this. Agents of the Islamic Republic raided the home of a protester in Mashhad, and to force a confession out of him, they shot this sweet dog named Shelby in the head from just a few inches away. So they shot this dog in the face. This, by the way, the other video that I'm not showing is I can't even describe. I don't even want to describe it. But I did want to show you Shelby that was shot in the head just so that they could get a confession out of the. By the way, this also shows how much Iranian people love their dogs. That the Islamic regime was shot this dog in the head just to get a confession. I do also want to show you this. So this lady in Iran.
Oh, I've seen this one.
Yeah, this is saying absolutely heartbreaking video. Pet owners in Iran have taught their dogs to hide when passing Islamic regime agents and police. The Islamic Republic in Iran kills dogs because they are seen as dirty animals under Islamic law. So let's look at this. Look at this cute little dog's training.
Police.
Oh. Look one more time when I have to go soon. Look at this, so cute when they tell him police. When they tell her or him police, she goes and hides. Watch, this is so adorable.
Police.
Am I safe, Daddy? So adorable. Okay. And what is this? Let me show you this. So I think, let me read this caption over here. In parts of the UK, reports claimed residents were told walking dogs could offend Muslims. Critics say this reflects rising cultural tensions and disputes over local norms. So, guys, this is an enforcement of Islamic law in the UK, apparently. Let's watch this. So this woman was trying to walk her dog into this Islamic area, apparently, and they're not letting the police. The police is not letting her.
This is the police. Hey, I'm no Nazi. This is the police appeasing the leftists again. Yeah, appeasing the communist leftists again.
I'm not a Nazi. Just for calling for saying I don't want to be called a Nazi. You should be allowed to.
It's a control tactic, so you can't say or do anything.
Anyways, I'm not going to go over this. I do want to show you Muslims coming to people, breaking. No, let's watch this video. What is this? Muslim man tries to hit woman's dog, but look at this.
Can you leave? No.
Just fetish.
Can you get away? Come on. No, can you leave us alone? Hey, don't hit my dog. Don't hit my dog. No, you leave. It's a public place. No.
Yallah. Hadi.
Can you leave?
Yürü.
No, you leave.
Go.
I won't go.
Ne go ama? Yallah buradan.
No.
Siktir git. Keserim onu ben. Hadi.
No.
Yürü. Yürü.
No, I won't go. It's none of your business. Can you leave? I'm going to. Don't touch my dog.
Bana dokunma.
Anyways, I just wanted to let you guys know not to let Islam take over your streets. Please, 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 if it is safe for you, make sure that whatever areas of your cities are being taken over by Islam, that you take your dogs there. Okay, you don't let Sharia be enforced in your cities. You know, I think given how much Islam is anti-dog, you need to declare that you still own your streets by making sure that in the most Islamic parts of your cities, dogs are free to walk there, and you could walk your dogs inside. I mean, also, if you have really big, scary dogs, maybe do that. Maybe take them as well. That's good. But really, guys, you shouldn't let this happening. Okay, we Iranian people made a mistake 47 years ago, and we've been paying the price for it for 47 years. We didn't think our country will be able to be taken over by Islam in the way it did. Nobody expected that to happen. So you should learn from our mistake. You should defend your nation state and never say it's too late. Okay, I know a lot of people say the UK has fallen, France has fallen, Germany has fallen. Don't say stuff like that. Don't abandon your country. Your countries are worth fighting for. Don't say Canada has fallen. Don't say anything like that, okay? Because that's a defeatist attitude. You need to keep fighting. Fight for your country, and trust. You know, the Iranians know. The Iranians know what is everything that you have. Don't take it for granted. We had that. We lost it. And now we're trying to get it back, and it's not worth fighting for it. It's not worth losing it, and getting it back is a lot more difficult than keeping it to begin with. It's a lot more difficult to gain it back. So fight for your country. Don't assume that it's fallen, and make sure you didn't turn into, a hellhole like the Iran is right now. Okay, just wanted to show that so that this Ramadan everybody is aware. Eat a lot, drink a lot during Ramadan. Make sure you take over the Islamic areas of your cities. And yeah, that's
Armin. I lost my dog. Passed away about 6 months ago now.
Oh no!
I had him for 15 years. It's okay. He was such a good boy. Like, he was very old, right? But like 15 years is a long time. And he was just such a good boy. He was family. Like, he was basically my son, right? One of the saddest things that I'm seeing right now, like something that breaks my heart even more than the funerals, is it's all these like videos that people are posting of dogs on Instagram, all these dogs that are waiting for their owners. And the owners were murdered by the Islamic regime. And the dogs are just, they're either homeless or, a lot of Iranians have taken in dogs and adopted them, and they're like sharing their pictures, trying to like identify the owners, but many of them, right. And then you can just see the heartbreak on the dogs' faces. And that to me is even more difficult to watch than the funerals. I don't know why. It's just, dogs are so pure. Like, dogs are so pure. They're literally angels on earth. And so seeing all those videos of like the sad, heartbroken dogs, I don't know.
I actually have a video of one of our fallen Javid Nam with his dog before he was Iranians. Let me see. Al-Karimi made this final wish before he was murdered. Yeah, I actually have this one. Now that you mention it. Neo Berg is posting this saying Iranians have always loved dogs since ancient times. Yeah, it's actually very true. Like, dog is very precious in ancient Iranian culture. It's a pre-Islamic trait that never left despite the worst efforts of the Muslims. Dogs are pure, loyal, and full of love, the opposite of the Islamic regime. Ali Karimi made this final wish before he was murdered. So this is Javid Nam Ali Karimi, 26-year-old. And this is him and his dog.
اگه من قبل از سگم مردم بذارید بدن بیجون منو ببینه اون مرگ رو میفهمه اگر مرگ منو حس کنه میتونه برام گریه کنه و عزاداری کنه ولی اگر بدن بیجان منو نبینه فکر میکنه ترکش کردم و منتظر برگشتن من میمونه اگه من قبل از سگم مردم بذارید با هم خداحافظی کنه سگ یعنی دوستیه بدون محدودیت اگه من قبل از سگم مردم
Okay, so this is yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm telling you, like, I have thick skin, but when it comes to dogs, oh man, like animals, when we see all the animals torture and stuff, that's just way too much for me. I can't handle that.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
We don't, like, sometimes I really do think we don't deserve them. They're just too good to us. But this is Ali Karimi, 26-year-old, and he was murdered by the regime. And before he died, he said this: if I die before my dog, let him see my lifeless body. Because he understands what death means. If he sees me die, he could cry for me and basically cry for me so to could get over it. So he's worried that if he doesn't see that I'm dead, he thinks I abandoned him. So he loves his dog so much that he says, if I die, show my dog that I died, because I don't want him to think that I abandoned him. I want him to know that I died so he could just grieve my death and then get over it. His concern before he went out to fight for Iran was, what if my dog thinks I abandoned him if I die? So he's like, please let my dog see my dead body. That's his dog. If I die before my dog, let him say goodbye to me. Dog means friendship without limitations. And this was him. Look at the bond they had with each other. And now the dog is alone. Now he doesn't have his daddy. His Baba.
It's heartbreaking.
Oh, and this is at the end is him. This is him at the end, at the next to his, I don't know, I think burial grave.
It's his grave, yeah.
Anyway, sorry guys.
That's okay. Why don't you, before, I know you have to go to your discussion group, but now you have to cheer us up before you go. So why don't you play you have to play the two Trump Mahdi videos now, and you have to explain them to people. Guys, okay,
Yeah,
so we went from sad dog videos, now you're going to be traumatized because you're not going to understand what this is.
Oh my God.
Patipta, you like this? Munjie Iran. Trump Allah. Okay, so at the top it says Trump Allah and Trump of Allah. Munjie Iran, which
Guys,
means the
it's okay.
savior of
I
Iran.
know, I know it looks weird, but I'm telling you, it's actually like it's a positive thing. This is how Iranians are like they're making no, guys. They're making fun of Islam, and it's like a pro President Trump thing. I know it looks insane, but just give it a moment. You'll understand.
Yeah.
Armin will explain.
They're basically making they're saying that Trump is better than Mahdi. That's what they're saying. Let me see.
So they're saying
oh my God. All right, guys, they are making fun of Islamic hadith and Islamic Quranic verses because they're copying the style in which Quranic verses are being read, but describing Trump. Okay.
و ما ناوگانی بسیار بزرگ به آنجا فرستادیم.
He's like, and we sent a big navy to that region, but they're saying it copying the style of the Quran, when the God says that we sent this, it's very much in the style of the Quran, but making it like Trump is God himself.
ناوگان دیگری هم فرستادیم.
Oh, and then we sent another navy, another ship. By the way, guys, people from the discussion group, please tell them that I'm going to be a little bit late.
فرصت گفتگو بسیار کوتاه است. بسیار
Oh, the time for speaking is very, very short. This is so good.
کوتاه‌تر از آنچه که فکر می‌کنید و خواهید.
It's much shorter than you assume. The time for speaking, the time for negotiation is much shorter than you think.
دید چه خواهد شد. اما من بر آنچه خواهد
And you will see what will happen.
شد آگاه و دانا هستم.
Oh my guys, this is so much like a Quranic verse. It's saying, however, I am aware of what will happen. I am aware of that. Guys, this is so much in the style of Allah speaking of himself in the Quran, but they're now saying it from the perspective of Trump. That was perfect.
This is it's a very funny Iranian meme because Iranians are making fun of Islam and they're basically saying America and President Trump they surpassed you guys, but they're mocking it, saying it in as Armin was saying, in their own sort of style or language, which is really funny. Yes. I love. Can you go to the end with the B-2 bomber and it's like the bomb and it's on the Allah sign?
Yeah, okay.
می‌کنید و خواهیم دید چه خواهد شد. اما من بر آنچه خواهم.
Look at that.
Oh my God! Yeah, I saw.
You see that? So it's like the B-2, and it's like throwing a bomb right on the Allah sign, right? So
yeah, Trump is above Allah, basically. That's what they're saying. Yeah. Okay, guys, this would be. Yeah, this is so much funnier for Iranians who grew up with that style of reading of Quran. We grew up with that. So now hearing that from as if Trump is speaking instead of Allah, that's why Patipta was finding it so funny. Okay, so this is now Trump the Mahdi coming to the rescue. So when people post this on X, what they say your Mahdi took so long, so our Mahdi is coming instead. That's what they say. All right, so watch this. Oh, is this? Oh, okay, sorry.
چنگ دل آهنگ دل کش میزند ناله عشق است و آتش میزند.
Wait, what?
It's very short. It's basically just Iranians are saying your 12th Imam is still stuck in a well, but our 12th Imam is on his way to rescue Iran from you, and our 12th Imam is bringing the B-2s with him.
The firepower, talking about bringing fire. Okay.
It's basically trolling the Islamic regime. It's trolling the Islamic regime.
Yeah. It's good. It's really good. All right, guys. I'm a bit late for my group discussion, but let me just put the link to the group discussion in the chat, guys. And guys, I really appreciate everybody on my channel that came to the channel. So go back to Goldie channels because I'm gonna cut the stream. So everybody back on Goldie's channel. Why is the link not being posted? I'm gonna post a link to our discussion. Oh, there we go. The link to our discussion group that I'm gonna be going on now in the chat. So I'm gonna go there for about 2 hours, and they're gonna eat something, and then I'm gonna come back. to Goldie's channel, to the stream, to the Islam Revolution Live. So just gonna
Wait,
go
what?
there
You
for
just said Islam Revolution Live.
No, I said Islamic beating Iranian Revolution.
No, you
Live.
said you're going to come back to Islam Revolution Live.
I was doing these Islamic videos that you just anti-Islamic Revolution Live.
Iran
Jesus
Revolution
Christ.
Live. I caught that.
Iran Revolution
I'm going to
Live.
make a clip about that.
Oh my God. Okay, fine. Do it.
Too funny.
Okay, guys. Sorry. Just too many Islamic videos. So, guys, again, the link is in the chat. So I'll see you guys there. If you want to come ask me about any questions regarding Islam, the Islamic Republic, Princess of Pahlavi, the future of Iran without Islam, the fight in Europe and Canada and North America in general against Islam, to make sure that we defeat Islam and don't let them take over the streets of free countries. If you want to talk about that, we could talk about that. So any questions that you have, please come to the discussion group. I'll be there for the next 2 hours, and you could ask a question. And even after the 2 hours, when I leave, you could actually continue staying there and continue the discussion with the people there. All right, guys. Thank you, Goldie, and thank you, Goldie, for promoting the Atheist Republic channel. You're amazing. I never had this much activity on the chat there, so I really I'm so grateful. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
Thank you,
Our
Armin.
channel really did need that support. Yeah.
Well, we'll try to support the Atheist Republic channel during the Armin Power Hour. So
yes, not the Islamic Republic, the Atheist Republic. Don't make a mistake.
Atheist Republic.
You cannot. Yeah, okay. All right, guys. I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran, Potipto. I love you, Goldie. I'll be back soon. Okay, bye.
See you soon.
I love you too, Armin. See you soon.
Bye.
All right, Potipto, welcome.
Thank you, Goldie. Actually, yesterday I was watching your live stream, but cannot join to be with you.
Oh, that's okay. Well, we're happy that you are there. How's everything? What's the latest news coming out of Iran?
Actually, I have some interesting news, but first of all, I want to thank you and thank your followers on live stream, or everybody that joined INDR movement, because as you know, we have a urgent patient, and unbelievably about $3,000 donated in less than 2 hours. And
wow.
First of all, I want to give a huge thanks to everybody, especially you, that made this possible for us.
More than happy to do that. However we can help, we're here to support. So hopefully your friend can get the medical attention that he needs.
واقعا ممنونم ازتون، چون اون حالا بعداً براتون چیز بیشترشو میارم، ولی فعلا توی شرایطی که هست میخوام بدونین که خانواده‌شون به شدت ناامید بودن، در حد اینکه حتی کلیه میخواستن بفروشن، چون توی پنجره 12 ساعته بعد عمل شه. همین الانم احتمالش هست که زنده بیرون نیاد. ولی من فقط یه مسیج توی کانال گذاشتم، بلافاصله دوستای خارجی هم کمک کردن و این خیلی برای من با ارزشه.
So Potipto's saying that the situation was bad and the family was even thinking about selling a kidney in order to raise funds. Yes, guys, you've heard correctly. One of the ways that Iranians, unfortunately in occupied Iran, sometimes when they have to raise money in order to pay for emergency situations, is they actually have to sell a kidney. Oh, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Guys, the super chats are amazing. Like really, it means a lot to me. But YouTube takes like 30% of the super chats. So I really do appreciate the support. But if you want to help, I do have a donation link. It's Buy Me a Coffee. I'll put it here. I found that that's the best one. They take like the least amount of fees. YouTube takes somewhere between like 30 to 50%. So I just wanted to put that out there. So please save your money save your money from the super chats if you can. But that is very, very generous of you, Apollyon. Thank you so much. I really, really do appreciate that. Very generous of you. But yeah, like I was saying, guys, so one of the ways that Iranians have to raise money in emergency situations is by literally selling a kidney. So they, yeah, it's basically like the, kidney selling on the black market. And so what Potipto is saying is that with this particular family in this particular situation, the situation was so bad that the family was even thinking of having to sell a kidney in order to raise money for this person's surgery. But thankfully, a lot of donations have come in to help. So
یکم اطلاعات دقیق‌تر بخوام بهتون بدم، ایشون توی یافت‌آباد تهران تیر خورده، از آبدانان بودن با 2 نفر از دیگه از همراهاشون. تقریبا یه هفته بعدش جراحیش کردن توی بیمارستان عرفان، ولی به علت اینکه هزینه جراحی رو نداشتن با شکم باز ترخیصش کردن و اون 2 نفر دیگه هم که همراهش بودن با پای شکسته و وضعیت نامعلوم فعلا توی کوه‌ها متواری هستن. حالا ما داریم تلاش میکنیم که هر 3 نفر رو بتونیم نجات بدیم و واقعا کار شما توی این موضوع خیلی تاثیر بزرگی داره.
Thank you. So he's saying that there's 3, and this, one of them, like they all went, like they were all participating. They're actually all from Abdanan. Abdanan is the small city that we've been talking about a lot, the one that's constantly under attack. So they were from there. They were shot. They were injured. One of them has like a open wound in his stomach. And when he went to the hospital, because he didn't have enough money to pay for the surgery, they didn't actually complete the surgery. So his stomach is still like open. And then the other 2 have like broken limbs. And they're all currently in hiding right now with their injuries. So, and then Potipto was saying that, the donations have really helped. Yeah.
خبر بعدی که حالا از اینه که بگذاریم بخوام بهتون بدم اینه که
بذار ببخشید یه لحظه من چت جی پی تی مو باز بکنم، پوزش میخوام. اوکی بفرمایید.
داغ‌ترین خبری که میتونم باتون توی این لحظه به اشتراک بذارم اینه که فارغ از این که شب حمله قرار امشب باشه یا یه هفته دیگه، انقدر شرایط داره شدت میگیره توی بدن نظام و پنیک توی بدن نظام به وجود اومده که آلردی شروع کردن به تصمیمات چند جهته گرفتن و چند پارگی کردن. مثال دیگهش که خود خانم گلدی هم توی توییتر ریتوییتش کرده اینه که خیلیاشون دارن توی بیمارستان‌ها یا جای دیگه میخوابن و حتی قبل از اینکه بخواد اتفاقی بیفته جاهاشون داره لو میره. یعنی اینا به زنجیره تامین اطلاعاتی خودشون هم دیگه باوری ندارن. یعنی هنوز تیری از تفنگی شلیک نشده، شاکله اصلی نظام داره از هم پاشیده میشه اینجوری که ما داریم میبینیم.
Let me actually pull this up on ChatGPT. Okay.
Accurate English translation. Faithful, neutral, for research purposes. Open quote. The hottest news I can share with you at this moment is that, regardless of whether the night of the attack is supposed to be tonight or next week, contrary to appearances, the situation inside the body of the regime is intensifying, and panic has emerged within the regime. They have already begun making multi-directional decisions and fragmenting internally. Another example, which Miss Goldie herself also retweeted on Twitter, is that many of them are staying in hospitals or other locations, and even before anything has happened, their locations are being exposed. This means they no longer trust their own information supply chain. In other words, not even a single shot has been fired yet, and the main structure of the regime is already beginning to come apart based on what we are seeing, close quote.
So here's an example of the tweet that Petit was referring to. So I actually retweeted this a few hours ago. So a bunch of OSINT accounts are finding out that like regime officials are sleeping in hospitals at night. Like they're hiding in hospitals in order, I guess, to protect themselves from any, like they're basically using hospitals as human shields, which is a war crime. So this account here, Shin, is saying, quick question to like this mullah, right? Like this disgusting, look at him. Like he looks like a demon. Like, I don't even know, like anyways, like these
این بازوی اصلی نظام قضایی جمهوری اسلامیه. اون بالای هرم میشه اژه‌ای.
چیه؟
غلام حسین محسنی اژه‌ای. یعنی مثلا اگه بخوایم صلواتی رو در نظر بگیریم، صلواتی کارمند محسنی اژه‌ای میشه.
Oh, okay. So he's like one of the he's one of like the top officials. He's one of the top officials of the Islamic regime. So, for example, the evil judge Salavati that we spoke about last week, all those evil judges that are like executing Iranians all report to him. I think he's like the chief prosecutor or something. I don't know, like garbage person. So this person's like, hey, quick question. Any specific reason you sought shelter and slept in Nikon Hospital's 4th floor last night? So all of these like Muslim Nazis are now starting to seek refuge in hospitals because they're trying to, use hospitals as human shields. And then this is like a very reliable OSINT account that's calling out that mullah. So there you go. Okay, بفرمایید.
در ادامه این سیاستی که شما اشاره کردین در مورد استفاده از جون انسان‌ها و بیمارستان‌ها برای مخفی شدنشون، نه تنها برای مخفی شدن بلکه در چند جای متفاوت هم مشاهده شده که جلساتشون رو دارن توی بیمارستان‌ها، طبقه‌های حالا امنیتی بیمارستان انجام میدن که این یک خبریه که باید رسانه‌ای بشه و خیلی مهمه در جهت خنثی کردن تهدیدشون برای مردم، چون وقتی میخوان از مردم به عنوان سپر استفاده بکنن، وقتی جاشون لو بره یا پلنشون لو بره، طبیعتا میرن سراغ یه جای دیگه‌ای که بیمارستان نباشه یا جون مردم در خطر نباشه.
Wow. Petito's basically saying that the Islamic regime, they're using hospitals as human shields, and they're actually conducting military business in hospitals. That's pretty much the summary, but let me pull up the main point here. It's basically war crimes, right? It's war crimes. It's war crimes. Because according to the Geneva, according to the Geneva Conventions, once you start using protected places like hospitals for military purposes, those protected places lose they lose their protected status, and then they become fair game. So the Islamic regime is literally playing with the lives of innocent Iranians by using hospitals as military bases. Like, that is terrifying.
Accurate English translation. Faithful, neutral for research purposes. Open quote. Continuing from the policy you mentioned regarding their use of human lives and hospitals to hide themselves, not only for hiding, but it has also been observed in several different places that they are holding their meetings inside hospitals, within the hospital's security sections. This is news that must be made public and is very important in neutralizing their threat against the people. Because when they want to use people as human shields, once their location or their plan is exposed, naturally they will move to another place that is not a hospital, and people's lives will not be put in danger, close quote.
There you go. And Gandalf, you're right. They're also using schools, and we've spoken about that as well, 100%. And we've shared pictures, right? And yeah, guys, this is the exact same tactics as Hamas, right? Where do you think Hamas learned all these tactics from? They learned it from the Islamic regime, right? All these savages are literally connected to one another. The only difference between us and Palestinians is that we don't deny it, right? Like, we actually want the world to know what the Muslim Nazis are doing. Like, we want to expose them. Unlike the Palestinians who just want to blame Israel for everything, which is, just, that's their culture. Our culture is different. We're Iranian. All right, Petito, continue, please.
و در ادامه حالا میخوام از این چین ریاکشن ها بگم. من مدتی که دارم یه سری بابت حالا بعد از اون پروسه موضوعیاب یه سری از پروپاگاندیستا یا اون کسایی که کانال دارن توی تلگرام فعالیت میکنن، به قول خودمون بچه بسیجی و بچه مزدورن و دارم از لحاظ روانی بررسیشون میکنم. اینا تا مثلا 2-3 روز قبل 3-4 روز قبل که همچنان بحث نمیدونم مذاکرات و عراقچین جدی بود، هی داشتن پشت بازو میگرفتن، هی داشتن قدرت نمایی میکردن، ولی توی 24 ساعت گذشته، به خصوص توی 10 ساعت گذشته، نه تنها رو آوردن به این که بگن آقا جنگ بده و جنگ خطرناکه و نمیدونم جنگ بشه زیر ساختا هدف گرفته میشه، مردم نمیدونم همون پروپاگاندای خودشونو دارن صحبت میکنن. در کنارش چیزی که برای من خیلی جالبه، بلا استثناء همشون دست به دعا شدن. یعنی یه جوری پایانو دارن نزدیک میبینن که دارن هر لحظه دعا میکنن و التماس میکنن و یه جوری چهرهشون کامل داره نشون میده که هنوز جنگ شروع نشده، شکست رو قبول کردن. و خب این یه برتری روحیه برای ما باید ازش استفاده کنیم.
Yeah, let me make a note of that, Savok. I'll make a note of that. Okay, let me just play what Petito is saying here, and I'll make a note of that.
Accurate English translation, faithful, neutral for research purposes. Open quote. And continuing from this, I now want to talk about some of these reactions. For some time, I've been psychologically observing a number of individuals, those who, after that mercenary recruitment process, became propagandists, or those who run channels and are active in Tehran. What I call the Basij type kids and the mercenary type kids. Up until about 2 or 3 days ago, 4 days ago, they were still seriously talking about negotiations in Iraq. They kept posturing, they kept showing off strength. But in the past 24 hours, especially in the past 10 hours, not only have they shifted to saying that war is bad and dangerous, and that if war happens, infrastructure will be targeted and people will be harmed, basically repeating their usual propaganda. But alongside that, something very interesting to me is that, without exception, all of them have turned to praying. In other words, they see the end as being so close that they are praying constantly and pleading. Their faces fully show that even though the war hasn't started yet, they've already accepted defeat. And this is a morale advantage for us, and we should use it. Close quote.
I mean, I agree with you to a degree, but I mean, some of these people, Petito, are so incredibly brainwashed, right? Like, I'm still thinking about that guy who made that disgusting joke about, the poll, right? The poll about where the Islamic regime is hiding or storing the bodies of all the people they've murdered. And, he was like, oh, is it in like an ice cream truck, in like a refrigerator, somewhere else? And then he was like, I'm an ice maker. You know that guy, that disgusting guy. Like, you have to be so, like you have to have no sense of humanity or reality left, or be so brainwashed to even make a joke or comment like that. So, I mean, you're inside Iran, right? So obviously, like, your analysis is better. But do you actually think that they are starting to be afraid, or is this just like they're just switching a tactic because this is a tactic that worked back in the summer? during the 12-day conflict between Israel and the Islamic regime.
ببین در واقع تو نتیجه گیری میخواستم به همین موضوع اشاره بکنم، چون این اتفاق دو تا لبه داره. در راسته پاسخ به شما اینه که طبیعتا تاکتیکشون هست، ولی عملا من ندیدم جوابی بده، چون اگر بعد از جنگ 12 روزه میخواست جواب بده الان همراهایی داشتن تا اینکه بیشتر الان توی بدن نظام ضد خودشون هستن. و مسئله دوم اینه که ما منظورم جمهوری اسلامی ایدئولوژیشه، ما به عنوان یک نظام ایدئولوژیک اصلا حول محور ایدئولوژی داریم میجنگیم، حول محور مثلا شجاعت و شهادت طلبی و نمیدونم جنگ طلبی و اینا داریم جلو میریم. اصلا اصل جمهوری اسلامی با پایه جنگ طلبی نوشته شده. حالا این که شما برسی به مرحله‌ای که به عنوان یک کسی که باور داره به نظام و دنبال جنگ طلبی، دنبال جهاد، دنبال شهادته، حالا برسی به جایی که یکم منمن بکنی، یکم دست و پات بلرزه، یکم استرس توت به وجود بیاد، اونجا میرسی به یأس فلسفی، میرسی به مقابله اصیل. حالا همونجوری که همه میدونن و آرمین هم به درستی بهش اشاره کرده، ما برای اینکه نظام رو تغییر بدیم باید یه سری کارهای دیگه بکنیم. اما مسئله اصلی صحبت من اینه که این شکاف توی نظام، این ترک توی نظام یک آسیب جبران ناپذیری بهش میزنه. وقتی نظام ایدئولوژیک ازش ایدئولوژی رو بگیری طبیعتاً به پوچی میرسه که حالا ما میتونیم به راحتی از بین ببریمش. و چیزی که مهمه در حال حاضر توی این اتفاق اینه که ما که اینجا مردم ایران و شما در خارج از کشور به اتفاق نشستیم تا جمهوری اسلامی رو نابود بکنیم، اما چیزی که مهمه اون کسایی که توی مسجد و توی نمیدونم جلسه‌های بسیج و توی همون جلسه‌های برین واش نشستن الان دیگه جوابی ندارن به افرادی که باهاشون هستن بدن. و همین دو تا شکاف بزرگ تو نظام درست میکنه و بهتره ما بهش آگاه باشیم و براش برنامه داشته باشیم. مهمترین برنامه‌ای هم که حالا من به شخص دارم یا ما داریم اینه که خیلی 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 نگران این نباشیم که حمله میشود یا نمیشود. اگر نزدن ما خودمون هستیم، ما خودمون خواهیم زد. انقدر ضعیف شدن که ضعیفترشون میکنیم تا تموم بشن.
Okay. Guys, before we go to Potipto's message, I just want to point something out. So I see a lot of people in the chat and they're like, we can't wait to come to Iran. Guys, we cannot wait to open you, open our borders and welcome you into Iran with open arms, okay? When Iran is free, it will be a safe place for everyone to come visit, but you have to give us some time, because right now, I still do not understand why idiotic, pardon my language, idiotic Westerners, right, think that they know more about the regime than we do, right? So I have no idea why this British couple thought it was a good idea to travel to a country that's occupied by a Muslim Nazi dictatorship. Right? A country that is like the regime literally thrives off of hostage taking. So please, white people, Westerners, non-Iranians, please do not be stupid. Do not go to Iran. Like, don't go, because the regime is now sentenced these two people to 10 years for espionage. God, these are the same ones that yell Allahu Akbar. Remember? Allahu Akbar, death to America, death to England, death to Israel, right? So I don't know. I'm assuming, like, if I was gonna make a guess, right? If I was gonna make a guess, I'm assuming that these are probably like woke lefty progressives, right? And they're like, oh, Islam's the religion of peace. Yeah, let's go to occupied Iran because they're peaceful, and it's the imperialists who are evil, right? It's the imperialists who are evil. literally discounting what we have been trying to warn the world about, right? They're occupying us. Like, this is like the equivalent of going to like Nazi Germany and expecting to have like a fun vacation in Nazi Germany. So please, not Iranians, we cannot wait. We cannot wait to welcome you to Iran with open arms. Because prior to 1979, when the Islamic regime, before the Islamic regime came to power, when the Shah was in power, Iran was a safe place for Westerners. In fact, Iran was the safest place in the Middle Eastern area for Americans to travel to because of that allyship that Iranians and Americans and Jews have, right? Right now, not a good idea. When Iran is free, right, you also have to give us a little bit of time because, you know, Iran has to be freed. We have to get rid of all the terrorists, right? All the dangerous people, all the Allahu Akbar, Durka jihadis, right? So you have to give us a little bit of time as well. But I promise you guys, as soon as Iran is free and the country has been stabilized, Iran will be one of the safest places for Americans to travel to. Americans, Jews, you know, white people, anyone, like, especially in the Middle East, right? But do not be like this. I don't even know what they were thinking. Like, so stupid. Like, this is one of the ways that the Islamic regime also makes money. They basically lure tourists to come to, you know, occupied Iran thinking that everything is safe and everything is okay. And then you go there and then they take you hostage. And then they ransom you. And then the British government has to like give the Islamic regime millions and millions of taxpayer dollars to free these people. The Islamic regime also uses, tourists as leverage for like political decisions, right? So I guarantee you, one of the reasons that the United Kingdom probably is not labeling the Islamic regime as a terrorist organization is because these dumb British people decided to go to Iran for a holiday, and now they're being used as political leverage, right? So guys, please don't go to Iran right now. Don't go to Iran. It's not safe. It's occupied by Muslim Nazis who are murdering us, and they will have no problem just accusing you of espionage and throwing you. Of course they were following. They probably thought they knew better. They probably thought they knew better than actual Iranians, right? Who are like speaking out against the regime. So there you go. That's my little disclaimer for everyone who wants, because I'm very excited that everyone wants to visit. Guys, I can't wait to go visit myself, right? But it's still very dangerous. But I guarantee you, when it is safe to do so, we will all welcome you with open arms to the country. All right, let's go to what Petito said. That was my little like disclaimer about
از اینکه ترجمه کنیم منم یه کامنت در مورد توریسم بدم. اولا اینکه میخوام بگم که indeed tourism baiting is an actual business model for IRGC. I 100% true that. و در مقابلش هم میخوام بگم که وقتی زمانش برسه مطمئن باشید ما براشون تورای خیلی اختصاصی برای کاملا پوشش دادن فرهنگ و هنر ایران درست میکنیم و باعث افتخارمون هم هست که بیان و مهمونمون باشه.
I love that. Okay. So Petito said that tourist baiting is 100% one of the ways that the Islamic regime makes money. They bait tourists into going to Iran, thinking it's safe. And then, of course, they take them hostage under false charges of espionage. And then Petito wanted to also... Okay. Where is it? Oh, and then Petito also just wanted to let you guys know that as soon as Iran is free, himself and like so many other Iranians, they will be more than happy to welcome you to the country and to do like personalized tours, specialized tours, where it's going to be safe to travel. They'll take care of you guys. So guys, like tourism is going to be huge. Guys, I think one of the best things that I could do in a free Iran is to like basically start my own tourism company, right? Because I can bridge the gap between English and Persian. So But tourism is going to boom, and Iranians were very good hosts. We're very good hosts. So you're going to have an amazing time with the tourism. Okay. Let's go to what Petito now said. Okay.
Accurate English translation, faithful, neutral, for research purposes. Open quote. Look, when I was concluding, I wanted to point to exactly this issue, because this situation has two aspects. In direct response to you, yes, naturally, it is their tactic, but in practice, I haven't seen them able to respond to it. If after the 12-day war they wanted to respond, they would have had more supporters with them. Instead, now more of the opposition is within the body of the system itself. And the second issue is this. When I say the Islamic Republic, I mean its ideology. As an ideological system, we are essentially fighting around the axis of ideology, around things like courage, martyrdom-seeking, war-seeking, and so on. The foundation of the Islamic Republic was written on the basis of militancy. Now, when you reach the point where someone who believes in the system, someone who pursues militancy, jihad, and martyrdom, gets to a stage where they start to hesitate, struggle internally, and feel stress, that is where you reach philosophical despair. That is where the core resistance is weakened. And as everyone knows, and as Armin correctly pointed out, for us to change the system, we need to do other things as well. But the main point of what I'm saying is this. This split within the system, this crack within the system, causes irreparable damage to it. When you take ideology away from an ideological system, it naturally reaches a state of emptiness, and at that point it can be easily eliminated. What matters in this situation right now is that while we, the people of Iran here and you abroad, have come together with the goal of destroying the Islamic Republic, those who are sitting in mosques, in Basij meetings, and in those same brainwashing sessions no longer have answers to give to the people around them. And this creates two major fractures within the system, and it's better that we are aware of it and have plans for it. The most important plan that I personally have, or that we have, is that we should not be overly worried about whether an attack will happen or not. If they don't strike, we ourselves are here. We ourselves will strike. They have become so weak that we can weaken them further until they are finished. Close quote.
من یه بخش آخر دارم بگیم بعد بریم سراغ لینک. خب در نتیجه تمام این صحبت‌ها ما میرسیم به طرح در واقع همکاری ملی شاهزاده و شاید مثلا یک هفته پیش، یک ماه پیش یا زمانی که این طرح بیرون اومد برای خیلی‌ها سوال بود که این طرح چه فایده داره یا مثلا چطوری عمل میکنه. الان توی همچین لحظه‌ای که در واقع سرتاپای نظام رو دیسبیلیف و در واقع ترس فرا گرفته، خیلی مهمه که یک دری پشت نظام باز باشه که بتونن این آدما از نظام خارج بشن. البته که کسایی که دستشون به خون کسی آغشته نیست. اما همین تکنیک حالا به ظاهر ساده مهمترین نقطه ضعف رژیم رو به وجود میاره و بدنه رژیم رو با یک حفره بزرگی از آدم‌هایی که روش اون وقت گذاشته، هزینه کرده، آموزش داده و روشون حساب کرده برای همچین روزایی به وجود میاره. چرا؟ چون تمام کسایی که در واقع توی بدن رژیم هستن هر چقدر به روز قضاوت نزدیکتر میشن و هر چقدر خودشون رو با مرگ و قضاوت شدن توسط بازمونده ها نزدیکتر میبینن، دنبال یه راهی هستن که از این کشتی در حال غرق شدن جمهوری اسلامی پیاده بشن و خدا رو 100,000 مرتبه شکر که شاهزاده همچین پلنی رو توی مسیر چیده و به زودی هم شاهد نتیجه نهاییش خواهید بود زمانی که در واقع ما یک قدمی پیروزی انقلابمون باشیم.
What? Let me fix this. Sorry, my ChatGPT is being weird. Okay. Okay. So we fixed it.
I have one final part to say, and then I'll let you continue. As a result of all these discussions, we arrive at what is called the Prince's National Cooperation Plan. Maybe a week ago, a month ago, or whenever this plan was first introduced, many people questioned what benefit it had, or how it would actually work. Now, at a moment like this, when fear has truly overtaken the body of the system, it is very important that a door be left open behind the system so that people within it can exit. Of course, this applies to those whose hands are not stained with anyone's blood. This technique, although it may appear simple on the surface, creates the regime's most critical point of weakness. It creates a large void in the body of the system, made up of people in whom the regime has invested time, money, training, and preparation for days like this. Why? Because everyone who is part of the system, the closer they get to the day of judgment, and the closer they see themselves to death or being judged by the survivors, the more they look for a way to disembark from this sinking ship of the Islamic Republic. And thanks be to God, 100,000 times that the Prince has placed such a plan on this path, and soon we will witness its final result, when we are, in fact, just one step away from the victory of our revolution.
All right, بفرمایید.
میتونیم الان بریم سر در واقع وبسایت. آره یکی از در واقع سرویس هایی که آماده کردن دوستای ما، لازم منشن بکنم که از تیم ما نیستن، از کسایی هستن که دارن مقاومت دیجیتال انجام میدن. اومدن تمام اطلاعیه و در واقع اطلاعاتی که از جاویدنامه هستن و بر اساس نقطه روی نقشه مشخص کردن. این لایوشون که حالا کلیک بکنیم خودش اتوماتیک میگرده و در کنارش لینک سایت هم هست که میتونیم بریم توش دقیق‌تر زوم کنید بفهمید چجوریه. ارزشی که برای بیننده ها داره گستردگی اتفاقها و جاویدنامه‌مون در سرتاسر کشور، چون دقیقاً رو مپ میتونید زوم اوت بکنید و ببینید.
Okay, so
همین تعدادی که الان داره اسکرول میشه در واقع جاویدنامه‌های منطقه امین آبادن فقط. مطمئنم.
So this is a link that Batipto wanted to share. Let me go back and
لینک وبسایتشون هم میتونین بذارین دیگه، mahsaalert.com اگه اشتباه نکنم.
Okay, mahsaalert.com.
mahsanet فکر میکنم اینی که این چی چک بکنید، مطمئن نیستم کدومش.
mahsaanet.com. Okay, people can go.
براتون به این سایت.
Okay. So
فقط این چت روی اسکرین داره میاد عکسا.
One of the individuals I had prepared and want to mention to our friends, it's important to say they are not part of our team. They are among those carrying out digital resistance. They have taken all the information related to the fallen martyrs and mapped it based on geographic points. In their live interface, when we click, it automatically navigates through the locations. Alongside it, there is also a link to their website where we can zoom in more precisely and understand it better. The value this provides to viewers is that it shows the scale and geographic spread of these events and the fallen across the entire country. We can zoom into different areas and see the details.
So
English translation.
Oh, what?
One of the individuals I had prepared and
sorry. Yeah, so this website is created by a group of people for the purpose of documenting all the people that have been murdered by the regime. And so this is, for example, this is in the city of Isfahan. So they just have a live stream here where you can just see the names and faces of all the various people who have been murdered. Here, let's go to the website. So mahsanet.com. Where's it?
این فکر می‌کنم پروژه VPN شون هست. بذار من
That's the VPN project. Okay, let's go back.
آلرت رو باید بریم.
Alert? Okay. Oh, we have to go to mahsaalert.com. Okay. Link may be unsafe.
وبسایت اینا هم مثل وبسایت ما زیر فشار حمله هستن.
Okay, so wow. All right. So the website is down, guys. So they made the website mahsaalert.com. It's already subject to a DDoS attack by the Islamic regime. Yeah, there's no HTTPS. It's under attack by the Islamic regime. So, you know, even a website that's meant to honor murdered Iranians is down. Wow.
همین الان دان شده فکر می‌کنم چون داشت کار میکرد. بازم میارنشون بالا چون دیروزم یه بار دانشون کردم.
Wow. So Petito is saying is like the website was working. It literally just went down, and apparently it went down yesterday as well. So wow, these the regime, they're merciless. They're truly merciless when it comes to hiding their war crimes. Wow.
در ازاش من یه لینک دیگه شیر کردم از یه پیجی که توی اکس فعاله. اونم دقیقا داره همین کارو میکنه. روایت نه تنها عکس و مشخصات جاویدنامه رو میذاره بلکه روایت هاشون هم میذاره. خیلی مهمه که ما دفتر حفظ روایت تمام جاویدنامه رو داشته باشیم که ما هم داریم تلاش میکنیم اینا رو ببریم روی وب است. میتونی اسکرول بکنیم با هم بررسی کنیم.
Oh, they follow me. Wow. Okay. So there's another website called Final Battle, like another X account called Final Battle Iran. And they're also kind of doing the same thing where they are basically trying to document and record the names, images, faces, stories of every single person who's been murdered by the regime. So for example, men of light do not die, they rise again in the form of their children. From his daughter's words, Mehdad Falahi, 48 Rasht. And this is his funeral. Remember, guys, we were watching 40th memorials yesterday.
بابا درود 40 روز از شبی که دیگر صبح را ندیدی گذشته.
So she's saying Baba Durud. Baba, that's, you know, word for father, hello. And she's like, it's been 40 days gone by since I've seen you last.
اما هنوز در امتداد نفس‌های من، در روشنای صبح، در سکوت سنگین شب، در خواب و بیداری کنار مزارت ایستادم.
So she's like, you know, I you know, see you everywhere in the sunlight, in the silence of the mornings, you know, in like my breaths, like you're surrounding me, you're there. I was I might have to get Armin to translate this because she's speaking very poetically and I'm not doing it justice. But basically, the gist of it is that she is basically saying that, we honor you, we love you, respect you. But I think it might be better for Armin to translate that into English because it is like she's speaking very stylistically, very poetically, and I won't be able to do the translation justice. And I tried translating a lot yesterday as well. Here's another one. So this is Arshan Qasemi, 18, Tehran. And on his grave, it's written, "We don't die on our knees, not here, not anywhere else." That's written on his tombstone. And we actually showed this image before. We showed that a few days ago. I think Potipto, you were here. Okay, so there you go. There's another website that's trying to document all of the people who've been murdered by the regime.
خیلی برای من به شخص مهمه که تمام این کسایی که رفتن حداقل باورشون یا افکارشون یا هر چیزی که از خودشون به جا میذارن بمونه، چون قطعا درسته خودش هم زندگی خودشون خاموش میشه ولی همون باورشون وقتی تو جامعه اکو میشه نقش زنده بودنشون برای ما داره.
100%. So Potipto says that it's really important for him to make sure that everyone who's passed away, that their memory remains eternal. And I agree with that. And, what I can say, Potipto, is that, I have a feeling that after the fall of the regime and after we free our country, we're going to be creating probably one of the biggest sort of, something comparable to the Holocaust memorials, right? Where we'll just have like museums and places where every single person's name and story is going to be recorded and honored. So I'm really happy that there are various groups and organizations that are, recording all of this information, because this is going to be guys, this is Ali Karimi. This is, remember the young Iranian man with the dog, remember? Armin showed the video. So, oh yeah, there's his video again. Wow. But guys, look, they're all young. Like literally, they're all young people, all like Gen Z. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Thank you, Potipto, for sharing that. That was really important. Guys, what I want to do for a little bit is I actually do want to play President Trump's entire speech with the Board of Peace. He said a lot of very interesting things. I'll go through a few of the sound bites, but the reason that I'm interested in watching the entire thing, including his speech, JD Vance's speech, and what everyone else has to say, the reason I'm interested in watching is because I have a feeling that the Board of Peace that President Trump is creating is basically sort of, it's something that I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, so don't quote me on this. I have a feeling that this might be something that he's creating to counter the United Nations, right? Because the United Nations is corrupt. The United Nations is a joke. The United Nations works against peace and democracy. The United Nations is basically overtaken by communists and Islamists. So I have a sneaking suspicion that the Board of Peace is going to replace the UN. That's what my spidey senses are telling me. You know what I mean? Do you guys Yeah, you think so too? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so because of that, I want to watch the entire thing. Not all of it will relate directly to Iran. But I am interested in watching the whole thing. So here's like one of the sound bites, for example.
I've always heard peace in the Middle East is impossible, and it's turned out not to be. And we do have some work to do with Iran. They can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You can't have peace in the Middle East if they have a nuclear weapon. And they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they've been told that very strongly. I've always heard peace in the
Like, guys, I guarantee you that as soon as Iran is free, Iran's going to be joining the Board of Peace, right? There's something, spider sense, tingly, right? Like, here's another one.
About saving lives, just so you. I don't care about Nobel Prize. I care about saving lives, just so you understand. We play and we all, do what we have to do. I only have one thing. I don't want to see people killed from parts of the world that are very far away from the United States. And if I have an ability to turn off wars, I want to use that ability because it's people, millions of people. It's like the Prime Minister said, 25 million people maybe. And that's a small number compared to what it could have been if you really think about it, right? No, I want to save lives, and I don't care about prizes. I don't care about Nobel Prize. I care about saving lives.
Okay. All right. So based on that, here is Petito. Are you okay if we watch this? Is there like any like breaking news or anything urgent that you'd like to talk about, or because
نه در واقع مهمترین بریکینگ نیوز زمانیه که من دوربینم روشن کنم بگم زدن خیالتون راحت.
Oh my gosh.
ببین
من نمیتونم اینو ترجمه بکنم چون که همه خیلی هیجان زده میشن.
به سمت شما ولی منظورم اینه که اگه بخواد اونجوری باشه اونجوری رفرم کاری در کنار شما هستم تا موقعی که بتونم. فقط اون تقویم گاه هم که نشونتون دادم در واقع از کار دوستای توی آمریکا هستن، نمیدونم بررسی کردین یا نه.
اون چیو؟
یه لینک براتون فرستادم، تقویم گاه.
آره اونو فکر کنم ریتوییت کردم.
اونم اگر فرصت داشتین برای اینکه چون فرهنگ سازی هر صلاح دونستین در موردش صحبت می‌کنم. الان فورسی توش نیست.
اوکی حتما اون کارم انجام میدم 100%. Oh my gosh, see the Iranians understood. Okay guys, so I basically said to Petito, I'm like, is there anything like any urgent or breaking news that you'd like me to share before we go to watch this Board of Peace, video? And then Petito said, aside from, me turning on my camera to say the, United States has hit and the Islamic regime is gone, there's no other breaking news right now. So I was like, you can't say that because then people are going to be excited. So, all right, guys, whenever Petito turns on his camera, that's how you know the Islamic regime is over. There you go. Until then, he has to be safe and keep his identity hidden. So, all right, let's watch this video.
Please welcome the Vice President of the United States.
Oh, we got too far back. What? Okay, and I'll be watching. I'm going to take like a quick break. Let's see, the volume's good here. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much. This is a big day and lots of people watching, and especially from other countries, the leaders of, as you know, the other countries, because we have a large group of leaders, and the ones that aren't here are watching on Zoom. I hope they enjoy it. And the press, we appreciate it very much. So respectful. You've been so respectful of what.
I was just about to go take a break. He's obviously like trolling Mark Carney, right? Like he's totally trolling Mark Carney and like all the other like, you know, like Keir Starmer and all these others. So that was interesting. The volume's high. Is it really hard to hear? Really? It's hard to hear? I mean, I could turn it up more. I feel like that might distort the sound.
What we're doing is very simple. Peace. It's called the Board of Peace, and it's all about an easy word to say, but a hard word to produce. Peace.
You know what? Why don't I do this? So I stopped sharing, and then let me reshare my screen. Let me reshare the screen. That might work. Yeah, you guys might just have to turn up your volume because the volume's really loud here.
We're going to produce it. And we've been doing a really good job, and some of these leaders that are with us have helped me very much during just this first year. We have a first year like probably no other ever in our country because we settled 8 wars and I think a 9th to come. It's turned out to be a tougher one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But with war, you never know what's easy and what's not so easy. But we've had a great relationship, and I've become friendly with so many of the people. And I appreciate you being here. These are great people. These are great leaders. And the people that are watching by closed circuit and open circuit in many cases, they're so proud of it. They want it to be open. But they become incredible friends of mine. And, you know, we rebuilt our country in my first term. And now we're at a point that the United States has never seen before. We broke 50,000 on the Dow. They said that would take 4 years. We broke 7,000 on the S&P. They said you couldn't do that within 4 years. It would be impossible. And when I came in, they were all saying, if you could get to anywhere close to 40, 45,000, it would be amazing achievement over 4 years. Well, we hit 50,000 in the first year, and we hit 7,000, which was actually tougher to do, according to the Wall Street geniuses. We hit 7,000 in the first year. They said it could take 4 or 5 years. They'd be very happy. It would have been a great job. We did it in 1, but we're doing a great job. Board of Peace is one of the most important and consequential things I think that I'll be involved in. We've been involved in a lot, and really I've been involved in a lot with the people up here. We work together on ending wars with their country. Some of the wars were 32 years long, 32, 34, and a 37. That's a long time. And we ended it in about 2 days, each one of those. But we have some other work to do, and we're getting it done. Gaza is very complex. It's been amazing. I want to thank Steve and Jared for an amazing job. Marco's over there watching. Everybody's fantastic. And JD, what a job. They were all doing this. A team, I think it's the best team ever assembled. And you see that by the results. So today is a tremendous honor to welcome you all to the United States Institute of Peace for the inaugural meeting of the Board of Peace. Very important. I believe it's the most consequential board, certainly in terms of power and in terms of prestige. There's never been anything close because these are the greatest world leaders. Almost everybody's accepted, and the ones that haven't will be. Some are playing a little cute. It doesn't work. You can't play cute with me. But they're playing a little bit, but they're all joining. Everybody, most of them very immediately. A few that we really don't want because they're trouble. Take care of them. But this is the most prestigious board ever put together. You know, I've seen some great corporate boards. I've seen some great boards, period. It's peanuts compared to this board because we have virtually everyone is the head of a country other than Johnny, but he's the head of soccer, so that's not so bad, right, Johnny? I like your job the best, I think. And by the way, your World Cup has set every single ticket record in the history of soccer. In the history, nobody's ever seen anything like it. The sales are virtually complete. Nobody's ever seen anything. So congratulations, you made a good decision. We did it together. Thank you, Johnny. Great guy. So I want to thank the many leaders and dignitaries who have traveled great distances and lengths for the important gathering that we're at right now. This building was built for peace, and nobody knew what to name it. And then Marco named it after me. I had nothing to do with it. I swear I didn't. I swear I had no idea. They said there's a surprise coming. I didn't know that surprise. I thought they were going to give me a lot of money or something, maybe cash. Could always use some extra cash. But I came and they stopped the beautiful beast. I got out very safely, I'm sure, and looked up, and there it said, Donald J. Trump on the building. And when I say that had nothing to do, nobody believes it, and that's okay. But I appreciated it. That was Marco and JD and a group got together and they did that. And I just thought it was very nice. And it makes me work harder. We're going to have to work harder. We're going to have to make this building much more important. It's brand new. They built it for peace, but nobody occupied it. Nobody knew what the purpose of it. But the architecture is so beautiful, and it was with the meeting rooms, the reception rooms. It's really amazing. Who would think that it was built without anybody in mind or anything in mind? And then the State Department took it over. They liked it. Marco came over one day. He saw this. He said, "This building is great," and he actually claimed it. Right? He claimed it, and that's what he does. Where is Marco? I said, Marco, is that true? You claimed this building. You took it away from about 5 groups that wanted it. That was done very quickly, very methodically. But it was really, really built so beautifully and such a beautiful building. But we worked together to ensure the brighter future for the people of Gaza, the Middle East, and the entire world. I think that the Board of Peace, because it's mostly leaders and unbelievably respected people, but mostly leaders of Middle Eastern countries, countries from all over the world. And they've been very generous with money also. And the United States, which I'll say in a moment, is also very generous with money because there's nothing more important than peace. And there's nothing less expensive than peace. When you go to wars, it costs you 100 times what it costs to make peace. We have a man at the end right there that's smiling because you learned that after 30 years of fighting, right? 30 years of fighting, we got it done. I want to thank you very much. That was a great thing you did. You and your new friend, they came to my office and they said, I've been fighting for 22 years. Now you're there for 23 years, right? But I've been fighting for 22 years. That's all I've done is fight this gentleman. And his counterpart was there for 7 years. He said, I've been there for 7 years. All I've done is fight this gentleman. And we had it worked out in about 24 hours, right? And it's been a good piece. And I think they've become friends. I'm not sure I'm allowed to say that, but I think so. I think they've become friends, right? Right. Great. Stand up. Stand up. These are 2 tough cookies, too. You think that was easy? It wasn't easy. These are 2 tough people, good people, but tough people. But, we're in the Oval Office, and we were getting near, but the one was at one side of the room. I have 2 chairs right in front of the desk, the beautiful, resolute desk. One's over here. One's on the other side of the room. I said, folks, could you get a little closer? Well, I don't know. They felt very uncomfortable. They've been killing each other for 32 years. So I say, can you get a little closer? After 1 hour, they were right next to each other. We made a deal. They hugged, they signed, and we had peace with 2 very important countries, and I'll never forget it. So they started off a little weak, and they ended up really strong, and you can be very proud of yourselves. It was a beautiful thing to see. Thank you. Look at that. Can you believe it? 32 years. Thank you. Thank you very much. But we're honored to be joined today by Prime Minister Rama of Albania, President, where is President Millet? You're another one, I'll tell you. Where is President Millet? I endorsed him. I'm not supposed to be endorsing people, but I endorse, when I like people, you know, I've had a very good record of endorsing candidates within the United States. But now I endorse foreign leaders, including Viktor Orban, who's here, and others. And I endorse this gentleman, Millet. He was a little behind in the polls. He ended up winning in a landslide. I just endorsed the Prime Minister of Japan. She was in a tight race, but was probably going to win. And she won in the largest number in the history of Japan. So she likes me a lot. But it was an honor, and you're doing good. Oh, look, they're sitting right next, Victor. I think, but ultimately, I think I'm going to end up endorsing. Hey, look, as long as it works, it's okay with me. But the endorsement seems to be working in foreign countries too, so that's good. But nice to have you both, Victor. Nice to have you both. Very proud of you. The Prime Minister of another, really just a great guy, Pashinyan of Armenia. President Aliyev of Azerbaijan. I love saying that name now, you know. At the beginning, it was giving me a hard time. Now I love saying it. It's a beautiful name. I love it. His Majesty King Hamad bin Essa Al Khalifa of Bahrain. Bahrain. Thank you. Thank you. Where are you? Where are you? He's so rich, he can sit there. He can sit wherever the hell he wants. You know, he could sit up in the corner. He could sit up top. He might take a piece of this building, Morocco. He'll take 25% of the building for about $6 billion. Thank you. And you've been very generous also. We appreciate it. Prime Minister Hun Manet of Cambodia. Raise your hand wherever you may be. Because, yeah, hi, how are you? Congratulations. That was another one, right? We did a good job with that one. Prime Minister Madbouli of Egypt. Thank you very much, and say hello to the General/President. Okay. Prime Minister Orban of Hungary, who has my complete and total endorsement for election. Not everybody in Europe loves that endorsement, but that's okay. He does an unbelievable job. He's done an incredible job on immigration, unlike some countries that have hurt themselves, but they're working on it. But I just want to let you know, you have my total and complete endorsement, and I'm putting it out. I already did, but I'm putting it out again. And you're coming up with an election, and I think you should be good. I'll tell you, Millet did pretty well. He was a little down, right? And then he ended up winning in a landslide, so that's pretty good. You're going to do great, Victor. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. You run a great country. A man that I really like a lot he's definitely tough. I don't want to fight him. President Prabowo of Indonesia. Thank you very much. Please, this is a big guy. I tell you, I said, how many people in Indonesia? He said like 240 million. I said, no, say it again. How many? It's a big country you have. And you do a great job and respected by everybody. And thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, Mr. President. President Tokayev of Kazakhstan, thank you very much. What a country that is. It's a wonderful country and a rich country, in case anybody has any question. We have some very rich people here today. President Osmani of Kosovo. President, thank you very much. Great job you're doing too. Thank you very much. Prime Minister Sharif, I like this man, of Pakistan, because there was some fighting going on when I got to know him, and your Field Marshal, General, great general, great Field Marshal, a great guy. And I got to meet the Prime Minister. And he said in front of our Chief of Staff, Susie Wells, who's right here, he said, you know, nobody knows this, but I believe that President Trump saved 25 million lives when he stopped the war between us and India, right? You made that statement. I said 25 million lives, could have been much more, actually. But it was really a beautiful thing. You said that in front of a group of people they walked out. They don't think about it, but you're talking about that kind of lives. That war was raging. Planes were being shot down, right? And it was Pakistan and India. And I got on the phone with both of them, and I knew them a little bit. I knew Prime Minister Modi very well, actually. But I got to know Pakistan through a little trade. They were trying to make too good a deal, and I got a little upset with them. And in the end, they got what they wanted, right? And they made a good deal. And I got to like them, the Prime Minister, the Field Marshal, who's a tough man, a tough, good fighter, right? Good, serious fighter. I like good fighters, actually. And when I heard that they were fighting, I picked up a certain newspaper. I won't tell you which one because it's fake news generally. But I picked up this newspaper and I saw that Pakistan and India were really going at it. And then it got worse and worse, and many planes were shot down. It was all out. And I called them and I said, listen, I'm not doing trade deals with you two guys if you don't settle this up. They said, no, that has both of them. They didn't want to do that. I said, no, it has to. If you don't do it, I'm not doing a trade deal. We're not doing a trade deal. And they do a lot of business with the United States, and they sort of softened up all of a sudden. And all of a sudden I read where there was a little bit of a pullback by one, then the other. And all of a sudden we worked out a deal, right? But I said, if you fight, I'm going to put 200% tariffs on each of your countries, which essentially makes you not allowed, you can't do any business. One of them, I won't say which one, said, no, can't do that. They both wanted to fight. But when it came to money, it's not like money. When it came to losing a lot of money, they said, I guess we don't want to fight. And we solved that deal in 2-3 days, right? And we did. We said, these are two very powerful nations. These are two nuclear nations. And I don't want to say what was going to happen, but, bad things happen. So, Prime Minister, I want to thank you because that was a very big deal. People have no idea. A lot of them say, oh, well, they weren't fighting. They were fighting. 11 jets were shot down, very expensive jets. And they were all in. Both of them were all in, and now they're not. And I think we'll always be able to settle up with them. I really do. I think you're going to have, it's a lot of progress was made even in the relationship. And Prime Minister Modi also, he's a great man. He's a great guy. They're all great. But I was very proud of it. President Pena of Paraguay is here. President, thank you very much. Young, handsome guy. It's always nice to be young and handsome. Doesn't mean we have to like you. I don't like young, handsome men. Women, I like. Men, no, I don't have any interest. Good. That's right. Thank you very much. You're doing a great job, too. His Excellency Prime Minister Al Thani of Qatar, just a great man, a great man and highly respected. And he's working with a man who is amazing. I always say he needs a public relations agency because you do so much good and they have you down as evil. And you're not evil. You help us so much and you're such a good ally. And I just want people to know that. And the Emir is incredible, smart as you can be, a great leader. And he cares so much for the people. And he cares so much for the Middle East. So I want to thank you very much and send my regards. Your country has been a great help. So, surprising to some of the people writing out there, but now they'll start changing their tune because it's true. I only tell the truth. Prime Minister Don of Romania, wonderful people. The Romanian people are fantastic people, like you're fantastic. And a lot of them come and work in this country and help us in this country, as you know, and it's they are just really, really solid people. President Mirziyoyev of Uzbekistan, who is where? There he is, and a friend of mine. He's got one of the most difficult names in history, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. Your country's doing great. You're doing great. And just no problems. Every time I see him, nope, we're doing good. No problems. And General Secretary To Lam of Vietnam. Vietnam is incredible. as a country and as a force. And it's an honor to have you. A really great honor to have you. A lot of respect for your country. We'll also want to express my gratitude to Vice President J.D. Vance, who is a fantastic man. He's a fantastic talent. He was a great student. He went to one school. He graduated. You know, most people, if you watch some of the people that were at the event in Munich, they didn't graduate quickly from college. They had everything they could do. There was one young, attractive woman. She was unable to answer questions. And she didn't do so well like JD did in college. JD graduated in a 4.5-year college in 2 years. And then he went to Yale and he graduated at the top of his class, went to the military grade. But when he went to Yale, there was one person that was marginally ahead of him. So he married her. Can you believe it? He married the person that was ahead. I don't know. I always like to say JD was first and Usha was second, because I get a little uncomfortable when I say that. But he's been incredible. He's a brilliant guy and a great guy, and he's been my friend. All of our people, we have a fantastic group of people, our cabinet members, everybody, many of them here. But JD's been great. Thank you very much. He gets a little bit tough on occasion. We've got to slow him down just a little bit on occasion. He says his mind. Now, then we have the opposite extreme. We have your friend sitting in the back. Your best friend sitting in the back is Marco. Marco does it with a velvet glove, but it's a kill, right? The result is the same. They do it very differently. And Marco, you really did yourself proud 2 days ago in Munich. In fact, so proud that I almost terminated his employee because they were saying, why can't Trump do this? I do, but I say it differently. But Marco, don't do any better than you did, please. Because if you do, you're out of here. But no, I want my guys to do great. And the acclaim he's gotten and the acclaim JD gets is great. We have smart people. And when you see the representatives there, like Gavin Newsom, he didn't know what he was doing. They didn't even know why. He didn't know why he was there. Or AOC, she was unable to answer a simple question. And she could have said, well, I'm studying it and I'll report back to you next week. You know, you can get away with that. But she just went, it's actually, I think it could be a career-ending answer because for 25 years, anybody running against her, I think Susie is going to use that little piece of stuff. It was not good. It was not good. That was not a natural. So I want to thank JD. I want to thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio. They're extraordinary. I want to thank Special Envoy for Peace, Steve Witkoff, who has been unbelievable. You know, I took Steve because I was a developer in New York, really successful, actually much more successful than Steve, but I don't want to say that. I'm not going to say that, Johnny. I refuse to say it. But I saw something in Steve. Steve's a great negotiator. Everybody loved him. All these developers, and they're tough. You know, New York developers tend to be on the tough side. And, you know, most of them hate each other. Like a lot of the people in this room hate each other. You know, it's sort of natural, I guess. But we're bringing love back into the room like the old days. But everybody loves Steve. Every developer, the worst, most evil people, horrible human beings, actually. And they love Steve. So I remember this, and we had some conflicts, to put it mildly, in the world. And I said, Steve, how would you like to be Henry Kissinger Jr. that doesn't leak? I said, are you a leaker, Steve? No, he didn't even know what the word meant. And it's true. I always say Henry Kissinger, who was one of the great leakers of all time, by the way, Richard Nixon said to him, Henry, who's leaking all this stuff? I don't know, Mr. President. It was Henry. It was like, these are little stories I like telling you. But Steve has been unbelievable. Everybody likes him. Ukraine loves him. Europe loves him. Russia loves him. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this. He goes to see President Putin. Didn't know Putin. I set him up a meeting to see. I said, how's Steve doing? Sir, he's still inside. Oh, that was an hour. I called back. Tell Steve to call me when he's finished. I want to find out what the hell is going on. We want to end that war. Sir, he's still inside. 3 hours, 4 hours. They were together for 4 hours, the first meeting. That's talent. And they get along. I mean, people like or don't like Putin or Zelensky. They get along. Same thing with Zelensky. I mean, they all love Steve, and Steve's doing a great job. That's a tough one. That's a much tougher one. I would have thought that some of the ones that we settled that are up here would have been, I thought this would be easy because I have a very good relationship with President Putin. I have a very good relationship with President Xi. I'm going to be going to China in April. That's going to be a wild one. I said, but we have to put on the biggest display you've ever had in the history of China. You know, last time I went to China, President Xi, he treated me so well. He gave me a display. I never saw so many soldiers all the same height, exactly the same height within a quarter of an inch. You can do that when you have 1.4 billion people. You know, lots of shoulders. Everybody was within about 1/8 of an inch the same height. I said, if they put their helmets down, you could have played pool on the top of their heads. And it was pretty amazing. But I said, you got to top it. He said, I'll top it. We're going to top it. We're going to have a lot of the people, most of the fake news back there is going to be going. So we have, Steve has done a great job. And then a little bit later on, we brought Jared in. Jared was responsible for the Abraham Accords, which is incredible. Nobody else could have done that. A very smart guy. And we're making Jared an envoy also, envoy of peace. They're both envoys of peace. And you couldn't get two. I tell you what, I watch these two guys. I say, at least we're covered from an IQ standpoint. These two guys walk into a room. And but people like them both. You know, they're good people. And they like them both. And they've had some very good meetings. They've had some very interesting meetings having to do with, as you know, Iran is a hot spot right now, and they're meeting, and they have a good relationship with the representatives of Iran, and, you know, good talks are being had. It's proven to be, over the years, not easy to make a meaningful deal with Iran. We have to make a meaningful deal. Otherwise, bad things happen. But we have to make a meaningful deal. But they have a great relationship with the representatives of Iran. They have a great relationship with the other one that they're really working on now, because so many of these, I mean, as an example, Kosovo, Serbia. I did that one. Could you stand up if any of you guys are, when you're here, just stand up for a second. Kosovo, Serbia. Stand up. What a job. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. So good. And you're getting along. And when you don't get along, you'll call me and we'll get it solved, right? We'll get it solved. Thank you very much. Really good. And then again, Pakistan and India. That was a big one. And just, I think you should actually stand. Come, please, stand just for a second. Pakistan and India, thank you very much. And I spoke to Prime Minister Modi. He's excited. He's watching us right now. Egypt and Ethiopia. We're going to get that, you know, there's a little dam that got built. Little dam, like maybe the largest dam in the world. Built and financed, of course, by the United States brilliantly. And having a little trouble getting water to the Nile. That's a tough situation, but we're going to get that solved. Armenia and Azerbaijan, we talked about. And again, thank you, fellas, very much. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Cambodia and Thailand. So incredible what you did, that you got together and it all worked out. They're watching right now on closed circuit. Thank you very much. And thank you. That was a big one. Cambodia and Thailand. These are nasty fighters. I have to tell you, these fighters are nasty. Now we talk about, you talk nasty fighter, you're nice guys compared to this. Congo and Rwanda. That was, and we've got them pretty peaceful. There's little flare-ups every once in a while. I'll get a call once a week. Sir, there's a flare-up in the Congo again. We'll get it straightened out, right, Susie? We get it straightened out. And Israel, as you know, with you could say Israel in numerous countries if you want to really know the truth, but Israel and Iran, and we'll see where that goes. But when you think of Israel, we've done the biggest thing of all. We have peace in the Middle East right now. That's bigger than people said it couldn't be done. For 3,000 years, they've been talking about Middle East. They said it couldn't be done. And you look at what's happened in Gaza. And one of the keys to it was when we took those beautiful, magnificent, we just ordered 22 more of them, updated model. The B-2 bombers are incredible. I never understood the B-2 bomber. I'd watch, it's a wing. And I've never quite understood that, Johnny. I'd look at it and say, it was beautiful, but what does it do? It carries very big bombs. And it went into Iran and it totally decimated the nuclear potential. And when it decimated that, all of a sudden we had peace in the Middle East because there was a black cloud hanging over the Middle East. And if that wasn't done, that cloud would have been there. And countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like Qatar, countries like nobody could have signed. You would have had that threat. Nobody could have had, you couldn't have had peace in the Middle East. So now we may have to take it a step further or we may not. Maybe we're going to make a deal with, you're going to be finding.
So I just want to point out, it's really interesting where how he talks about it was because of the fact that the United States brought in the B-2s and destroyed the nuclear facilities of the Islamic regime, that's what led to, so-called peace in the Middle East. And he said that before he's talking now about peace in the Middle East again, right? So that goes back to President Trump's initial sort of strategy of peace through strength, right? So President Trump is making it very clear that he only thinks the only way there's going to be peace in the Middle East is by destroying the Islamic regime or the Islamic regime surrendering.
Out over the next probably 10 days. But this meeting today is proof with.
Oh, wait, let's go back because that's important as well, right? Where he talks about the probably 10 days. That's very similar. Where is that? Very similar language and wording to what he said back in June before he struck within 24 hours.
When it decimated that, all of us, you could say Israel and numerous countries if you want to really know the truth, but Israel and Iran, and we'll see where that goes. But when you think of Israel, we've done the biggest thing of all. We have peace in the Middle East right now. That's bigger than people said it couldn't be done. For 3,000 years, they've been talking about Middle East. They said it couldn't be done. And you look at what's happened in Gaza. And one of the keys to it was when we took those beautiful, magnificent, we just ordered 22 more of them, updated model. The B-2 bombers are incredible. I never understood the B-2 bomber. I'd watch, it's a wing. And I've never quite understood that, Johnny. I'd look at it and say, it was beautiful, but what does it do? It carries very big bombs. And it went into Iran and it totally decimated the nuclear potential. And when it decimated that, all of a sudden we had peace in the Middle East because there was a black cloud hanging over the Middle East. And if that wasn't done, that cloud would have been there. And countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like Qatar, countries like nobody could have signed. You would have had that threat. Nobody could have had, you couldn't have had peace in the Middle East. So now we may have to take it a step further or we may not. Maybe we're going to make a deal with, you're going to be finding out over the next probably 10 days. But this meeting today is proof with determined leadership, nothing is impossible. When I took office, the war in Gaza was raging with thousands of people being killed and no end in sight. Today, thanks to unrelenting diplomacy and the commitment of many of the great people in this room, we have 59 countries signed up on Gaza. Think of that. We have, it's amazing. But all the people, many, really so many in this room, the war in Gaza is over. It's over. There are little flames. Hamas has been, I think they're going to give up their weapons, which is what they promised. If they don't, it'll be, they'll be harshly met, very harshly met. They don't want that. All this stuff like they don't mind dying. They told me that's not true. Everyone said, oh, they don't mind dying. No, they don't want to die. They said, we don't want to die. People don't want to die. The ceasefire was held, and every last remaining hostage, both living and dead, has been returned back home. Think of that. That was an impossibility. And we did hundreds of hostages, but the last 20, and I always said to Steve and Jared, I said, the last 20 are going to be very tough, very, very tough. And we got them back. We got the living back, and then we only got about 16 of the dead. And we said, well, you got to get them all. You promised them all. And they dug and dug and dug. You can imagine It's a job that's brutal. And Hamas really did a lot of that work. And you got to give them credit for that. They brought the last one home a week ago, and we got all 28 of them, living and dead. The amazing thing, because I've never seen anything quite like it, the parents of the dead, they knew their boy was dead. This case, boys, all boys, men, but to the parents' boys. They knew their boy was dead. They wanted that dead body as much as if he were alive. And when they got them back, there was great sadness, but there was great joy too. They wanted it as much as the people that got their sons back alive. But we got a lot of people before those 20, Steve, what nobody talks about, but hundreds of people. We did a good job, and you guys did a fantastic job. I want to thank every nation that helped us achieve this monumental breakthrough, saving countless lives, and really bringing peace and bringing the concept of peace, because nobody thought peace in the Middle East. I've always heard peace in the Middle East is impossible, and it's turned out not to be. And we do have some work to do with Iran. They can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You can't have peace in the Middle East if they have a nuclear weapon. And they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they've been told that very strongly. Since the hard-won ceasefire of last October, the United States and our partners have facilitated the delivery of vast amounts of humanitarian aid, numbers that nobody's ever seen before. In November, the United Nations Security Council unanimously approved the Board of Peace. And last month in Davos, we welcomed over 24 members to this very important new organization. And we are very closely working with the United Nations. In fact, I'm going to speak to the Secretary General in a little while. He's a good man. And I've had a good relationship. Other than in my last speech, they did turn off my teleprompter. I got up there. My teleprompter didn't work. I'm sitting in front of all of you people and more. I had no teleprompter. I knew I was in trouble because I'm walking up. The teleprompters are over here. I had the most beautiful speech ready. I was all set to knock them dead. First, I had an escalator that stopped. You know that. It's going up. Boom. It's lucky my movie star first lady was in front of me, because I put my hand on a certain part of her body, and I was able to stop my fall. Otherwise, because she had no trouble. I said, boy, that was a very sharp stop, Johnny. So I said, that was strange. I've been on a lot of escalators. It's never happened before. Usually it stops very slowly. This was just boom. But our first lady was right in the proper location for me. I'm waving to people, and she was holding on a little tighter. She knew what was happening. She did. She said, that's a very successful movie out right now, like #1. Can you believe this? And it's a big movie star. And I always say it's trouble, because I always say there's not room in one family for 2 stars. I told her that. We can't have 2 stars in one family. So I don't know what that means, but it's not good. But it is good because we're proud of her. She did people in the United States love the First Lady, and she did the movie, and it's become the biggest selling documentary in 20 years. Can you believe? The theaters are all packed. Women especially, they go back and they see it 2 or 3 times, 4 times. But together we're committed to achieving a Gaza that is properly governed throughout. The whole area is going to be, so many countries that have really nothing to do with the Middle East, but they're maybe somewhat close by. They're all involved. They want to go in and fight. They tell me all the time, we'd like to send soldiers to fight if it's necessary. And I don't think it's going to be necessary. We have 2 countries that want to go in and do a number on Hamas. I said, I really don't think I hope it's not going to be necessary, because they made a promise, and they promised me get rid of their weapons. Looks like they're going to be doing that, but we'll have to find out. But it's no longer a hotbed of radicalism and terror. And to end that, we have today, and I'm pleased to announce that Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, UAE, Morocco, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan, and Kuwait have all contributed more than $7 billion toward the relief package. That's great. Thank you, fellas. Thank you. And many more are contributing too. So the numbers are, this just started. This is our first meeting. But every dollar spent is an investment in stability and the hope of new and harmonious. It's a region that's so important. It's so vibrant. It's so incredible. The people are so incredible, but we want to have a harmonious Middle East. The Middle East is amazing. So many friends in the Middle East. They're so smart. Sometimes they're too energetic. That's the, a lot of people aren't energetic. Sometimes they're a little bit too energetic. These are great people. The world is now waiting on Hamas, and that's taking place. And it's the only thing that's right now standing in the way. We have Lebanon with certain things that we're working on that are very important. We have to solve the problem of Lebanon, but it's relatively small in terms of what's been done. And again, the key was getting rid of the nuclear potential, because Iran would have had a nuclear weapon based on everything we found out since within 1 month. We can't let that happen. So many of our friends in Europe are attending today, and we're eager to have them become full members. They all want to become full members, and we've had a great response from Europe. And Europe is, it's where I come from, where so many people come from that are in the United States. But we have a great relationship with Europe. We have a great head of NATO. He is a fantastic man, and he's doing a great job, really great job. I'm excited to announce that Norway has agreed to host an event bringing together the Board of Peace. Oh, I thought when I saw this note, I'm excited to announce that Norway, I thought they were going to say that they're giving me the Nobel Prize. Oh, this is less exciting. Oh, it says, I'm excited to announce that Norway, and I'm saying, oh, great, I'm getting the Nobel Prize, finally. Finally, they got it right. But I don't care. I don't care about Nobel Prize. I care about saving lives, just so you understand. We play and we all, do what we have to do. I only have one thing. I don't want to see people killed from parts of the world that are very far away from the United States. And if I have an ability to turn off wars, I want to use that ability, because it's people, millions of people. It's like the Prime Minister said, 25 million people maybe. And that's a small number compared to what it could have been if you really think about it, right? No, I want to save lives, and I don't care about prizes. In the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Assistance is raising $2 billion for the support of Gaza. Additionally, Japan has just committed to host an aid fundraiser, which will be a very big one. It's already successful. We know some of the numbers that are being talked about, which will be attended by other nations in the region, including South Korea, the Philippines, Singapore, and others. And I know that China is going to be involved, and I think Russia is going to be involved. I think they will be. I want to have everybody, get all sides, because it doesn't help when you have all sides with one ideology. You have to have everybody together for this. I'm also pleased to announce that FIFA will be helping to raise a total of $75 million for projects in Gaza. And I think they're soccer related, where you're doing fields and you're getting the greatest stars in the world to go there. People that are bigger stars than you and I, Johnny. I hate to say it. I met one of your great stars who came to the White House, as you know. And my son was very excited. These are great people. These are great people. And Johnny's going to bring the stars to the area. And they're really known. People in Gaza know every one of them, right? So it's really something. And we'll soon be detailing the announcement. And if I can I'll get over there with you. I want to thank Johnny and FIFA for all of the wonderful things they did and are doing. They gave me their first Peace Prize. They gave me a Peace Prize. I think they saw that I got screwed by Norway, and they said, let's give him a Peace Prize. I mean, very good. Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate it. Johnny's very smart. He's very, very smart. The nations represented here today, just in closing, are not just contributing money. Some are also pledging personnel to help preserve the ceasefire and secure a very enduring peace. We have to have enduring peace. Having peace, knowing it's going to blow up in 2 weeks doesn't mean anything. In particular, Indonesia, thank you very much. Indonesia. It's a great country. Thank you very much. Look at that man. Look how tough he is. You think it's easy dealing with him? Look at that face. You are a tough cookie. And we say it lovingly too. We need strength.
I love this part so much.
He doesn't mind. He's tough
Wait,
and he's smart.
let me pause.
And
Okay, Prateep, you have a comment? You love this part so much?
آره ببین از نظر حالا ظاهر شاید جوک به نظر بیاد ولی یه قدرت نمایی به تمام معناست. اینکه نشون میده دو نفر کاملا ضد هم و توی اتاق بیزی چیده و اون نتیجه‌ای که میخواد ازش گرفته یه پیام خیلی مهمی داره.
دو نفر کیان؟
الان در ادامه میگه.
Okay, so Petito is saying that he loves this part a lot because this part is a testament to the strength of President Trump in terms of getting people that are fundamentally opposed to one another in the same room and making them work together. So it's coming up. It's coming up. But Petito just wanted to say that he loves this. So I'll go back a little bit, but here you go. So this is the part that Petito says.
one ideology. You have to have everybody together for this. I'm about President agreed to host an event bringing together the Board of Peace. Oh, I thought when I saw this note, I'm excited to announce that Norway, I thought they were going to say that they're giving me the Nobel Prize. Oh, this is less exciting. Oh, it says, I'm excited to announce that Norway, and I'm saying, oh, great, I'm getting the Nobel Prize, finally. Finally, they got it right. But I don't care. I don't care about Nobel Prize. I care about saving lives, just so you understand. We play and we all, do what we have to do. I only have one thing. I don't want to see people killed from parts of the world that are very far away from the United States. And if I have an ability to turn off wars, I want to use that ability because it's people, millions of people. It's like the Prime Minister said, 25 million people maybe. And that's a small number compared to what it could have been if you really think about it, right? No, I want to save lives, and I don't care about prizes. In the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Assistance is raising $2 billion for the support of Gaza. Additionally, Japan has just committed to host an aid fundraiser, which will be a very big one. It's already successful. We know some of the numbers that are being talked about, which will be attended by other nations in the region, including South Korea, the Philippines, Singapore, and others. And I know that China is going to be involved, and I think Russia is going to be involved. I think they will be. I want to have everybody, get all sides, because it doesn't help when you have all sides with one ideology. You have to have everybody together for this. I'm also pleased to announce that FIFA will be helping to raise a total of $75 million for projects in Gaza. And I think they're soccer related, where you're doing fields and you're getting the greatest stars in the world to go there. People that are bigger stars than you and I, Johnny. I hate to say it. I met one of your great stars who came to the White House, as you know. And my son was very excited. These are great people. These are great people. And Johnny's.
Can I just point out something about this? I just want to point out something. So, the whole thing with like Gaza and Palestine and the grift, it's literally all about money, right? It's all, we need money, we need money, we need money. For those of you who have been, following Iran Revolution Live, and, you're now very familiar with the Iranian Revolution, how many times has, King Reza Pahlavi, the leader of the Iranian Revolution, said, we need money, right? We need money from the world. Give us your taxpayer dollars to help us free Iran, right? Help us fight oppression by sending us millions and billions of dollars, right? Even like Iranians in occupied Iran, right? So just, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Keep in mind who's asking for money versus those who are actually fighting oppression.
Going to bring the stars to the area, and they're really known. People in Gaza know every one of them, right? You know, so it's really something, and we'll soon be detailing the announcement, and if I can do, I'll get over there with you. I want to thank Gianni and FIFA for all of the wonderful things they did and are doing. They gave me their first Peace Prize. They gave me a Peace Prize. I think they saw that I got screwed by Norway, and they said, let's give him a Peace Prize. I mean, very good. Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate it. Johnny's very smart. He's very, very smart. The nations represented here today, just in closing, are not just contributing money. Some are also pledging personnel to help preserve the ceasefire and secure a very enduring peace. We have to have enduring peace. Having peace, knowing it's going to blow up in 2 weeks doesn't mean anything. In particular, Indonesia, thank you very much, Indonesia. It's a great country. Thank you very much. Look at that man. Look how tough he is. You think it's easy dealing with him? Look at that face. You are a tough cookie. And we say it lovingly, too. We need strength. You say, see, he doesn't mind. He's tough and he's smart. And smart is more important. Morocco.
That's actually really funny when President Trump is like, oh yeah, he's smart. He's smart. That's basically President Trump saying to like the president or whatever of Indonesia, like, you're smart because you're keeping your mouth shut and you're just taking what I'm telling you.
Go. Thank you very much. Great. What you're doing is great. Albania, Kosovo, Kazakhstan have all committed troops and police to stabilize Gaza. Egypt and Jordan are likewise providing very, very substantial help, troops, training, and support for a very trustworthy Palestinian police force. We think we're getting some very good people on that police force. And, you know, it's peace in the Middle East. We have peace in the Middle East. Think of it. For years, you've been hearing about peace in the Middle East, and everybody's saying it's impossible. All of these countries are working together around the vision of a Middle East that is free from the curse of extremism and terror. And now is time. And by the way, even people with extremism and preaching extremism, they're exhausted. They're tired. It's been going on for too many years. I don't care who you are. They're tired.
He's exactly pointing to IRGC.
Yeah. Also, this person in the comment, you're not banned. I can see your comments. So I don't know what you're talking about. But no, Petito, you're right. He's referring to the Islamic regime, the IRGC.
We want peace. And now is the time for Iran to join us on a path that will complete what we're doing. And if they join us, that'll be great. If they don't join us, that'll be great too.
That's what I'm talking about. You know what, Goldie? When he's telling on the media and news about the great deal he has offering to Iran, and he always working with the deal, it's not about dealing with mullahs to continue live on or continue to do the whatever they're planning to do. It's a great deal in matter of what they are doing in the past and what the blood on also the blood on their hand. They can also accept the deal and go by themselves, live freely, and don't get impacted by U.S. Army. It is the great deal that he's always talking about. This is not about letting them go or let them continue their plans on the whatever they have on their minds.
Oh, 100%, Petito, 100%. I mean, you weren't here at the beginning of the live stream, but I played a video from Senator Ted Cruz. And let me just bring that up really quickly. So, because you and I have been saying, like I've been saying, you know, even like during the internet shutdown, we were talking about this. So like everyone who's been watching Iran Revolution Live knows that I have been saying from the beginning that the only deal President Trump is interested in making is a surrender deal. So really, it's just a matter of, are you going to surrender peacefully and leave, or do we have to come after you? And then, I don't know, have you seen this video from Senator Ted Cruz from today?
No, I don't.
No? Okay, let me play this for you.
Donald Trump gave the exact same offer to Maduro. You can leave, you can live a life of wealth and opulence away from power. And Maduro told Trump no. And on January 3rd of this year, we sent the Delta Force down there. We apprehended him. He's going to be prosecuted. Nicolas Maduro will die in prison. The Ayatollah and the mullahs have a choice. Do you want to be forcibly removed, or do you want to accept the opportunity to leave? I hope the Ayatollah has more sense than Noriega and Maduro had.
ببین یعنی الان سناتور تد کروز همون حرفی رو گفت که من الان نزدیک برای بیشتر از 50 روز دارم میگم. The deal that's being negotiated is not a deal that's going to keep the regime in power. The deal is terms of surrender. It's, are you going to surrender peacefully and leave, or do we have to come in and boom, boom?
And you know what? It's actually a generous deal. When you're وقتی با همچین آدمای رو در رو هستی، همین که بهشون فرصت زندگی کردن بدی، خودش واقعا great deal.
You know, I actually think, I actually personally believe that United States is making a mistake by even giving them the opportunity to escape peacefully, because, guys, that's what the Shah of Iran did. So back in the 60s, back in the 50s and 60s, when the Islamists were coming after the Shah and trying to overthrow the Islamic regime, and I've played the documentaries for you, we've gone through them, more than happy to find one later, and you know, we can like live watch it again. But when the Shah of Iran gave the same exit strategy to the Islamists, when they left, they basically spent the next 20 years plotting, and they spent the next 20 years figuring out how to come back, and eventually they came back. So, you know, as an Iranian, knowing about the history of Iran and, you know, these Muslim Nazi savages, Petito's right. Like, don't even give them the first option. Like, because if you allow them to live, they're just going to want to come back and destroy, right? Because all they care about is jihad. So it is a very, very generous offer, but you know, the Shah of Iran made that generous offer as well, and look where it got him, right? So, but yeah, like this, like what Senator Ted confirms everything that I've been telling you guys, that the deal isn't about keeping the Islamic regime in power. The deal is about how the Islamic regime is going to surrender. Do they want to surrender peacefully, or do they want to, you know, deal with the American military?
Sent the Delta Force down there. We apprehended him. He's going to be prosecuted. Nicolas Maduro will die in prison. The Ayatollah and the mullahs have a choice. Do you want to be forcibly removed, or do you want to accept the opportunity to leave? I hope the Ayatollah has more sense than Noriega and Maduro had.
There you go. That's the deal. That's the deal. And that's always been the deal. So guys, today is a very, very good day. Today is a very good day because Senator Ted Cruz just confirmed everything that we've been saying from day one. All right, let's go back to President Trump.
Goldie always right.
Oh, بله بفرمایید.
I just want to tell the listeners, Goldie always right.
Goldie's always right. Thank you. Petito's also always right. Petito's also always right. Petito has never been wrong. So there you go. But thank you. That's funny.
Different path. They cannot continue to threaten
the
vision of a Middle East that is free from the curse of extremism and terror. And now is time. And by the way, even people with extremism and preaching extremism, they're exhausted. They're tired. It's been going on for too many years. I don't care who you are. They're tired. They want peace. And now is the time for Iran to join us on a path that will complete what we're doing. And if they join us, that'll be great. If they don't join us, that'll be great too. But it'll be a very different path. They cannot continue to threaten the stability of the entire region, and
I love that.
they must make a deal. Or if that doesn't happen, I maybe can understand. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But bad things will happen if it doesn't. With the commitments announced today, the Board of Peace is proving that it does not just convene countries. It devises and implements, and real solutions happen. We've come up with solutions. This is so little talk. This is very little talk, all action. First time, it was always talk in the Middle East. People would talk about peace in the Middle East, and then they'd go home and they'd never even think about it again. Nothing would happen. We're providing a model for how responsible sovereign nations can cooperate to take responsibility for confronting problems in their own regions. The Board of Peace is showing how a better future can be built, starting right here in this room. And I want to let you know that the United States is going to make a contribution of $10 billion to the Board of Peace.
Whoa. Okay. So, guys, this is what I mean. So, remember when I said that I have a feeling that the Board of Peace is going to replace the United Nations? And then President Trump just said, the Board of Peace is going to have big role in the future. How much is the United States, U.S. To... I'm curious to know how much the United States gives to the UN every year. Wow. Okay. So look at this, guys. Like $10 billion? That's not an insignificant amount, because I just looked it up here. I just looked it up.
27% کل هزینه‌ها رو
آره 30%. آره 30% کل هزینه‌ها آمریکا میده به سازمان بین الملل. So Petito said like 27%, right? So I think I've already mentioned before that United States gives like 30% of the UN's budget. But guys, look at this. So as of early 2026, the United States remains the largest contributor to the UN, contributing over $18 billion. In February 20, it was reported that the US owes $4 billion in assessments to the UN. What? Who the heck is the UN? Who the heck is the UN to say to the United States that you guys owe us $4 billion? The audacity for a bunch of like jihadi communist lowlives to go to America and say, you owe us $4 billion. What? Wow. But what's really interesting, guys, this literally plays into my theory. So I don't know. Maybe this is another Goldie is always right moment. Oh, really? President Trump said we're not paying. Good for you guys. Good for President Trump for standing up to this corrupt organization, right? But look, this is maybe another instance of that, because United States contributes about 18 billion to the UN. So the fact that President Trump just announced a $10 billion investment to the Board of Peace. Yep. Board of Peace is a new UN. UN is pretty much like insignificant at this point. That the jihad tax. Yeah, you know what it is? The UN is coming after the United States, and they're like, pay your jizya. This is like the jizya. The UN is like, Americans, you got to pay your jizya to the Muslim jihadis that are running the UN, right? So good for President Trump. Okay, so the fact that President Trump just like said that he's giving $10 billion to the Board of Peace. There you go. Board of Peace is a new UN. Board of Peace is a new UN. Thank God, because the UN is just garbage. Wow. Okay, that is huge, guys. That's huge.
Bad things will happen if it doesn't. With the commitments announced today, the Board of Peace is proving that it does not just convene countries. it devises and implements, and real solutions happen. We've come up with solutions. This is so little talk. This is very little talk, all action. First time, it was always talk in the Middle East. People would talk about peace in the Middle East, and then they'd go home and they'd never even think about it again. Nothing would happen. We're providing a model for how responsible sovereign nations can cooperate to take responsibility for confronting problems.
The United States is providing a model for how responsible sovereign states can confront problems. Guys, it's okay. You know what? I take back what I said. I don't think that the Board of Peace is replacing the UN at this point. I know. So yes, before we watch this speech, I said, you know, I want to watch this because I have a feeling that the Board of Peace is going to replace the UN. Now that we're sort of halfway, not even halfway through, guys, I'm calling it. This is the replacement to the corrupt United Nations. God, I'm good. Honestly, I'm such a good political analyst. Like, I don't want to like toot my own horn, but you know what? When I have like a spidey sense, like when I have like, you know, like I'm just so good at analyzing the patterns and figuring things out. So there you go. United Nations is done. Board of Peace. That's where it's at.
In their own regions, the Board of Peace is showing how a better future can be built, starting right here in this room. And I want to let you know that the United States is going to make a contribution of $10 billion to the Board of Peace. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. UN is corrupt. Get rid of it. You could kick them out of your
We've had great support for that number. And that number is a very small number when you look at that compared to the cost of war. That's 2 weeks of fighting. It's a very small number. It sounds like a lot, but it's a...
Wait, guys, we have breaking news. I used to be a politician. Thank you. Yes, I did used to be. I was a politician. I was in politics for 10 years. I was an elected official for 7. So yes, I understand and I can decipher political talk. That's why you guys always get like the best analysis with me, right? Because I look at everything that politicians are saying and I'm able to decipher. Like I'm able to decode. I am your like political translator, right? Like I'm your translator. I translate politics to like regular English for you guys. And it's actually really fun. It's actually really fun to do so. Cuz guys, I have literally been in that situation where I've had to like you know, make an announcement or say something or respond in a certain way, right? Where when you're an elected official, you know, you have to use certain phrases, certain terminology, you know, certain whatever. So there you go. But now that I'm not an elected official anymore, I'm like on the other side. So it's like I'm the politician whisperer, right? I'm the politician whisperer. So I'm here to like translate all the politics into English. So
very small number. So we're committed to $10 billion. Together we can achieve the dream of bringing lasting harmony to a region toward...
Wait. Did he say 10 billion is a small number?
And we've had great support for that number. And that number is a very small number when you look at that compared to the cost of war. That's 2 weeks of fighting. It's a very small number. It sounds like a lot, but it's a very small number. So we're committed to $10 billion. Together we can achieve the dream of bringing lasting harmony to a region tortured by centuries of war, suffering, and carnage. They say 3,000 years. And hopefully we can lift up the eyes of the world to envision how other intractable conflicts can be settled. So many conflicts, they'd say, are impossible to settle, and we get them settled. We got, of those 8 that we settled, most of them were said to be not settlable. And they not only got settled, they got settled within days. More impossible problems can be solved as we go along this very beautiful path. I think it's a beautiful path. I think it's such an important day. Even the weather's beautiful. We walk in, it's beautiful. Everything's beautiful. But the ancient wounds can be healed, and they are indeed ancient. This has been going on for so many centuries that our entire planet will be a better, safer, more beautiful, and more peaceful place for us all. We're going to be working with the United Nations very closely. We're going to bring them back. I think the United Nations has great potential, really great potential. It has not lived up to potential. The 8 wars, I never even spoke to them about one of them, and I should be speaking to them about all of them. Someday I won't be here. The United Nations will be, I think, is going to be much stronger. The Board of Peace is going to almost be looking over the United Nations and making sure it runs properly. But we're going to.
I called it. Okay, guys, for the record, before I was a politician, I was an international lawyer. Boom! So I was literally an international lawyer for 5 years. I specialized in international law. So that's why, like, you know, geopolitics is like, you know, geopolitics is my jam, because I went from 5 years of international law to politics. Boom! Yeah, I actually, you know what? At the age of 30, so that would be like what, like 10 years ago, 10, 11 years ago, I actually represented the Kingdom of Thailand in like a tariff subsidy trade dispute or whatever at the International Trade Tribunal, and I won. That was 10 years ago at the age of 30. So boom, there you go. I called it. YouTube's not showing the live emblem around my profile. I don't know why, because I'm live. I'm sorry about that, but I am live. That's weird. Okay, let me go check my YouTube, guys. But anyways, I was right about this.
Strengthen up the United Nations. We're going to make sure its facilities are good. They need help.
Oh my gosh.
And they need help money-wise. It's
wow.
Potential. Really great potential. It has not lived up to potential. The 8 wars, I never even spoke to them about one of them, and I should be speaking to them about all of them. Someday I won't be here. The United Nations will be, I think, is going to be much stronger. The Board of Peace is going to almost be looking over the United Nations and making sure it runs properly. But we're going to strengthen up the United Nations. We're going to make sure its facilities are good. They need help, and they need help money-wise. We're going to help them money-wise. And we're going to make sure the United Nations is viable. And you have some very good people at the United Nations, can do a good job. But as I said, I've said it for years, United Nations has tremendous potential. A lot of people didn't like when I said it. They said, oh, you shouldn't say that because, you know, we don't care about the United Nations. No, it's really very important. And I think it's going to eventually live up to potential. That'll be a big day. So I want to thank everybody for being here. You're my friends. You're great leaders. You're great people. And I can honestly say, you know, you're strong leaders. You're tough leaders in many cases. And every single one that I'm looking at that's right here, I've gotten to know and I've gotten to respect. And really, you're friends of mine. And if I can help you at all, you let me know. But this is going to be something, the Board of Peace will be something that the likes of which I don't think anybody's seen before. And thank you all very much. It's a great honor. I'm going to ask J.D. Vance to come up and say a few words. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, very much for your leadership, but also for the kind words about me personally. I knew exactly what I wanted to say, but then after the president said that I was so smart and that I didn't want to repeat our congresswoman who froze for 20 seconds over in Munich, now I'm tempted, sir, just to freeze for 20 seconds and just stare at the cameras, and maybe they'll say nice things about me like they do about Congresswoman Cortez. But I have 3 very brief messages. First of all, to the President of the United States, but to the entire team, to Marco, to Steve, to Jared in particular, who've done such an incredible job. I think what this Board of Peace represents is a recognition that if you actually have a President of the United States and a team that's committed to diplomacy, it can actually work. When I look at what happened to Israel on October the 7th, all those innocent people who were murdered, the fact that you had all of these hostages, and of course, a terrible war that came from it, I remember thinking to myself, how is it ever going to be possible to get these hostages home safely, to make it possible for the people of Gaza to actually have a reasonable future, but also to ensure that Israel is never attacked again? It turns out the answer was you just needed a president who was committed to the effort and committed to the work, and that's what we had, thankfully, under the leadership of this president. And you got to make peace, but then you have to make the peace stick. And that brings me to my second point. That's what the Board of Peace, I think, is fundamentally about, is making the peace stick. And it's an incredible thing that you guys have all done. So to all of the leaders gathered here today who are investing in the future, who are investing in peace, we're grateful to you. We're grateful for your partnership. And in particular, I think to the president of Azerbaijan and the prime minister of Armenia, who I just saw last week, thank you all for making it possible and for showing what real leadership can accomplish. When you set aside weapons and killing and destruction and invest in your people and invest in prosperity, it can create great things. So thank you both for what you did. I think it showed great leadership. And finally, to the American people, I think it's important that the American people recognize why we're here today. And the reason that we're here today is, yes, to save lives and yes, to promote peace, but this creates incredible prosperity for the American people. The countries represented here represent trillions of dollars of investment in the United States of America that would not have been possible without this president's leadership and advocacy for peace. The economies here represent millions of American jobs of people who are receiving products built in American factories and made by American workers would not be possible without a focus on peace. So, Mr. President, while I think this is great for the world, I also think it's really, really great for the United States of America. So we're looking forward to the partnership. With that, I want to turn it over to the MC for the rest of the program, and that is our great press secretary, Carolyn Levitt. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, for convening the first ever Board of Peace meeting. And we will now hear from our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
I'll be brief and to the point. We want to talk a little bit about the strategic vision of this organization and begin doing so by first acknowledging that we are here today because the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, has both an ability and a willingness to use and that's why we're here today. This was a very unique crisis in Gaza, one that the existing international institutions could not solve or figure out. It needed a very specific type solution that required the partnership of all the nations that are here, including those that are here on an observer status. And we appreciate you coming today and being a part of this as well. And that's the point I want to drive home today. And soon you'll hear from Steve and Jared, who, by the way, deserve an incredible amount of credit for pulling this together and working countless hours and traveling all over the world. They truly deserve our appreciation and thanks for the work they've put in under the leadership of President Trump to make this possible. This Gaza situation was impossible to solve under orthodoxy, under existing structures. And so what we did is they went to the UN and they got the UN's approval to put this group together and bring these nations together to come up with a very specific solutions to a very unique and specific problem. We have a long ways to go. There's a lot of work that remains. It will require the contribution of every nation state represented here today, and we thank you for being a part of it. And we hope that this can serve as a model for other complex and difficult situations so they can be solved in the same way. But right now, the focus is on this one. We have to get this right. There is no plan B for Gaza. Plan B is going back to war. No one here wants that. Plan A, the only path forward, is one that rebuilds Gaza in a way of enduring and sustainable peace, where everyone can live there side by side with one another and never worry again about returning to conflict, to war, to human suffering, and to destruction. And again, Mr. President, thank you for having the vision and the courage to pursue something that has never been done before, and we're not done yet. And thank you to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for the time and the work they put into this. And thank you on behalf of the State Department and the U.S. government to all of the nations that are here. Every one of you is indispensable, including our observer partners, who we hope can find your way to join us at some point as officially part of this. But we are grateful for the fact you're here today and the contributions you've made already. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. We will now hear from our special envoy, Steve Witkoff.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. I don't know if we ever believed that this was possible when we first started envisioning a board of peace, but of course, under the president's indispensable leadership, and it begins with that. It begins with President Trump's leadership and his direction. We are here today, and it's pretty amazing. I think we have some people to thank. We had an amazing partnership between the mediating countries, Qatar, Egypt, Turkey, Prime Minister Mohammed. You are an exceptional human being. You really are. Ali, thank you for everything you did. That's you right over there, Ali. Wherever Hakan is, Hakan, you were amazing. And so was Ibrahim and President Erdogan. And of course, to the Egyptians, Badr, I know you're smiling because we went through so much. And General Hassan was amazing. We all became friends here. And Prime Minister Sisi, President Sisi, pardon me, and so many others. But our team, JD, your insight, your counsel, and Marco, you're an amazing secretary, and it's a privilege to work for you. And Jared, you are my dear friend and the best partner I ever had. You are an amazing person. But Mr. President, it is my greatest honor to work for you. It is the blessing in my life. I've had many blessings. I don't have to be a practicing lawyer anymore, but this is my greatest blessing. But I also have to mention one other person who is important to this discussion. Oh, the Israelis, I forgot. Prime Minister Netanyahu. Without him, much wouldn't have been accomplished as well. And that's really important that we acknowledge him here today, and Ron Dermer. But a person who doesn't care much about the acclaim, we have to acknowledge too, and that's you, Susie.
Okay, no disrespect to Steve Witkoff, but we have some breaking news, and I was speaking with Potipto in the background because I wasn't sure what is going on. However, okay, let me just explain what happened. So, we received we received news. We received news a few hours ago that an Iranian F-4 fighter jet has crashed. Okay? Crashed, an F-4 fighter jet. Here's the footage now. So this is the footage that's been released. This is real. This is real. Yeah. So it's an Islamic regime jet. Yes, it's an Islamic regime jet. It's an F-4, and the Islamic regime is claiming that it crashed. So the F-4s, again, it's an American jet. It was sold to Iran back when the Shah was in power, right? So no, of course you can't see anything because it's dark.
But we can.
It's like 2 a.m. in Iran right now. Yes,
but we can also make a proof from this footage because it's important. This footage came from the base, and it's already mentioning some در واقع داره یه نکته مهمی رو میگه. حالا من میتونم براتون توضیح بدم. اولا که قبلش بگیم که ایران ایمپریال ایر فورس اینا رو خریده. حالا داشتین شما خودتون اشاره میکنید، ولی من بخوام براتون گزارش از رو بخونم. گزارشی که رسیده اینجوری بوده که the pilots managed to return the damaged aircraft to the base. The actual footage you are seeing here. So if it was an accident or it was a technical crash, the fighter could not get back to the base. And also but the landing gear did not fully deploy. The aircraft veered off the runway after an emergency belly landing. In this accident, Major Mehdi Firuzman lost his life. The co-pilot was saved by ejecting. It's a huge point because if it wasn't a shutdown, and both of the pilots can able to be ejected, but just co-pilot ejected. It means that plane fighter jet was shot by something, and also here's a mention of the co-pilot. The pilot had reported hearing an explosion and impact in the underside of the aircraft before the emergency landing and immediately declared an emergency. The Air Force believes this incident resulted from an IRGC air defense action, but IRGC Aerospace Force has denied this claim as always.
Guys, I know the video quality is terrible. I have no control over that. I'm sorry. But Vahid Online, he's posted this. He's saying video received with the description, the area where the Iranian Army F-4 fighter jet crashed.
Actually, it is a moment of Potipto was right, because I earlier today I was mentioning panic inside the regime is going to make casualties and consequences.
Yeah, exactly. So Potipto was right. Yeah, well, because Potipto, you were saying earlier that there is like a lot of panic. There's a lot of panic going on. Is this the only video, or is there anything else? Let's see if we can find more footage.
I think it's the only video.
That's the only one. So someone's saying footage from the crash site of the Iranian Army F-4 Phantom. One pilot confirmed dead, another injured. So we can find something. If I just put F4. I mean, Tusi's reporting that they crashed during training. It went down near Hamadan, one pilot killed, but
Actually,
crash.
crashing during the training was the IRGC narrative.
Of course, because guys, it's similar to the gas leak situation. Like, guys, it is. Yeah. Well. I mean, just think about it. Like, it's incredibly rare for like a fighter jet, right? A fighter jet to crash during training.
ببین تکنیکالی میشه مثلا لندینگ گیر مشکل داشته باشه یا مثلا مشکل هیدرولیک داشته باشه اینجور چیزا، ولی توی همچین شرایطی خب هر دوتا پایلوت اجکت میکنن. اینکه یه پایلوت در واقع کشته شده، یه کمک پایلوت تونسته اجکت کنه و گزارش هم دادن که صدای انفجار اومده، خب طبیعتا ما رو میبره سمت اشتباه سیستماتیک.
That's exactly it. So Potipto is saying, all right, well, like if there was some sort of like, technical malfunction or something, why is it that only one pilot, like the co-pilot, was able to eject, but the main pilot wasn't? And then why did they also like I guess declare or say that they heard like a sound, and like they felt an impact and they heard a sound of explosion, right? So yeah, training accidents happen more often than we think. Okay, when was the last time a military jet crashed during a training accident and one of the pilots died?
You know what? If it was an accident or it was a shutdown, no matter what, it means even before the war is starting, IRGC is 0, USA is 1.
Yeah, that's true. Regardless of what happens, IRGC 0, USA 1. The Islamic regime is down, one less F4 Phantom jet, right? Yeah, it could be an own goal.
These poor F4s must be at the museums and or must be at the Hall of Fames. But look at what even IRGC, even Islamic Republic, look what it's even doing to jets. Not even jets going to get some peace of mind because of Islamic Republic.
Oh, you miss Armin? Wait, someone said in the chat that they miss Armin. I mean, I could ban you if you want, and then you can only just like, you could just go comment in Armin's channel if you like. If you miss Armin that much, you're welcome to just go comment on his channel. All right. Clash report is not like, it's not like a verified, like it's not like the best one, but sometimes they have like, sometimes they have interesting info. And now they're saying, so Iranian pilot Mehdi Firuzmand, instructor of the combat crew training squadron, killed in the F4 crash in Hamadan. Aircraft crashed during nighttime training flight. One pilot was killed, the second survived. Wow. Okay.
بابا این بندگان خدا انقدر ساعت پروازی دارن با فایتر جتاشون که مثلا هر کدوم رکورد جهانی دارن. به عنوان مثال مثلا یه فایتر جت بعد از 100 ساعت 200 ساعت بازنشسته میشه، اینا مثلا 10,000 ساعت پروازی دارن. یعنی احتمال کراششون دیگه به زیر صفر میرسه.
Yeah, but Tito was saying is that like these fighter jets are so old, like most of these F4s, it's like, within 100 hours or 200 hours, like they're retired, right? And you go to the next one. But of course, because the regime, because the Islamic regime isn't able to, because they're not able to like buy new military equipment, they're stuck with what they have. And so like the flight hours on these F4s, it's probably like, I don't know, 10,000, 20,000 or whatever. But what's really interesting, guys, is that this is also another indication of how weak the Islamic regime really is, right? Like the fact that, even if this was actually like an accident and it wasn't like a secret shoot down or something, and we won't know, right? We won't know what's going on for a while. Stop calling me babe. Like that's really disrespectful. I'm just gonna ban you. Like, why are you calling me babe? That's very, very rude. Very disrespectful. Anyways, you're banned. But what I was going to say is the fact that the F4s are being, like the F4s are so old, even if it was an accident, that in and of itself shows how weak the Islamic regime army really is, right? It really goes to show that the Islamic regime, the only thing that they're good at is, oh, he's in Armin's chat. Don't worry. Whenever he shows up in Armin's chat, I'll ban him from Armin's chat too. Don't worry, guys. I'll ban him. But what this crash shows is that the only thing the Islamic regime is good at is that they're good at murdering innocent, unarmed Iranians. But when it comes to military strength, there's no way that they can stand up to United States, right? Also, the person who called me fascist for banning the person who made an inappropriate comment about me, I banned you too. This is not a democracy. This is a dictatorship. I run my channel the way that I want to run my channel. Freedom of speech. I protect and support freedom of speech when it comes to government, right? Because freedom of speech is a right that's guaranteed to you by the government. But you're not allowed to go into someone's home and just say whatever you want to say without consequences. So, you know, when you're in my channel, you follow my rules, and if you're disrespectful, I'll ban you. However, if you want to say, you know, if you want to have freedom of speech, when it comes to government institutions, I will 100% support your right to have freedom of speech. But in my channel, if you say something I don't like, I'll ban you. It's not a democracy here. All right. I think Armin actually might be coming back. Anyways, I don't know, but
Do you know Ahmad Reza Radan, Goldie?
رادان بیشرف دیگه که همه رو میکشه.
The police chief of Islamic regime. He was spotted at Sajjad Hospital tonight at 10 p.m. He is also sleeping at hospitals too.
Oh, really?
Actually, the report says the police chief of the Islamic regime enters the Sajjad Hospital every night between 10 p.m. to midnight, sleeps there, and leaves by morning. Sajjad Hospital is a military hospital that belongs to Faraja. Faraja is short for the police chief.
Do you have like a post about that or something?
Yeah, check Shin page.
Oh, Shin? Okay. Oh, that's a good account.
You know, this leaks is very, very important, actually. This data leaks is very important because intelligence system of IRGC actually have so much maneuver about their power or their anything, but they even can't hide a specification of their chief from a Twitter account.
Okay, let me just post this because this is urgent. Oh, where is it? Like the double thing. Here we go. Okay. All right. Wow. So yeah, Islamic regime commanders are using hospitals to shield themselves, right? That is scary. But I mean, that's what they do. We already know that, like, that's what they do, right? So, oh, people are saying freedom of speech is a God-given right maintained. No, that's not how that, guys, that's not how it works. Listen, I'm a pro freedom of speech, but freedom of speech is freedom of speech from the government. It's not freedom of speech from a private person. You go into someone's house and you say something that person doesn't like, they can kick you out of their house. That's their right. Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of consequences, guys, right? Like, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. If the government tries to prevent you from speaking, I will support your right to freedom of speech. But if you come into my channel and you say something I don't like, I'll ban you because I'm not government, right? So the Constitution doesn't apply to private situations. I don't know who you're trying to argue with. I'm literally a lawyer. And a politician. Literally, politician in a democratic country. If anyone understands freedom of speech, it's me. So if you say something stupid, I'll ban you because this isn't government. This is my personal channel.
and a person who always right. So
Oh
we
yeah,
are-
here you go. Goldie's always right. Goldie's right. Although I used to, I only use that when I'm speaking about geopolitics. But yeah, like freedom. Listen, listen. You have the freedom of speech, and then I also have the freedom of association, right? So if you want to come into my channel and associate with me, if you say something I don't like, I have the freedom of association to not associate with you. There you go. It's literally how it works. So there you go. And now you know. All right. So okay. So that's interesting. So now we have more evidence of war crimes. And we have this F4 footage. Do we have anything else about this? Or is
I
this the
don't-
only thing we have so far?
I think it's only one because it's a military base.
Wow.
No more footage going to be leaked.
Okay. Let me see if there's anything on my
The interesting fact is not also the Phantom jet, but also the military base are made under Shah's decision and Shah's investments.
The oh wow, of course. Why am I not surprised? So even the military base where, you know, like guys, literally this is why like the regime is screwed. The regime is screwed, and that's why they're relying on AI videos and AI footage, right? Because literally the best thing that they can come up with on their own is the pointy Crayola missile, right? The خرمشهر. واقعا حیف خرمشهر که خرمشهر رو اسمش رو اینجوری به you know نمیخوام حالا بگم به چی ولی اسمش رو اینجوری خراب کردن. Like it's an insult to people from خرمشهر that there's like a weird jihadi missile but like guys look like, so like this is the best that they can come up with on their own, right? And then they're like literally just chanting like Allahu Akbar jihad nonsense, right? They're like bragging about how pointy it is. Let me bring up the shortened version of the video. But like this is the frustrating part. These psychos actually think that they are able to wait, which one's the one I'm looking for? This one. Like these psychos actually think that they can compete with the United States military, right? When meanwhile, this pointy missile here, let me just like mute the music there, but this pointy missile is the best thing that they can come up with, right? And like Petito said, this is the one where they did the test and it was like they hit a six-person tent, right? And then even like for the final shot where they were supposed to like, you know, center it so that the missile comes down in the middle, even that was messed up, right? So this is the best that they can come up with. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the Islamic regime's military assets are from before 1979. So they're all like pretty much American military assets that were sold by the Americans to the Shah of Iran. Like they were sold to the Imperial Army of Iran because United States and Iran were allies, right? And it was only when the Islamic regime came to power that, of course, they went all Allahu Akbar and jihad. So now this is like what you're seeing here. This is the best that they can come up with in terms of new technology. But for the vast majority of it, they have to rely on things that are like over 50 years old, 50, 60 years old, right? And so that like the fact that this F4, like Potipto, how many F4 fighter jets do they even have? Do we know?
در حال حاضر پرکتیکال فکر نمی کنم به تعداد مثلا 30 تا یا 40 تا برسه، ولی زمانی که شاه خرید 3 رقمی بود.
Of course, yeah. So we're thinking that in terms of like functional F4s, right? So, back in the 70s when the Shah of Iran bought the F4s from the United States, I think he bought like, I don't know, over 100. We don't know how much, but it was over 100. But right now, Potipto's thinking there's maybe like only 30 to 40 functional F4s. And of course, what are you saying? You can't understand that type of Farsi? Sounded more Arabic? That it is Arabic. That if you're referring to the video, that's because he was reciting the Quran. They were like chanting from the Quran. So no, it wasn't Persian whatsoever. It wasn't Farsi. 225? Oh, thank you. So there you go. So back when the Shah purchased 225 F4s from the United States back in the day, and
Brand
of those
new. Yeah, brand new.
Yeah, brand new, of
At the time was highest take of the bombers, and
Yeah.
Shah ordered in vast numbers.
Yeah. So the at the time that the Shah bought the F4s, that was like the latest military technology, right? So bought them brand new, and he bought 225 of them, right? So just imagine, how integrated Iran and the United States were when the Shah of Iran is just like, I'm going to buy 225 Phantom F4s from you. But of course, of those 225 that were purchased, over 50, 60 years ago, only about 30 to 40 of them remain functional, barely functional. And as you can tell, one of them just crashed. Now, whether it crashed due to a malfunction or whether it was shot down, we don't know. Potipto, you know something? I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I actually think that if the F4 crashed due to a technical malfunction, to me that's actually worse. Like that's actually worse than if it was shot down. Because if it was shot down, the Islamic regime could say something like, well, like the Americans attacked us and that's why. But if the F4 crashed on its own, isn't that like the Islamic regime pretty much admitting that their military capability is just garbage and that they're not as strong as they pretend to be because they can't even maintain their F4 older, like, yes, I know there's a new interview with King Reza Pahlavi on Visegrad. We're going to get to that later tonight. Thank you for letting me know. It's on my watch list 100%. We're going to get to that. But Potipto, like, do you agree with me that if this was actually a crash because of a technical malfunction, I think that's actually worse than if it was shot down, because the Islamic regime is pretty much admitting that it's not strong enough. It just doesn't have the capability to stand up to the United States.
You know what? Actually, having an F4 fighter jet in your squadron is already worst of the worst for showing power of your military. That how Stone Age is your technology. Actually you're using 60s and 70s technology against today's technology. So no matter of what it's maintaining or is crashing or anything, they have nothing to defend about their military power, especially in Air Force. And you talking about Khorramshahr missile type of tech of the Islamic regime. I just want to add that it's not also already 100% Islamic regime science. It's hugely depends on Chinese and Russian regime, even especially in missiles technology. And you was talking about investing in Actually, you was talking about military power of IRGC. I just want to mention about that. I mentioned that main power of IRGC and Islamic regime is propaganda and its ideology. Actually, Mr. Witkoff was mentioning about Gaza and supporting the peace in the region was the right point about ideology and power of the ideology of Islamic regime, because they heavily they was heavily depending on their power on the region about Gaza and every aspect of they have in the region, but and they confidently know nobody can solve the problem, but Mr. Witkoff actually was addressing the undoable thing about the President Trump, because he also addresses everything about the region and also solves any knots in the region by his genius plan and his در واقع ثابت قدم بودنشون. میخوام در مجموع بگم که مهمترین کاری که پرزیدنت ترامپ کرده این بوده که کار نشدنی صلح رو به منطقه آورده و خود رژیم هم به شدت روی این موضوع تمرکز داشته که انقدر مشکل پیش و پای ترامپ و دولتش بذاره که نتونن این کار رو انجام بدن. ولی میبینین که پرزیدنت ترامپ تونسته هم همه رو متحد کنه، هم مشکل‌ها رو حل کنه. در واقع این سخنرانی که داشتین در مورد غزه میدیدیم خیلی پیش درآمد مهمیه برای اینکه نشون بده که واقعا رژیم شکست خورده و دیگه هیچ چیزی توی آستینش نداره. خیلی 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 روی این موضوع حساب میکرد که پرزیدنت ترامپ نتونه اینا رو حل بکنه، که به راحتی حل کرده و داره در واقع جشنشون هم میگیره.
Yeah, absolutely 100%. Welcome, Armin.
Yay! Hi guys, I missed you.
We missed you too.
Back.
So we're just debating the logistics and like theories behind this crash.
What happened? I was eating, so I don't know what is happening. Can you update me? I was basically
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I mean, Tusi's going live in about like, I don't know how long. He's going live in 20 minutes, which is nice because that gives me an opportunity to take a break. But we've been talking about this for a while. So let me pull this up here for you. So there was a crash, okay? And it was an F4.
Wait, before you explain it, is it okay if I connect my channel so you could explain it to my channel as well? Okay.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Why don't you already connect it?
I just found a comment about the crash in social media and I wanted to share it with you. Somebody says in 2026, the only person who can still shoot down an F4 is its own pilot.
What is happening? Can you guys let me know what's going on, like with regards to the crash?
We just got news that an F4, like an F4 jet, so video received with the description, the area where the Iranian army F4 fighter jet crashed. So of course, Islamic regime. But so the crash happened near the military base in Hamadan. There's not like clip because it's in like a military base.
Actually, it was not near. It was inside the military base.
Sorry, inside.
The runway, yeah.
Oh, so it crashed. Oh, so it went to the runway. Okay.
آره برخورد کرده و داشته فرود می اومده. موقع فرود در واقع بدون چرخ هم فکر می‌کنم نشسته، بعد در آخر رانوی اینجوری رفته بیرون.
So
translate that.
What is the theory? Oh, sorry. So you're saying that it was basically trying to take off the runway, but it didn't take off and it crashed?
نه برعکس. دو تا نراتیو داریم. یکی اینه که در واقع رسانه‌های رژیم میگن که سانحه سقوط بوده ولی کوپایلوت تونسته اجکت بکنه، خود پایلوت نتونسته و کشته شده. ولی یه نراتیو دیگه هم هست که میگن
But you have to say it in English. Your English is really good.
اینا رو گفتیم من برای شما دارم توضیح میدم.
Yeah, but okay. So because I just went live on my channel as well, I just think like people, but it's okay. So you're saying the first narrative is that the co-pilot ejected, but the pilot could not eject, and it was crashing. So the pilot died, but the co-pilot was survived. That this is the Islamic Republic narrative. And what's the other one?
دیگری اینه که به خاطر این اصلا همین موضوع رو زیر سوال میبرن که چه اتفاقی بوده که پایلوت نتونسته اجکت کنه و کوپایلوت کرده، که اشاره دارن به گزارشی هم که خود پایلوت داده که اول برخورد کرده یه چیزی باشون، کابین آتیش گرفته، بعد موقع فرود در واقع فقط کوپایلوت اجکت کرده بوده.
So people are wondering how is it possible that the co-pilot managed to eject? So they're saying that they're not believing the narrative by the
there's a rumor, Armin. So there's a rumor. We don't know if it's confirmed or not, but there's a rumor that before the crash, something hit the fighter jet, and there was like a shock wave, and then an explosion, and then that's what caused the crash. So there's two narratives. There's one narrative where apparently the co-pilot claimed, it's unverified, claimed that something hit the F4, which is what led to the crash, and it's what led to the pilot getting killed. And then the other narrative is what the Islamic regime is saying, is that, oh, this was just like a routine test, and the F4 fighter jet just happened to crash.
Yeah. So it is, by the way, I know that I do want to mention that it is possible that it's their own failure, and it is not based on a foreign attack, for two reasons. One, because their equipment, the Air Force's equipment really sucks. Okay, these things haven't been updated for a very, 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 very long time, right? So that's one reason why this might actually not be because any attack has started, and they just had faulty equipment. Another reason is because when it comes to the threats from the Islamic Republic, the least thing you need to worry about is their Air Force. That's like the last thing you need to worry about. It's so pathetically weak that I can't imagine why the Israelis and Americans would target a plane, a fighter jet, given that that's not even part of the main threat. Like, they're pathetic when it comes to what they can do in the air.
Yeah. So that was the part. That was the part that we were discussing when you came in, because we were looking up how old the F4s are, and the F4s were initially purchased by the Shah back in the late 1960s, right? So you're talking about fighter jets that are like 60 years old. They're well past their due date. Like, they should literally be in museums. And then, what I was saying, and I don't know if you agree with me. Well, they should. But what I was saying is that, honestly, like, if this turns out to be a crash due to like a technical failure, to me, that's actually worse for the Islamic regime than if the United States shot them down, right? Because that would be worse in terms of like morale. And then it would basically just also confirms what we've been saying all along, that the regime does not have a powerful military. And the fact that now, out of like the 225 F4s that they purchased, they only have like 30 or 40 of them left, and one of them just crashed due to technical difficulty. That's not exactly a morale booster, right?
Right. Yes. They belong in a museum. Yeah. I mean, that's not an exaggeration, by the way, guys. They do actually belong in a museum. Yeah. So any other updates? Yeah.
That's sort of where we were at with that. I mean, we're waiting for more, but we were watching President Trump's Board of Peace speech. So we're not even like halfway done that. We have to get to that. King Reza Pahlavi.
Princess of Pahlavi's? Oh, yeah.
We haven't seen it yet. No, we haven't watched it yet. So King Reza Pahlavi has a new interview with Visegrad. which I'm probably going to play like later tonight. You know what? I wouldn't say it's so someone in the chat is asking, should we worry about a false flag? No, this isn't a false flag, guys. I would say this is more than likely a scenario where it's just due to the technological incompetence of the regime, right? This is one of those like what's it called, like Occam's razor. You guys know the principle of Occam's razor, where
the simplest. The most simple explanation is the most probable one. Basically a more detailed explanation is that the lowest number of assumptions that you need to make for something to be true makes this the most possible scenario, which gives it the highest probability.
و یه چیزی هم من اضافه بکنم، پدافند جمهوری اسلامی اولین باری نیست که خودی میزنه، بارها این کارو کرده، حتی توی PS هواپیمای اوکراینی هم این کارو کرده.
That's true.
Yeah, so Potipto is pointing out that the friendly fire has happened before by the Islamic Republic. One thing I want to mention regarding the military buildup, by the way, guys, around Iran, a major, it's huge. It's a massive scale of assets and an unprecedented military buildup. There is something different between this one and the deployment of the military assets compared to what we had before. There is not that many ground. There is no ground troops, right? So we keep comparing it to the last time this happened, which is in 2003, and we haven't seen any military buildup anywhere for the past, I don't know, 23 years. In 2003, which basically was resulted in the fall of Saddam. But a key difference from the 2003 Iraq comparison is the lack of any type of military, boots on the ground, kind of like Marines and soldiers required for land invasion. That is not happening, which is basically a good sign, because it suggests that they are basically the predictions regarding the war when the military assets being gathered is exactly in line with the predictions regarding what kind of war this is going to be. It basically confirms more. It makes it means that the war is likely to be likely going to happen. I mean, imagine if we had military assets gathering that was not completely like what was needed for the type of war that we were expecting. So this is the main comparison that you need to see. There is no ground troops, no boots on the ground type of military assets, Marines or soldiers are you don't see that being gathered around Iran right now at all. So all current indicators point exclusively to a sustained air campaign. However, don't be surprised to see some special operation commando types troop boots on the ground. So we're not going to see any ground invasion, but it is very, very likely that we're going to see some special ops types of boots on the ground, especially when it comes to the enrichment uranium sites, and then maybe for maybe some missile, launchers or something like that. Maybe Mossad operations on the ground, and maybe for taking out Khamenei, something like Maduro. We might see that, but most likely for the enrichment uranium facilities. Also, I do want to mention that when I say Mossad agents on the ground, I am not talking about Mossad agents in the middle of the protest. That's not what Mossad agents do. That's Islamic Republic propaganda. I need to clarify that so I don't aid the Islamic Republic's propaganda. I don't want to suggest that there are Mossad agents among the protesters. When I talk about Mossad agents on the ground, I'm talking about heroic Iranians who are part of Mossad, who don't take part in protests, but they do take part when it comes to basically using drones, for example, to take out the launchers before they're even activated. That kind of special operations. Okay, so, and again, remember, Mossad agents in Iran are all Iranian. Most of them are Iranians, and they're they're heroes. They've been, and I don't know if it's an exaggeration or not, but I wouldn't be surprised if Mossad right now has more Iranian agents than Israeli agents. I wouldn't be surprised at all, given how many Iranians apply to be Mossad agents and how eager they are to be Mossad agents. One thing, now that we're talking about Mossad, I do want to also talk about how grateful I am to Israelis. How grateful I am to Israelis, because I'm watching what's happening in Israel, and even a lot of Israelis right now are getting ready to go into the bunkers, and getting ready for a lot of missiles coming at Israel. The situation is very tense in Israel right now. Everybody is getting ready for war. And I'm seeing nobody complaining about Israel going to war with the Islamic Republic. Even though Israelis, like, every single message that is coming out of Israel is, even though that they know they're going to be paying a price for this, even though they know that they're going to get bombed, missiles are going to be coming at them, they're like, all the messages that are coming from Israel right now is, let's do this. Why didn't we do this earlier? Let's go help our Iranian brothers and sisters. We support this. They are the ones who have to go hide in bunkers and protect their families and pay the price for missiles raining down upon them. But they are very eager, even though they're willing to pay that price. They're very eager to basically, help the Iranian people, and more importantly, for Israel to help themselves get rid of the Islamic Republic. So I just want to say that as an Iranian, I see you, I appreciate you, and I will never forget this.
Amazing. We have a super chat from someone who says F4s require 24 hours of ground maintenance per hour of flight. I highly doubt they respected this high maintenance ratio. That's crazy. So for like every 1 hour that they're in the air, because I guess I'm assuming because of how old they are now, they need 24 hours of maintenance. And, we already know that the regime like cuts corners, right? So they probably don't care. Wow. Also, here's a new letter. That apparently the Islamic regime sent to the UN Secretary General. So this is from today. Thank you, Petito, for this. So, of course. Bismillah. All right. Anyways, February 19th. There we go. Upon instructions from my government and with reference to our previous letters dated 30 December 2025 and 2/9/13/22 and 28 January 2026 regarding the persistent threat of the use of force by the United States of America against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Guys, this is why we tell you, please don't call it Iran. Call it the Islamic Republic of Iran, because that's the garbage name they've given to our beautiful country. I write further to draw your urgent attention and that of the members of the Security Council to the continued threats by officials of the United States to resort to the use of force, including the recent public statement by the President of the United States concerning the use of the Diego Garcia base in connection with a potential military attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which constitute a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations and international law and risk plunging the region into a new cycle of crisis and instability. Oh, lovely. So they want to call upon international law when it comes to defending themselves, but when it comes to murdering innocent Iranians, they can just do whatever they want. On 18 February 2026, are they actually going after President Trump in social media? Oh my God. Look at this, guys. On 18 February 2026, in a social media post, the President of the United States once again issued an explicit public threat of the use of force against the Islamic Republic of Iran and stated, should Iran decide not to make a deal, it may be necessary for the United States to use Diego Garcia and the airfield located in Fairford in order to eradicate a potential attack. Okay, guys. Before I continue reading the rest of this letter, Armin, so you weren't here. We were watching President Trump's Board of Peace announcement, and before we started watching it, I basically said, I have a feeling that the Board of Peace is going to replace the United Nations. And then halfway through, we got to the part where President Trump basically said the Board of Peace is going to like watch over and do the job of the United Nations. So the Board of Peace is going to be like the new UN, basically. So the fact that the Islamic regime is sending this letter to the UN is hilarious, because earlier today, President Trump basically said that the United Nations is irrelevant and they have no power anymore. And it's going to be the job of the Board of Peace to keep the peace in the region. So it's very, very telling. Like that. So like, this is hilarious. Given the volatility.
So Goldie.
Yeah.
Oh, no, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Can I just quickly show you something regarding that before you do the rest?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I don't even need to read the rest because it's going to be like garbage anyway. But it's really funny how the Islamic regime is complaining. They're complaining to the United Nations when President Trump earlier today said that the UN is pretty much useless and the Board of Peace is where it's at.
So one thing that was very telling with regards to Trump's plan to replace the United Nations is the logo of the Board of Peace, right?
Whoa!
Because they made it look very much like the logo of United Nations, with one main difference is that the United Nations, first of all, it's gold. Obviously, it's Trump. Like Trump likes everything in gold. But the other difference is that the United Nations logo has like all of the world. But the Board of Peace of Trump zooms in on America. It focuses on America.
Good.
Yes,
good,
yes.
because that's a message to all the other countries that, America's running the show.
Yeah. But it was very telling that that's their plan to replace the UN, because it's very similar, right? Like you can see the logo, the branding is very similar.
I think the logo and the branding was probably behind President Trump when he was speaking. I wasn't paying attention because I was focusing more on his speech. But yeah, the gold is also very Persian. Like we Iranians, we love our gold. We love our gold. We love our gold decor. We love our gold trim. We love our gold jewelry. So the gold is also very Iranian. I'm just gonna say, President Trump has good taste. Let's put it that way.
And also we love all Goldie.
Oh, thank you, Petito. That's kind of you to say. So
what it is? Oh yeah, Goldie. That was a good observation.
That's nice. So, all right. Well, Tusi's going live in a couple minutes. He's gonna probably speak about the jet and everything else. But honestly, Armin, we were watching the Board of Peace speech. It was very good.
Yeah,
it was very good. We haven't even gone to like the question and answer part yet, but there was one part where President Trump said something. Petito, what did he say? He said, he says something like, if Iran makes a deal, that's a good thing, and if Iran doesn't make a deal, that's also a good thing. I'm telling you. Yeah, exactly. So Petito's right. Like he's basically saying like, if the regime doesn't make a deal, that's even better. That's even better for but it was a good speech. So when Tusi's done, we're definitely going to go back to that and continue watching that for sure. Because people were enjoying sort of my political commentary on that.
Do we have 3 minutes or no? 4 minutes or no?
اگر ممکنه منم خداحافظی بکنم چون فردا این عمل جراحی هم هست ازتون میخوام خواهش بکنم براشون.
Thank you, Petito. Wishing all the best, praying for you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Petito.
Love you.
Love you too. See you tomorrow. Right. Thank you.
See you, Petito. Bye.
All right, Armin, you have a few minutes, but when Tusi starts, I'll just pause so that if you have a couple minutes just to share. But I do go to Tusi.
So the Islamic regime in Iran has this week been elected vice chair of the UN Special Committee. Another reason, because I thought, given that we're talking about the United Nations, just wanted to share this because Israel and the United Nations is basically pointing that out. So they've been elected vice chair of the UN Special Committee on the Charter of the United Nations with upholding the principles of peace, human rights, and international law. I mean, I think I don't need to play this video. It's just basically the Israeli representative pointing out how, trying not to swear, how stupid that is. You could imagine what I was trying to say instead of the word stupid, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to play that because it's like 3 minutes and maybe we don't have time. I just want to point that out, that this is another reason why the UN needs to go.
I think I mentioned that. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that earlier, but it is like just totally messed up that that's happening. So
this is a newer clip. Yeah, you did mention that. I remember that. But
Yeah.
this is a newer clip because this is Israel calling that BS out. That's what that is.
Okay. All right.
yeah,
Well, I'm glad Israel did that. Thank you, Israel, for doing that.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're gonna go to 2C, and that gives you an opportunity to take a little bit of a break and have dinner. Armin, I don't know if you're gonna stick around or not, but
I probably won't be able to
Okay.
come back. I just wanted to come see you and just going to say, Amazra Chai, Javid Shah, Payandira.
thank you so much, Armin. All right, take care. All right, guys, I will see you guys in a little bit. Go tune into 2C and then come back when he's done.
Welcome back to 2C TV, ladies and gentlemen. This is your global news channel, Amaya 2C, and today has been another rough day for the Islamic Republic of Iran as the Iranian Air Force had a bit of a whoopsie. Yes, another fighter jet has been crashed, and now we're getting some information from the authorities. Of course, we're going to give you guys the latest updates on this, and President Donald J. Trump, according to the White House, has now approved the plans for the war against the IRGC and Ali Khamenei. But of course, we still don't know exactly the timeline. It could be tonight, it could be tomorrow, it could be in 10 days' time. But we do know that now there is a deadline, but that deadline could break. The reason for that will be explained because the Islamic Republic have already rejected the deal, basically. Let me give you guys the latest updates on this. First, we're going to talk about the Islamic Republic's Air Force. Earlier tonight, over the last couple of hours, they reported an aircraft. Then we discovered what it was, by the way. It was an F-4 Phantom, one of the old ones. Not really sure how this still was operating, but an aircraft crashed during a nighttime training flight near the airbase in Hamadan. Now, the pilot has been killed. There was another person involved as well. Of course, there were a number of others, personnel doing their so-called training, preparing essentially to attack Israel and the United States. The other one is alive, has survived, but injured. The aircraft, as I said, it was a F-4 Phantom fighter jets, and the Hamadan Air Base that you see in this photo is known to be the home of the F-4 fighter jets. Now, it is interesting that the Islamic Republic are still using these, considering it's not really the norm anymore. But one of the last few remaining that they had has gone a little bit boom boom. The pilot that we can now confirm has been dead. He was also the instructor of the combat crew training squadron. Mehdi Firuzmand has been killed in the crash in Hamadan. Now, the Air Force over the last few days, they did the pledge of allegiance to Khamenei again. It seems to be at least a monthly thing for some reason. I'm not really sure why they have to pledge allegiance every single month, but they were very passionate about their cause, and they were ready they are still apparently ready to attack the Americans and the Israelis, but they don't seem to know how to fly. Even during their own training sessions. So I'm not sure if they can actually do anything against the Israeli Air Force or the United States. But we'll get back to this. We're getting some more information about the crash near Hamadan. Before we do that, let's talk about President Trump, because earlier today, during the Board of Peace Summit, the previous live stream, we showed you what he said, which was, again, repeating the same rhetoric that, the Islamic Republic have about 10-15 days, we could make a deal or bad things will happen. On Air Force One, he gave his final ultimatum, the same thing that we had in June 2025. Let's go to the president.
Please. Yeah, please. You said today on Iran, bad things will happen if Iran doesn't make
really
a
bad
deal.
things.
What will that
I'm not going to talk to you about that.
Okay, can you explain though, what is the goal if there is a U.S. military
Well, we're
strike?
either make a deal or we're going to get a deal one way or the other.
But with a military strike, is it to wipe out their nuclear
I'm not going to talk to you about that, but we're either going to get a deal or it's going to be unfortunate for them.
And you said today 10 days. Have you given them a deadline firm to make a deal?
I would think that would be enough time, 10, 15 days, pretty much maximum.
Mr. President, when you have the Board of Peace, obviously there's a lot of countries that you're trying to get on. What countries?
Yeah, so 10-15 days, that is the deadline. Last time President Trump gave them 2 months. That was in the beginning of April, second week of April. And everybody forgot about that deadline because it was 2 months. And then suddenly, the second week of June, the attacks against the Islamic Republic started, and everyone was like, oh yeah, there was a deadline, we completely forgot about it. This time around, everybody's keeping a very close eye on this whole situation. So 10-15 days, essentially the end of February, but that might not even happen. The reason for this is because the Islamic Republic leadership have officially rejected the US demands over the zero enrichment of uranium, and they have said that we accept war instead. Now, President Trump has another plan to put more pressure on them to ensure that, I gave it a shot. I tried my best. He's essentially doing this for the international community. It's nothing to do with the Islamic Republic itself. This is to create legitimacy for the military action, whether it's the United Nations, whether it's obviously the US Congress and everybody else, essentially the allies. Most of them are already on board. Canada, the European Union. It's just the United Kingdom that's not on board. But having said that, there is going to be more conversations in the next few days. What just happened today, which is the Islamic Republic. I know they've already been rejecting the deal anyway, but the Americans needed Khamenei and his team to loudly and publicly reject it again, so that there is complete evidence that these guys don't want to make a deal. We tried our best. So technically speaking, as of now, it's currently Thursday, depending on when you're watching this, right now live, Thursday. Well, in Iran, it's Friday, but right now, the western side is Thursday, the 19th of February, which means technically speaking, on paper, theoretically, as of this weekend, anything could happen. But we might still have to wait another 10 to 15 days, the official deadline, if President Trump doesn't want to look bad, but he tend not to care about that. In terms of the president himself, after the rejection of the deal, his rhetoric is becoming even more robust. So the US president has now publicly raised the possibility of going to directly topple Ali Khamenei as supreme leader. He recently started to change his rhetoric over the last few days. We finally started hearing the words regime change. And but now we have a whole different situation. There is some breaking news happening. Hang on, we might have to verify this. What is going on? Okay. Yeah, we'll get to that. Okay. We're not sure yet. We'll get the confirmation. This is about the negotiations. But President Trump now talks about toppling Khamenei directly. And he has also said over the last week that it would be the best thing that could happen. Regime change would be the best thing that could happen. And the Trump administration have also been in talks with the opposition. Of course, that includes the leader of the opposition, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi and his team. And there are other things behind the scenes that are also happening, which will not be shared yet, but you guys will find out. In terms of the rest of the leadership in America, they are also becoming more robust. So they are already talking about post-regime. The US ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, earlier on sent a message to the opposition groups, primarily the non-Pahlavi opposition groups. So all those who are not currently behind the Crown Prince, saying there is a number of groups out there. This is a time to unite. They would be wise to unite and present a viable option. But the regime has been trying to make sure that doesn't happen for so many years. And that's why they massacred so many of their people. So one of the main reasons, the way Mike Waltz talked about this, was to send a couple of messages. A couple of points. One, America has been watching what's going on in Iran and outside. We know exactly how the regime have been operating. Don't think that we don't know. Don't think we haven't done our homework. This is not 2003 Iraq with George W. Bush. We know exactly what's happening. We are even aware that the Islamic Republic have been trying their best over the last few decades to keep Iranians divided. But we can see that the Iranians are finally united, especially inside Iran. They've only been chanting one name, Reza Pahlavi. And so the message tonight from the American leadership is the rest of the opposition groups, it's time to unite. Now, of course, I hope that that doesn't necessarily include the MEK, because anybody else could unite, but not the MEK, because they are the enemy and they were the splinter group from the Islamic Revolution. We don't need them, and there's only like 12 of them anyway. It doesn't really matter. But the rest of the leadership, the rest of the opposition are already uniting behind the Crown Prince anyway. It's been going on slowly for the past couple of years, definitely the last year or so. But in terms of the other side, because it's not just the Americans, we also have the Israelis, and the Prime Minister in Israel sent a very robust message, because according to the Israeli intelligence, the possibility of a preemptive attack by Tehran on Israel is actually becoming more likely than ever before. Until now, even I've been saying I can't see a scenario where the Islamic regime are stupid enough to do a preemptive attack. I also said that that is the most logical option for them, but I'm not really sure if they do go with logic. The reason for that is because if they know that the Americans and the Israelis are coming in, it's best to have the upper hand, because they really care about damaging Tel Aviv and other places in Israel, so you have to hit first. But I didn't really think that they would be brave enough to do it. According to the Prime Minister in Israel, the intelligence suggests that that could actually happen. So he said, if the Ayatollahs make a mistake and attack us, they will experience a response that they cannot even imagine. Let's go to Bibi.
הגדולה ארצות הברית, הבהרתי לידידי הנשיא טראמפ את העקרונות שלדעת ישראל צריכים להנחות כל משא ומתן עם איראן. אנחנו ערוכים לכל תרחיש. ודבר אחד בטוח, אם האייתולות יטעו ויתקפו אותנו, הם יחוו תגובה שהם אפילו לא יכולים להעלות בדעתם.
Although the auto translation didn't spell Ayatollah properly, but that happens. But more is coming from the White House, which makes you wonder that they already have their plan anyway, and they're not releasing all the details, because you don't do that in any conflicts, in any sort of military operation. But they are basically self-leaking some of it to create, to do expectation management, basically, which I'll get to in a second. Kemal says, Tuk Tuk and Greta Thunberg, the world's biggest diva, I don't know why. How are these events still flying? Oh, the Phantoms. There are not many of them left, by the way. Naftali Bennett exposed Tuk Tuk's lies. It's irrelevant to the topic. Once Iran's missiles are gone, they are finished. Yeah, but these are the biggest, that's the biggest threat. It's not the drone, it's not anything else, not the fighter jets, they can't even fly them. It's mostly the ballistic missiles. If you destroy the launchers, then they are completely gone. And the leadership will find out, and they will go into hiding, or they will leave the country. It shouldn't take that long. But obviously, the finding the locations, which I'm assuming the last few weeks, that's been the job of the intelligence, both the Americans and the Israelis, that they should now be monitoring everything on the ground. Now, let's talk about the self-leak by the White House. The Trump administration have now told the Wall Street Journal that President Trump is now weighing up an initial limited military strike on Iran to force them. This is the first step that they say that would be designed to pressure Tehran. But if it falls short, a full-scale attack would happen if the Islamic Republic retaliates. So I now kind of feel sorry for the Islamic regime, because the reason for this is because they've already said that, and they should technically say, from their perspective, if they get attacked, they're going to have to retaliate, right? That's normal, right? It doesn't matter how evil they are. President Trump basically says, so what we're going to do first, we're going to do a few strikes, and we need you to just stay quiet and just take it for no reason, right? Just take it. If you retaliate, then we're going to come and invade. Obviously, they're going to retaliate. They're not going to just stay quiet. The White House says the opening assault, which if authorized, could come within days. It would target a few military and government buildings. People familiar with the information that's been suggested, they do know exactly what the targets will be. Well, of course, the public will not be told. If the Islamic Republic still refuse after they lose their military sites and government buildings, not really sure why they should, well, they should just surrender for no reason. And if they refuse to comply with President Trump, and his directive will be to end the regime. There will be a broad campaign against all facilities and toppling the leadership, the supreme leader of Iran. So they basically said, until now, we've been saying, we are going to take action, we're going to take action. But here's some sort of teaser of what we mean when we say we're going to take military action. So we're going to hit you. You should just not do anything. And then obviously die. But if you try not to die, then we're going to kill you. It's a lose-lose scenario. So obviously, if I were the Islamic Republic, I would sit down and say, we're going to have to hit Israel now. We're going to have to. There's no other option. We're going to also have to try to target, although to be fair, I think if I were the Islamic Republic, I wouldn't say we need to hit Israel and the US bases. I would say just hit Israel, not the US bases. Because if you also hit the US bases, basically you have to multitask. Also, you'll be much more vulnerable because you don't have to just deal with the Israelis retaliating. You also have to deal with the Americans. They are cornered. They are fully cornered. They are fully trapped. And we're not really sure exactly what they will choose to do. Earlier today, we also got some information from neighboring countries. As you guys know, Armenia and Azerbaijan have been the hotspot over the last few weeks. Of course, the two countries that don't necessarily like each other. Somehow, President Trump decided to have a conversation with both of them and make both of them to have a conversation with each other. Suddenly, both Azerbaijan and Armenia, that are right on top of Iran, right next door, border, are now military hubs for the United States. So they can easily penetrate the Iranian territory without worrying about the Arabs. Genius move. But earlier today, a car exploded outside the US Embassy in Armenia. Now, the emergency crew obviously got there, and the authorities are still investigating the incident. We're not sure if this is just a coincidence, but people did say that this was not a fault. This was an actual explosion. There was some sort of explosive device inside, but what we're not sure is why that exploded in the middle of the road, just outside the embassy, but in the middle of the road. If this were deliberate, if it was, then obviously that means that it probably exploded before it was supposed to, because the Islamic Republic don't necessarily do let's send them a message sort of thing. That's usually the tactics done by Israel, for example. Send a message first. The Islamic Republic are not really that clever to do that. If they want to hit you, they will try to hit you. Most of the time they fail, they miss the targets, but they will. That doesn't seem to be some sort of message, because people would try to analyze saying, well, yeah, because Armenia and Azerbaijan have basically surrendered to the American empire, then, yeah, the Islamic Republic did that. They didn't want to hit anything. They just wanted to send a message. Yeah, that just looks embarrassing. That looks like something gone wrong. If you want to send a message, you probably get the car to be closer to the gates of the embassy, but still try to make sure not to injure anybody else. I'm assuming if this was on purpose, then the whole thing just exploded on its own before it was supposed to. Now, we have more information about the crash of the Phantom. Oh my God, I still can't believe they're using the F4 Phantom jets. It's 2026 for the record, but apparently not in Iran anymore. It's still the 1970s. We have a video now from the site of the crash, which we can show you from Hamadan in Iran. I mean, you can barely see it, but I just about saw some sort of ambulance or whatever it was. The fact that they are crashing before the war has even started, the fact that this happened during a training. I mean, yeah. If I were the enemies of the Islamic Republic, I would be absolutely terrified. They are also not too quiet about diplomacy, in case you don't know. Tehran have gone to cry to the United Nations and beg them for help. But what they've done is they decided to bark like a crazy dog instead. So this is a letter that has been sent to the United Nations Secretary General, essentially saying that if Iran is attacked, all bases, facilities, and assets of the hostile force in the region, the Americans, would constitute legitimate targets in the context of Iran's defensive response. The United States would bear full and direct responsibility for any unpredictable and uncontrolled consequences. Okay. This doesn't really do anything because, again, in defense of the Islamic Republic, they don't really have any power to go and influence the Security Council at the UN. So this is the best they can do. Just write a letter with very, very boring design and branding. The header, that is not good. That is terrible. That is very 1997. But okay, that's the header they decided to use. But we also have more videos from inside Iran. The memorials continue, and there is a video from a memorial of Ali Faraji. His father made a speech, and he said that he used to be he's a veteran, he's an army veteran. He used to be in the IRGC or Sepah back in the day when he was young. And he said, I only want to say this, that I was part of the IRGC, I was a war veteran, and if they could do this to my child, then basically they could do much worse to everybody else. And he sent a message to everybody in Iran, just keep going till the end. Let's go, with English subtitles.
فقط میخوام اینو بگم من اینکه یه سپاهی بودم یه جانباز بودم این بلا رو سر بچه‌م آوردن تا آخر خط رو برین دیگه بدین شیشه ممنونم از جناب آقای فرجی عزیز
Yeah, essentially, the people started chanting "honorable, honorable," obviously addressing the father, and then they said that this beautiful soul who sacrificed his life, sacrificed it for the homeland, for Iran. Summer reaction, Trump won't act during the Olympics. You're a nutter, Philip. Happy Ramadan holidays. Yes, happy Ramadan to everybody as well. During Ramadan for the month, you have to eat a lot of bacon and drink a lot of beer. Did you hear Trump makes what? Freedom.gov to allow the UK to bypass any internet blocks. Another kick to Keir. Yes, so that was an embarrassing moment for Keir Starmer's government. The Americans are basically helping people in Britain to have freedom online. It's like when Elon Musk sent Starlink to Iranians in Iran to fight against online censorship. President Trump is also creating a new platform online for people in Britain to fight against censorship. Yeah, so Iran, the UK, almost in the same boat. We also have more bad news, unfortunately, for the Islamic leadership of Iran, because it's been another whoopsie day. Yes, the currency, the Iranian rial, has now completely collapsed. Now, the initial fall was obviously the trigger for the uprising. Initial started with the protest in Tehran downtown with the merchants and business people, but we can now confirm that $735 is now worth 1 billion in Iran. 1 billion. Now, I can't even imagine. But that also means that everything will have to start from scratch. The moment the leadership collapses, Iran will be a blank canvas and they can rebuild it, and they won't have to have any ties or any connections with the past, which is the current regime right now. Let's quickly also go to flight radar and the live map from the region. I'm going to get some reaction. What is this? There's a fat old rat living under my garden shed. I've named him Ali, as in Khamenei. Thanks for all you do, Josh. Well, have you checked? Might still be Ali. Total air dominance will be implemented. Game over. Yeah, the Americans have so many refueling tankers in the region right now, then they can control the skies of Iran for the next year if they want to. The Israeli Air Force managed to do it for 12 days straight, and that was with the Israeli capacity. Now, Israel is a small country. The Americans, it's slightly larger, and the military in the US, slightly larger. So, yeah, don't mess with the US. Pray for American servicemen, innocence and victory, absolutely. We have faith in the brilliant Americans. They are professional, and they will be very smooth in this operation. One of the biggest things that I did mention last time as well, when the American servicemen and women were put at risk, was in places where the Americans were forced to stay, whether it was Afghanistan or Iraq, because Afghanistan itself was always a desert. It was a mess anyway before the war and after the war. Iraq became a mess because the Americans didn't do their homework in 2003. They didn't even check to find out about the split between the Shias and the Muslims. The Iraqis celebrated the fall of Saddam. Thank you, America. We love you. Then 2 days later, they started shooting at each other. And the Americans were confused, like, what is going on here? So they were like, well, we have to stay here. And that made it dangerous for a lot of the American soldiers because their bases kept getting attacked. When American boots were on the ground for a long time, yes, there were a lot of terrorist attacks. And that's the only situation where the American soldiers could be at risk. Because the rest of it, during the actual operation against weak regimes, whether it's Iraq or the Taliban or the Islamic Republic, they are very smooth. They are very good. They did the same thing in Venezuela. They know. Go in, take care of it, get out, go back home, have lunch. But if you're forcing them to stay, then of course bad things happen. And many have lost their lives in Iraq and Afghanistan that way. But the good news is you don't have to do that in Iran. There's no need for the Americans to have boots on the ground and stay around to put themselves at risk. You don't have to do that. Just take care of the regime, and people will take care of their own country. Sorry, I just missed that. They are still flying because my dad worked on them. Oh, the Phantoms. When they were at Hill Air Force Base in Utah. The F Force. What is done to protect the civilians during the attack? Are they able to leave the cities? Yeah, I mean, they have enough time now. People in Iran, and I've been speaking to some people in Iran, they're all preparing their backup plan. So obviously, at the moment they know things are about to happen, they should be evacuating, and they have enough time to obviously get their plans sorted. It's not an immediate sort of thing. The 12-day war, it seemed like a bit of a surprise for people in Iran. They were like, oh no, what's going on? But the Israelis were also good at obviously doing targeted attacks. The difference is this time round, obviously both the Americans and the Israelis will still try to do targeted attacks, hit the government buildings and the military bases. But because these bases are still in cities, there will still be nearby buildings, residential buildings. So if you're there, you simply move away. That's all what you have to do. The Americans are not going to drop bombs on a random street. That's not really how the Americans operate. So everything's going to be targeted. As long as you're not near the bases or the government buildings, you should be fine. But it's always safer to just go to the countryside. Again, not too close to nuclear sites. Stay away from that. But it's war. Tommy Robinson landed in the US. You come too. Yes, I did hear Tommy got to DC. God bless you, Maya, and your beloved wife and family. Thank you very much for all you do, and hello from northern Utah. Wait, are you the same person? Why is everybody watching from Utah? Actually, well, no, the other one, I think his dad was working in Utah. Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. Free the Iranian people, and God bless the US. Rah, cries Khamenei, if Trump attacks us and we retaliate, my regime will be destroyed. What am I to do? Surrender. He's not going to surrender. I'm haunted by the IRGC putting chemicals in schools to make children sick. Iran was a free society, and now this is what they are dealing with. Horrifying. It's time to free Iran. Javid Shah. Also, all these kids who are getting kidnapped at universities. It's been haunting, of course. It's been disgusting, but it's been going on for decades. Uncontrolled consequences equals missiles we send that may or may not work. Let's not forget, by the way, the missiles that they launched towards Israel. What was it? 85%, something like that. They were intercepted anyway, something like that, right? 80 to 90% were intercepted, right? And the ones that hit, aside, the few that hit, it did hit Tel Aviv, residential area. It hit good. From the perspective of the IRGC, that was surprisingly not bad. But they had to waste so many because not only the majority were intercepted by the Arrow system, but there were also some of them that were intercepted by the Arabs, Saudi Arabia and Jordan. The rest of them hit other countries. You had missiles hitting Iraq and Syria, and everybody was confused. People in Iraq were like, are we under attack? No, it's just the IRGC can't aim. These are the guys who've been training the Houthis in Yemen. And that's why every time the Houthis try to hit Israel, they hit Egypt for some reason. Unless this is the secret agenda. We don't actually hate the Jews, we hate Egypt. That caused a battery exploding and still venting, in my opinion. But yeah, the authorities didn't say that in Armenia. The negotiations are for domestic politics. When Trump was about to strike, polling showed 70% of the US were against it. He needs a reason to sell it. Yeah, he needs to create legitimacy. That we have no other option because there is an imminent threat from Tehran. That's why he's doing it. He's doing a different approach to what George W. Bush and Tony Blair did in Iraq. The problem with those two idiots was that, again, it's hindsight. They took a whole different method. They decided to say from day one, before they even invaded Iraq, they said, we want regime change, right? They already decided we want regime change. And then they said they sent Blair around to basically sell the idea of the war to the Brits, to the Americans, and the rest of the world. Now, Blair did his best, but they had to use some dirty tactics, which was a little bit immoral and not good. You don't do that. And eventually, he basically got the international coalition and the United Nations because they lied. President Trump is not doing that. President Trump didn't start with regime change. Now, I'm going to have to beg and sell my idea to the world. He's already leading the narrative, and he's basically forcing the Islamic Republic to be seen as the imminent threat. Saddam was just sitting at home. He wasn't responding. And obviously, the Americans and the Brits were going around saying, he's going to attack us with nuke. That was a whole different approach. And of course, President Trump has learned from that. He was very much against that. But this is a threat against the Americans directly. The Islamic Republic has been killing Americans, has been kidnapping Americans for the past 47 years. And the threat continues because Khamenei keeps saying every single day, we want to destroy America. Now, they can't destroy America. This is a direct war between America and the Islamic Republic, but they can still damage the Americans. And they can obviously sponsor terror around the world to harm Americans. President Trump knows that, so he just needs to get the Islamic Republic to admit to the rest of the world. And Khamenei has been stupid over the last few days. He keeps saying it. He keeps confirming that, yes, I'm going to kill Trump. Like, yeah, you're just making it easy now. So as opposed to when Blair had to convince the world that, trust me, Saddam is about to hit us with nuke, and everyone was like, are you sure? This time around, you don't need to do that because the threat is already there. Thank you for the constant coverage of the news on Iran, Maya. Long live a free Iran. Javid Shah sending love from Israel. Thank you. When the Shah starts the new Royal Iranian Republic government, why on earth would he start a Royal Republic? That is an oxymoron. It's like saying, I'm a socialist capitalist. Will they use the US dollar as currency, replacing the worthless old IRGC? No, that's not how it works with currencies. Each country have their own currency, apart from the European Union, because they are slaves. You still have your own currency. You just fix your currency to make it better. That's how it works with monetary systems. But also, you can't have royal and republic in the same system. That makes absolutely no sense. You either have republic or you'll have monarchy, which will be ideally constitutional monarchy with parliamentary democracy. Yeah, if you have a republic, you can't have a king. Doesn't really work. So yeah, they won't have to have. You can't have dollar. That would just mean Iran is now America. That is a terrible idea. And 200 F4s were shot down in Vietnam. What old tech? It's old tech. This is more like Kuwait. Well, that was a whole different thing. The operation also looked different. Anyway, where I was at the airport in 91, there is a ready charter coordinates leadership. Many Americans are skittish. They only know the post 9/11 misadventure. Yeah, on that issue, yes. In terms of the liberation and pushing out Saddam, yes. And in terms of what comes next, you also had Liberia in 2003. You had a number of other countries where there was already the alternative or the old system or the opposition in place to take over. Some nutter says, of course you can have dollar system. What the F? You do a dollar system is very different to changing your currency to the dollar. Essentially, most of the world operates based on the dollar system. If you want to call it the dollar system. Yeah. And I'm still very much in favor of that. If we moved on from the gold standards, I'd rather have this than the digital currencies that are being proposed by Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin as part of BRICS. Because BRICS was supposed to be fighting against the dollar by doing decentralization of currency. But then they decided, oh, it's not a good idea. Let's also do a centralized currency model like the dollar, but we'll do it central bank digital currency. That's going to go well, Xi Jinping. Yeah. But yes, everything should be based on the dollar because the dollar empire still is supreme, unless you want to bring back the gold standards, you know. Yeah, you don't really want to, you don't need to change the currency of the country because that just means that Iran will be part of America. There's no need for that. Do you notice how we are building up your cash reserves here? Hopefully you are using it for your travel and future safety concerns. Restaurants, yeah, this doesn't really go to my pocket, unfortunately. Well, half of it goes to YouTube. The other half goes to our 2CTV team that are helping me. My dad was exiled in 1979 and settled in Texas. I've just retired from the US military, but I want to go back. Thank you, Tusi, for the updates. Prayers for my family in Iran. Thank you so much, Texas Shajari. Irrational regime gets corruption. They are not necessarily... The thing about delusion is... oh my God, look at... Someone says, this channel is an echo chamber, not news. You do realize, hang on, I'll get back to that comment. The news part, or news or not news part, is this, what you're seeing, right? What you're referring to, echo chamber or not echo chamber, is the live chat and the comment section. It's a public platform. Anybody could access YouTube, right? That's not really in my control. That's up to you guys, whether you want to create an echo chamber or not. The news part, or not news, is this. That's up to me. I'm not in charge of the live chats. But also considering that we have so many people right now in the live chat attacking me, attacking the Jews, attacking Reza Pahlavi, attacking Iranians, and attacking America and the dollar, I'm not really sure you can call that an echo chamber. We also have a lot of trolls. So I don't think you know what echo chamber means. Yeah. But yeah, in the irrational regime, when it comes to delusion getting peak delusion, the issue with that is that you're no longer lying to the rest of the world. The regime in Iran, they're not just doing propaganda. They've lied so much to themselves that they believe their own lies. See? Doogie, whatever his name is, says fake news. See? He doesn't agree. That means it's not an echo chamber. He's retarded, but he proves my point that this is not an echo chamber. Anyway, from the river to the sea, Iran will be free. Ali will be sharing a cell with Mandelson. Ooh. I feel sorry for Khomeini. He's going to get touched by Peter Mandelson. We should do bets. How long it will take for the US, Israel to achieve air superiority over Iran versus last June? I would say 15 minutes. I would say instantly. They would just go in. Somebody says in the live chat, why don't you have moderators? Because I do not believe in moderation. I believe in a free speech supremacy. I'm a free speech absolutist. And anybody should be able to say whatever they want. Obviously, if you commit a crime, if you incite violence, then you're going to be in trouble with the police. But that's why this is the only channel that we don't believe in moderators. Say whatever you want to say. If your feelings are hurt, there is a button you could press on the usernames and you could block them. See? It's called self-serving. It's basically like a buffet of hate comments. And to see what's happening with the small Jewish community there in Iran, I haven't seen anything IGN of them since this started. Love you. We don't really see or hear much from them in general, even months ago, years ago, decades ago. They're just keeping quiet. Most of them have left anyway, but yeah, there's not much to report from that. You should tell people how YouTube takes 30% of these donations and how to donate better with less taxation. Just saying PayPal as such. No, we don't believe in donations either. What we believe in on 2CTV is free market capitalism. I don't want to take your money because that's a terrible, terrible idea. I believe in giving something back. And the best way to do that is for you to become a member of 2CTV Plus. That's not the joint button you see on YouTube. That's not controlled by us. That's YouTube and Google. You go directly on 2c.tv or just scan the QR code. 2c.tv, you get full access to our premium content, interviews, documentaries, chat forum, obviously the exclusive chat forum that we have, our private Discord server. If you want to talk to like-minded people throughout the day, do that. Obviously, that's different to the live chat on YouTube. This whole 2CTV Plus thing is different to YouTube. It's the full access to the whole streaming platform. You can also download the 2CTV app. If you're using it on your phone, the best thing is the app. If you're on a computer, use the browser, 2c.tv. Become a member there, and of course, you will be supporting our team, and you get something out of it. because this is not a charity. I am not Hamas. I'm much worse than that. But yes, John is right. Yeah, YouTube does take 30%. It's free market. There are more of us. Oh my God, people from Utah. How many of you are from Utah watching than you think? It's like I'm being watched by Utah. Slightly scared. Is Amazon missile delivery finished? I think, but there's still some fighter jets left that are on their way to the Middle East. Troll in the chat. Yeah, there's like 5 million of them right now. 10-15 days time frame, including, yeah, I mean, that's the technical deadline, but anything could happen before that. According to the White House, limited airstrike could start within days. Echo chamber, are you all happy about Iran getting freed? Hell no. And money talks. America is the best. America is back. Eat it. Someone is not all that smart. Is it one of the trolls? Probably. That comeback. Which comeback? I got a lot of good comebacks. I was going to make it dirty, but it's only Thursday. I'll make it dirty on Friday. Just like the US military will do on Khamenei's bunker. Yeah, I think the car bomber in Armenia forgot to change the tone zone on the time zone on the timer. 6 Emirati planes to US over Iran on a flight radar. Yeah, we got the live feed for you guys on the screen. Mr. Tusi, are you wearing new aftershave? Is it Burn Dead Armani? Not bad. Not bad. Come on, guys. Anyway, oh my God, we got so many Americans. Ohio. We got another Utah. Michigan. Wow. Manchester. But is that UK Manchester or the US Manchester? Also, Americans keep stealing the British names. It's so bad. Anyway, let's find out what is going to happen in the next few days and if Khamenei will continue to F around to find out. So as I said, don't forget, if you want to support the channel, become a member of 2CTV Plus today. If you join as an annual member, you will get 1 month free. Go to 2C.tv or scan the QR code. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya 2C, and we are the media.
Okay. Let's go back to President Trump's speech today at the White House with the Board of Peace, because I want to finish watching that. Because there's a lot of good information that's happening there. And in terms of like rumors or news or whatever, I'm keeping an eye on things. So, I mean, if something comes up, I'll let you guys know. You guys are also fantastic. So if you hear something, if it's verified, let me know, but include like the link. Include the link to what you're seeing in the YouTube live chat, okay?
Because I would come back and you would say to me on every trip, what can I do for you? This matters. And you were an inspiration for all of us. So I thank everybody. And let me get on to, am I going on to the next slide?
Sure.
Caroline?
Sure.
Okay. So with regard to the hostages, we're here today. Again, I say it, I know it sounds redundant, but we're here today because of President Trump. Without him, none of this was possible. There were 251 hostages, 100.
Oh. Sorry, not sure what happened there. Let me reshare the screen.
And remember their loved ones like in a normal way, in a way that brought their families together. So that was just as important. This was a monumental effort, and I want to tell a story about the president. Every time a hostage family came to visit with us, they were not on the president's schedule. I would walk down to the Oval Office. I would tell the president that there was a hostage family here, and he would say, Steve, bring them up. every single time. And when we got the last 20 out, we had a celebration at the White House, and I could see the emotion on the president's face. And he came up to me and he said to me, I have to tell you, this is my 5th year in the Oval Office, and I don't know that I've ever had a more special time than this moment with these people, seeing them come home. And I said to the president, you have to look around because none of them would be home without you, sir. None of them. So I only want to tell you, Mr. President, you gave me my greatest honor to work on this effort, and I thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Now you're going to hear directly from the team that has been tasked with implementing President Trump's 20-point plan for Gaza, beginning with our ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President, Excellencies. First, let me wish everyone a happy and prayerful Ramadan. Thank you so much for joining all of us today. Mr. President, Excellencies, bottom line, humanitarian aid has absolutely surged.
A happy and
since the Gaza war
prayerful
ended.
Ramadan?
Our Central Command, our great military, is working together with Israel, with the UN, so many
What's a
countries
happy?
here to
What's a
coordinate the aid
prayerful
to make sure
Ramadan?
there's deconfliction. Over 70 countries now are participating in our Civil Military Command Center, and here are the results. Aid is up. 4,200 aid trucks have entered Gaza each week for 13 consecutive weeks, the longest stretch of high-volume assistance to Gaza in years. Diversion is down significantly from prior to the ceasefire, with less than 1% diverted this month. Food supplies are way up. We are reaching the full 2.1 million Gazans with aid, up 5 times from the delivery levels before the ceasefire. The percentage of households experiencing severe hunger has dropped from about 30% to down to 1%. As of this past February, drinking water has doubled and child malnutrition has been cut in half. If we could go to the next slide. Mr. President, only under your leadership and this great team could we bring together the United States, Israel, Egypt, Jordan, the UAE, the United Nations agencies. Mr. President, bottom line, like you, this is a board of action, not a board of endless talk or speeches, and these results are a true testament to your leadership and the leadership of this great team. We are saving lives, and it's an honor to be a part of it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. Ali Shai.
It is my honor to be here representing the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. Thank you, President Trump, for your leadership, for your continued efforts. A new governing authority is now in place for Gaza, with a clear mandate and a clear commitment to establishing development and stability. However, we are operating in extremely difficult conditions. Large parts of Gaza Strip are severely damaged, destroyed actually. Humanitarian needs.
Yeah, and who destroyed it? Who destroyed it? Who destroyed it? Who's responsible for starting the war? You guys went Allahu Akbar, Durka Jihad, murdered over 1,200 innocent Israelis, and then you celebrate it. And now you're like, oh, large parts of Gaza have been destroyed. Good. خوبتون شد. I'm glad that large parts of Gaza were destroyed. They should have destroyed the entire thing, if that's my opinion. Bunch of terrorists.
Are acute. Law and order remain fragile. This is not normal operating environment, President, which is precisely why discipline and prioritization matter. Our priorities therefore, are defined into 4 categories. First, restore security via professional civilian police under one authority, one law, and one weapon, including training and developing 5,000 Gazan police to be deployed in 60 days. Secondly, revive economic activities and livelihoods, creating decent jobs, especially for our young population. Thirdly, ensure sustainable emergency relief as described earlier. Fourthly, restore basic services, including electricity, water, health, and education. And last but not least, is access and movement. Our mandate is simple, President. Step by step, to build the foundation for lasting peace, dignity, and prosperity for the people of Gaza. And this is where we count on your continued leadership and support. Blessed the peacemaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Nick Mladenov.
Thank you, Caroline, and thank you, Mr. President. Today, we're very happy to announce that we're creating the Office of the High Representative for Gaza of the Board of Peace, which will be there to support, to guide, and assist the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, hopefully removing the roadblocks that they will be facing in taking over civilian and administrative control of the Gaza Strip. We plan to work in full transparency under the guidelines of and supervision of the Board of Peace and the Executive Board. And of course, we will do that in great coordination with the Israel and with the Palestinian institutions, who we both require to make this work on the ground. And certainly with my very good colleague here, General Jefferson, the International Stabilization Force that is coming together. Mr. President, if I can actually use the opportunity to announce some breaking news that as of this morning, we started the process of recruiting Palestinian police force that Ali was just referring to. And just in the first few hours, we have 2,000.
Wait, someone in the chat had a really good comment. Yes, actually, I am very well aware of what Yasser Arafat and the PLO did to Lebanon. In fact, before the Iranian revolution started, my whole channel was about exposing jihad and Islamic terrorism. And I actually had a number of podcasts and live streams and episode about the Lebanese civil war. We would play interviews with Bridget Gabriel, and we would really dive into it, and we were exposing the savagery of the Palestinians and how the Palestinians also contributed to the disaster that has become Lebanon today. So, yeah. Exactly. See, Omid knows this is literally my bread and butter, because I was exposing jihad. I was exposing Islamic jihad and terrorists all around the world, not just about Iran. But, of course, because now we're in the middle of the Iranian revolution, I'm focusing more on Iran. But this is what my channel was all about prior to the Iranian revolution starting.
People who have applied to join a new transitional Palestinian police force to be formed in Gaza under the authority of the National Committee with
something. Aw, Ellie. So, I'm assuming you're probably Lebanese. If you are, we love you. We Iranians, we love Lebanese people. And I just also, I've said this before, but I just want to clarify. So, Iranians have a chant. They say, Na Ghaze, na Lubnan, janam fadai Iran, which means no to Gaza, no to Lebanon, my life for Iran. However, I've always said, when Iranians say Lebanon, they actually mean Hezbollah, right? So they're referring to the Hezbollah terrorists because Hezbollah is 100% funded by the Islamic regime. And Iranians and Lebanese people, and by Lebanese, I mean the authentic, original Lebanese, right? We're not talking about the Hezbollah or the Palestinians who've invaded your country. Iranians and Lebanese, the original indigenous Lebanese, have a lot in common. like our culture is very similar in many ways. Of course, Lebanon was a beautiful country. Beirut was the Paris of the Middle East, and so I know I don't speak a lot about Lebanon these days. However, I have mentioned, and I'm happy to say it again, what's happening in occupied Iran right now is actually very good for Lebanon, because when Iran is free from the Islamic regime, that's also going to free Lebanon, right? Because Lebanon is occupied by Hezbollah, and Hezbollah are basically like, Arab terrorists who are 100% funded by the Islamic regime. So all of us, like what's happening in occupied Iran is good for everyone in the Middle East, regardless of like which country you are, whether you're Iranian or, Arab or Assyrian or, you're Maronite or, whatever, regardless of religion, right? Because all of us in the Middle East, we're fighting Islamic colonization, right? So, and the head of the snake is the Islamic regime that's occupying Iran. So, I cannot wait. I cannot wait until Iran is free, because that's going to mean that Lebanon will also be free. And I have so many like amazing Lebanese friends. I cannot wait to visit Lebanon and experience like proper, Lebanese culture, especially like Christian Lebanese culture, right? So yeah, like I pray for Lebanon all the time. So yeah, like and just keep that in mind when Iranians talk about like, Lebanon, they're referring to Hezbollah. It's just in the slogans, it's just like, because of the way like the poetry works, it's just, they say Lobnan, but like they say Lobnan instead of Hezbollah. But what they actually mean is Hezbollah, because we have no enmity with Lebanon. We actually love Lebanese people. And yeah, like the fight that's happening in Iran right now, it's not just about Iran, it's about everyone in the Middle East. It's about people in Yemen who are being occupied by the Houthis. It's about people in Iraq who are being occupied and terrorized by the Iraqi terrorist militias that are funded by the Islamic regime, right? It's, of course, Lebanon, Yemen, Afghanistan, Iraq, even Gaza, right? Because all these like terrorist groups in Gaza are funded by the Islamic regime, right? So yeah, we're on the same side. And I cannot wait until Lebanon is free. I cannot wait to visit Lebanon. I've heard amazing things. And yeah, we're both of our countries, and of course many other countries have been occupied by these Islamic terrorists, right? And they've destroyed and ruined all of our cultures. But we're fighting back, and we will be victorious.
The support of the Board of Peace, trained in Egypt, where we have received an excellent proposal of how to do that forward. And this is critical to what we need to do as we begin this process. And if we may move to the second slide. It is this Palestinian security force, under the authority of the National Committee for the Transition Period, that will allow us to ensure that all factions in Gaza are dismantled and all weapons are put under the control of one civilian authority. The only way to do that is the full implementation of the 20-point plan in the UN Security Council resolution, which binds us all to make sure that that is the way forward. We have now a fully agreed framework with the mediators on how to do this. And I thank very much the state of Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey for their excellent support in this. We now need to move forward on communicating it and negotiating the details of the implementation plan with the factions on the ground. But rest assured to all of you that we're on the right track. And if I can ask one thing of all of us, is to make sure that we have one message. There is no other option except the full demilitarization and decommissioning of all weapons in Gaza for reconstruction to begin and for people to have a new way of life going forward. Thank you.
Who was that? I agree with him. Wait, who
Thank
was
you,
that?
Megan. Congratulations. Now, Major General Jasper
MG Jeffers.
Thank you, Caroline, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here today as the ISF commander. The ISF will do two things: stabilize the security environment in Gaza and enable civilian governance as established by the National Committee. For the last few months, we've had a team on the ground of U.S. military experts preparing the infrastructure for the ISF. This team's already operating from a combined joint operations center that's going to be the headquarters for the entire ISF. As you can see on our map, our plan is for the ISF to be assigned in 5 different sectors, each sector receiving 1 ISF brigade. In the short term, we plan to deploy to the Rafah sector first. In addition to the
Yeah, Canada was disinvited because Mark Carney for some weird reason thought that he could like challenge President Trump, and so President Trump disinvited Canada from the Board of Peace, which is incredibly shameful, right? Yeah, like I honestly don't recognize Canadian foreign policy anymore because Mark Carney prefers to, bend over for Qatar and China than to actually like work on establishing proper relations with the United States. The United States is supposed to be our biggest ally, and yet Mark Carney is bending over for China and Qatar. Very shameful. So I don't see Canada joining the Board of Peace until, I don't know, man, until Mark Carney either amends his ways, which he probably won't, or, we have an election and, the Conservatives come into power.
Training of police. Midterm objective is to continue to expand sector by sector, all moving to our long-term 12,000 police and 20,000 ISF soldiers. I'm incredibly pleased to announce today that the first 5 countries have committed troops to serve in the ISF. Indonesia.
I like this guy. He looks very no-nonsense, right? Like he's like a decorated
and Albania.
general.
The 2 countries have committed to train police.
And he's like a
Egypt and
no-nonsense
Jordan.
person.
I would also like to announce that I have offered and Indonesia has accepted the position of deputy commander for the ISF. With these first steps, we will help bring the security that Gaza needs for our future prosperity and enduring peace. Thank you.
Oh my God, guys. Okay. How do I put this? So, there is an element of racism when it comes to Muslims, right? So, there's Muslims from the Middle East who are ethnically Arab, and then there are other Muslims, right? The Muslims from societies that have been colonized, let's say. For example, Indonesia, because Indonesia is not originally Muslim. Indonesia was colonized, right? So Indonesians are not ethnically Arab. Indonesians, even though they're Muslim, they still have their own culture. They have their own identity. And like Indonesian Muslims are, they're pretty chill. Indonesian Muslims are pretty chill because they have their own pre-Islamic Indonesian identity to kind of like balance out the, Durka, Allahu Akbar, jihad nonsense. However, because of this sort of inherent racism within Middle Eastern culture, when it comes to, Arab society, the Arabs, they look down upon, and guys, like, I'm not being insulting. This is literally the truth. Like, I'm exposing the truth. Okay, so I'm not trying to be insulting or talk down. This is the unspoken truth in the Middle East that everyone knows about. Okay, so the Arabs look down upon anyone who's not an Arab. That's why, for example, in Qatar, in Qatar, you have a slave trade, right? You basically have slaves in Qatar because if you're not an Arab Muslim, you're not viewed as equal, right? So there's a lot of, Muslims who go there, whether they're Indonesian or, South Asian or, black Muslims from Africa or anywhere else, right? They go there and they're basically treated like slaves because they're looked down upon. It's just, look up slavery in the Middle East. Look up slavery in Qatar. Look up slavery in like Saudi Arabia. Like just look it up. Look it up. I'm not making this up. So all that to say, the fact that President most Lebanese consider themselves Phoenician or Maronite. So not just Phoenician, but there's also Maronite. Yeah. Guys, Lebanese people are not ethnically Arab. The ethnic Arabs come from Saudi Arabia. So the Saudi, like the Arabian Peninsula, right? So think of like Saudi Arabia, think of like Yemen, like those areas, right? So there, like those are where the original ethnic Arabs come from. Lebanese people are not ethnically Arab. Lebanese people are Phoenician or Maronite, right? Similar to like, Assyrians or Druze or, whatever the case might be. Like there are a lot of various like ethnicities in the Middle East. So yeah. So where was I? Oh yeah. So with all these like, racial tensions, it's very interesting. It's very interesting that President Trump chose Indonesia to be, what was it, like the second in command or something, right? Because Indonesia is still a Muslim country, but Indonesia is looked down upon by like the original Arabs, let's say, right? Original Muslims, whatever. So that's why I'm laughing, because anyone from the Middle East, like, guys, if you're from the Middle East, you get what I'm talking about, right? Like, you see what President Trump is doing here. By putting Indonesia in a position of power when it comes to Gaza, President Trump is basically sending a signal to all of the other like Arab Middle Eastern countries that, yeah, we don't trust you. We're going to bring in the Indonesian Muslims, right? That is a big political nuance that a lot of people won't get, right? Guys, like that's Wait, where are we? Look at this. Listen.
For the last few months, we've had a team on the ground of U.S. military experts preparing the infrastructure for the ISF. This team's already operating from a combined joint operations center that's going to be the headquarters for the entire ISF. As you can see on our map, our plan is for the ISF to be assigned in 5 different sectors, each sector receiving 1 ISF brigade. In the short term, we plan to deploy to the Rafah sector first, in addition to the training of police. Midterm objective is to continue to expand sector by sector, all moving to our long-term 12,000 police and 20,000 ISF soldiers. I'm incredibly pleased to announce today that the first 5 countries have committed troops to serve in the ISF: Indonesia, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Kosovo, and Albania. The 2 countries.
Did you notice? Not a single Muslim Middle Eastern country. So the troops are all coming from Muslim countries, but not a single one of those first 5 countries are from the Middle East, right? I've been to Morocco, by the way. Moroccans are amazing. Moroccan Muslims, literally the best. They're so kind. Gosh, I love Morocco. Like if I had to pick a Muslim country to live in, 100% I would want to live in Morocco.
Have committed to train police: Egypt and Jordan.
Interesting. Okay, let's watch that again, guys. Guys, look at this.
Our plan is for the ISF to be assigned in 5 different sectors, each sector receiving 1 ISF brigade. In the short term, we plan to deploy to the Rafah sector first, in addition to the training of police. Midterm objective is to continue to expand sector by sector, all moving to our long-term 12,000 police and 20,000 ISF soldiers. I'm incredibly pleased to announce today that the first 5 countries have committed troops to serve in the ISF: Indonesia, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Kosovo, and Albania. And 2 countries have committed to train police: Egypt and Jordan. I would also like to announce that I have offered and Indonesia has accepted the position of deputy commander for the ISF.
Boom! Indonesia is going to be the deputy commander of the ISF. Not Saudi Arabia, not the UAE, not Qatar, not like any other Middle Eastern country, right? Guys, that's basically this reminds me of like Senator, 100%. Guys, I had the opportunity to travel to Morocco this past summer. Oh yeah, they serve bacon. They serve alcohol. Like you can go to a restaurant, you can order like a martini. They have belly dancers. Like, listen, guys, Morocco today is what Iran was before 1979, except we were even less Muslim. So think of Morocco. Think of how Morocco is today, right? Think of how Morocco is today. Iran was like that before 1979, except we were even less Muslim. They were even less Muslim. So, oh yeah, Morocco, honestly, I felt more safe in Morocco than I did anywhere else. Like, I would feel more safe in Morocco than in the UK, because in Morocco, right, they don't deal with like the Islamist jihadi nonsense. And Moroccan police were so nice. They were so respectful. The streets were safe. Like everything was clean. And if anyone like came to like start bothering us or something, like we would, other people would come. So it was fine. Like Morocco was great. So like there is a bit of an issue there, because like there is an element of like there is an element of extremism, but the king of Morocco, basically he is fighting the Muslim Brotherhood, right? So this is why a lot of like the most successful countries in the Middle East, Israel aside, because Israel's like Israel's like an exception. The most successful countries in the Middle East are generally like monarchies, right? Now, Iran was a constitutional monarchy, but still. So the king of Morocco is actually fighting really hard against the Muslim Brotherhood, because the Muslim Brotherhood is trying to infiltrate Morocco. So the extremism you see there is because of the Muslim Brotherhood, and the king of Morocco is trying to, fight back against that. Now, of course, having said that, because there's 2 different ethnicities in Morocco. There's the like the Arabs who went there and colonized, but then you also have the Berbers, right? The Berbers, who are the original indigenous people in Morocco. So there is still an element, within Morocco of we support Gaza, we're part of the Ummah, whatever. But it's not like that. It's not as insane, right? So yeah, I would say, unfortunately, like if you're Jewish, probably not as welcome in Morocco, because they still have that like Arab mentality when it comes to Israel, right? But Morocco is less extreme than some of the other countries, most of the other countries, right? So yeah, like it's guys, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like that's Arab culture, right? Like that's the Arab culture, right? I don't know. You're gonna have to ask them, but I can say that like as an Iranian, they were fantastic. They were great. And in fact, whenever like any Moroccan who found out that like I'm Iranian, they would always say, "Oh wow, like we're supporting you," and they would always be like, "Oh, Khamenei," like they would make fun of Khamenei, right? So like they were aware that we're fighting the regime, and they don't like the Islamic regime just like we don't, right? Yeah, okay, no, sorry, you're right. Islamic culture is it's the Islamic culture. You're right, because yeah, it's the Islamic mentality. 100%. You're right. Islamic mentality. You're absolutely right. So yeah, there you go. But Morocco is one of the less extreme countries, let's say. It's one of the less extreme countries, if that makes sense, when it comes to like Islamic culture. Because you can literally go into like a grocery store or a pharmacy in Morocco, and then they have like an alcohol section. So even though Morocco is like 99.9% Muslim, right, they still sell alcohol, and you can just go and just like buy bottles of wine or whatever. So Morocco is kind of like how Iran was prior to 1979, but it's more like Arabic Islamic culture. Anyway, so but I just find it really interesting that all the countries named, right? And I'll tell you why. I'm going to go back a little bit, but I'm going to tell you why. Oh no, Moroccans are super chill. Morocco's great. I love Morocco. I would gladly go back and visit Morocco anytime, for however long. Like Morocco's fantastic. But guys, I'm going to give you like a little sneak peek prediction here. So I have a feeling that Egypt and Jordan are involved in training police or whatever it is that they're about to do, because Egypt shares a border with Gaza and Jordan shares a border with Judea and Samaria, right? So this is almost going back to like the 1960s, where back in the 1960s, Egypt was responsible for Gaza, and Jordan was responsible for Judea and Samaria. So that's why I think Egypt and Jordan are also involved, right?
Is to continue to expand sector by sector, all moving to our long-term 12,000 police and 20,000 ISF soldiers. I'm incredibly pleased to announce today that the first 5 countries have committed troops to serve in the ISF: Indonesia, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Kosovo, and Albania. And 2 countries have committed to train police: Egypt and Jordan. I would also like to announce that I have offered and Indonesia has accepted the position of deputy commander for the ISF. With these first steps,
Saudi Arabia is not going to
bring the
have
security that Gaza needs for a future of prosperity and enduring peace. Thank you.
Saudi Arabia is not going to be happy
Mr.
with
Tony
that.
Blair.
Ooh.
For decades, Gaza's governance has been characterized by extremism, corruption, ineffective institutions, and the complete absence of a route to prosperity for the Gazan people. Yet, as President Trump recognized, its potential has always been vast. 25 miles of Mediterranean coastline, proximity to great regional and global markets, and a young, dynamic population with a median age of 19. So today we set out profound changes necessary to rebuild Gaza for Gazans. Gaza not as it was, but as it should be, including its governance. Effective public institutions serving the people, a business environment where enterprise flourishes, an education system educating the young for tolerance and achievement, and a tech-enabled society making the most of the digital revolution. This is a vision of Gaza as part of a Middle East at peace, not a phony piece of declarations no one means and agreements no one intends to keep, but a genuine commitment to a region where whether you're a Muslim, Jew, Christian, of any faith or none, you can rise by your own efforts and feel your government by your side, not on your back. That is the vision behind President Trump's 20-point plan for Gaza, and it remains the best, indeed the only hope for Gaza, the region, and the wider world.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Yakir Gabay.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President. Gaza is destroyed. We assembled here
Yeah, whose
this
fault is
historic
that?
day with common vision to rebuild Gaza for the next generations. Our mission is
Gaza is destroyed. Yeah. Whose fault is it that Gaza is destroyed? Maybe next time don't go into Israel, murder 1,200 people, and then take a whole bunch of hostages and then, I don't know, kidnap 2-year-old, 9-month-old babies and strangle them to death. How about that? Right? Next time, don't murder babies, and maybe, you know, Israelis won't retaliate and destroy your garbage society. Gaza's destroyed. There was nothing there in the first place.
to recycle and remove 70 million tons of rubble and UXO and hundreds of miles of tunnels. Arrange for the population fast temporary housing. In parallel, to start construction of infrastructure and permanent housing. We have a detailed master plan for housing and infrastructure of modern schools and hospitals, manufacturing and agriculture, roads and trains, water and energy plants, logistic hubs, telecom, tech and data centers, sports and leisure facilities, seaport and airport, and much more. We lined up many regional contractors who build housing for millions of people in the Middle East. They will join the massive redevelopment with competitive pricing. The funding is ready and will be invested in a free economy. The local population will build their own cities, which will create hundreds of thousands of jobs and will revive the economy. The Gaza coastline is 26 miles long. It can be developed as a new Mediterranean Riviera with 200 hotels and potential islands. The value goes to the Gazans through the Gaza Sovereign Fund. This plan is all subject to a full disarmament of Hamas. Thank you very much. Together we will make this vision into a
Guys, so I have a proposal. What should I do here? So, like, some random person is like, I think you're smart and very attractive. Come to Hawaii. I'd love to show you a good time. Did you subscribe to my channel and then literally wait 20 minutes just so that you could be a weirdo and invite me to Hawaii? Guys, what's the answer? What's the answer here? What's the answer? Exactly. Not for you. Not for you. All right, buddy. You're banned. You're banned because you're being a weirdo. Exactly. See, Gandalf knows if you have to ask, it's a no. If you have to ask, it's a no. And you get banned. All right, let's continue. Sorry, that was just so random. Like, do they actually think that works? So weird.
reality.
Thank you. Mr. Liren Tanmin.
When we asked the NCAG what Gaza needs to unlock its potential, the answer was clear. Reconnect Gaza to the world, digitally and economically, and replace corruption with an open, tax-free system. Gaza was once a vital trade hub between Asia and Europe. Reconnection is a return to its roots. Even the word gauze comes from Gaza, where silk was woven and exported to Europe. So, we brought together Palestinian, Arab, and American partners to deliver practical solutions. By July, Gaza's 2G network will be upgraded with free, high-speed access to essential services. The NCAG is building a secure digital backbone, an open platform, enabling e-payments, financial services, e-learning, and healthcare with user control over data. This effort is supported by our regional partners, and I believe you will hear some exciting news from them on that later today. In parallel, we're advancing an Amazon-like logistics system to help Palestinian launch businesses import globally and trade securely. This will lower prices, drive growth, and help transform Gaza into an open, transparent, corruption-free economic zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Rowan.
Mr. President, distinguished leaders, the goal is simple. Take the momentum all of you have provided and build it into something that is not just temporary relief, but something that provides a long-term foundation that will enable many of the goals we've spoken about today to be achieved. We plan to do this by gathering Gaza's productive assets.
Oh, wait, someone's asking me. Oh, this is so kind. So someone on Rumble is like, after the regime falls, are you still going to run your YouTube channel? I've gotten quite fond of listening to your wisdom. Oh, thank you, wisdom. Oh, I appreciate that. Yes. So prior to the Iranian Revolution starting, I actually did 2 live streams a day on my YouTube channel on weekdays. So I would have my regular live stream at 12 noon, and then I would have an evening live stream where we went over a documentary. So my regular live streams at 12 noon, I would talk about, one of the pressing issues of the day with respect to jihad or terrorism or, political Islam. And in the evenings, we would, have a documentary watch party. And I would always, in the evenings, I would always start off like my show with like, tonight's documentary is brought to you by tonight, like raspberry flavored bubbly, right? So it was like an inside joke. So yes, absolutely. When we're victorious and the Islamic regime is over and Iran is free, I will absolutely continue my YouTube channel. It won't be Iran Revolution Live because I won't be live streaming like 8 to 10 hours a day. I'll go back to like my regular schedule where I live stream twice a day, but for a shorter period of time. So 2 hours at 12 noon Eastern, and then a few hours in the evening. Right now, because it's the revolution, of course, we're keeping the live stream going to raise awareness, talk about Iran. And there's so much info, right? So yeah, Iran Transition Live. Yeah, Iran Transition Live. Oh man, there's gonna be a lot to talk about once the regime falls as well. So yeah, that's when things will get really interesting. Like right now, we Iranians, we're all literally just focused on terrorism and getting rid of all the terrorists, right? But once the regime is exterminated, and then we get into the transition period, that's where I can really shine, because then I can give like my political analysis and as a politician, this and that and whatever. So yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'll be around. Like this is what I used to do before the revolution started. Just not for this long. But right now it's the revolution, so I'm more than happy to be here for, long hours a day to go over videos and information. And like I said, I think this video here is really important because this is basically the replacement to the United Nations, right?
Assets in one unified structure. This will allow independent, professional, conflict-free management of the resources to benefit the Gazans. This will also enable expeditious planning and zoning, and not fragmented projects that do not contribute to an economic whole. The potential here is tremendous, but it has to start somewhere. The start is in Rafah, where, as you heard, that will be the first place security is deployed. The plan is 100,000 homes for 500,000 residents plus $5 billion of infrastructure. Over time, 400,000 homes for the entirety of the population with more than $30 billion of infrastructure. Let me put it in financial terms. This is not a problem of money or collateral. This is a problem of peace. The coastline alone, $50 billion of value on a conservative basis. The housing stock.
Wait, I'm confused. Why is someone writing that they can't post in the chat, but people get on me? I literally see your post. If you want to complain about not posting in the chat, can you at least make sure that you're not able to post in the chat? Unless this was just a ploy to get my attention. In that case, I mean, I don't know. That's just weird.
More than 30 billion as rebuilt. The infrastructure, more than 30 billion. 115 billion of value. It just needs to be unlocked and financed.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Ajay Banga.
Thank you, Caroline, and thank you, Mr. President. All this requires money. And so when the UN Security Council resolution got passed, we set about creating the Gaza Reconstruction and Development Fund at the World Bank. It's housed there. The World Bank's role is that of a limited trustee.
Okay.
We manage the
That's
donor
funny. Okay.
contributions coming in of the type that the President said a little earlier in his opening remarks. And then we help to manage that money while it stays with us. And under the direction of the Board of Peace, we disperse the money for reconstruction and development projects in Gaza. This fund is ready to receive the donations that he spoke about just a little while ago. The second part of the story is that you as donors deserve the right to know that the money is being used in a transparent way.
Blue
They're
Tiger,
helping,
that's
along with the Board of Peace, which takes
that's a
the
low
ownership
blow.
of ensuring that the right kind of financial, legal, and oversight mechanisms are being put in place. We've even assigned a financial controller from the World Bank on a secondment basis to the Board of Peace to ensure that we can try and help build the best standards in this process. Now, this is just the beginning. This work is going to need 2 or 3 things that the World Bank Group can bring to the table. The first is leveraging of public finance. Because of our AAA rating, we have the ability to leverage private bond money to help to create the resources we need to do what Mark just talked about. The second is we can de-risk private investing. And the third is we have people on the ground and expertise and knowledge of doing this kind of work in other markets. We want to be not an armchair critic of a process, but an active participant in giving Gazans and people in the region the opportunity of the lives they deserve the one time we get the chance. So thank you again.
Thank you all for your tremendous work. Before we turn it over to many of the distinguished leaders who are here today, we are going to hear.
Just a quick question for all of you guys. So how long do you think it's gonna take? So after like all these people try to like build infrastructure in Gaza, how long do you think the pipes are gonna last before the Gazans dig up the pipes and start building their homemade missiles again with like the water pipes? How long do you think the pipes are gonna last underground?
From Mr. Kushner to talk about the future of the Board of Peace.
Thank you, Caroline, and thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Secretary Rubio. We cannot change the past, but I think that what you're seeing today is that we can potentially change the future if we focus and do this in the right way. We tried to structure this meeting like a proper board meeting, like we do in the private sector, where we have all the preparation, we get the right people together, and we really report on what our challenges are, what the opportunities are, and what are the approaches. What you've seen today is just a small sample of the work that's been done. And I really want to thank the entire team that's worked so hard at this. A lot of these people are volunteers. They're doing this not for any personal gain. People are not personally profiting from this. They are really doing this for their children and for their grandchildren and because they want to see peace. One small anecdote is Liran said to me, "Are you sure I should be presenting? I'm a Jewish Israeli and I'm working on Gaza and all these things." And I said, that's exactly why you should be presenting today. If Jews and Muslims work together, Israelis and Palestinians with Americans and English and Bulgarian and people from all around the world, then we can kind of join on a common goal, which is peace and togetherness. And that's really what we've done.
Okay, yeah, because the problem is Jews not wanting to work with Palestinians. Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. It's the Jews. It's the Jews who don't want to work with the Palestinians. Right, okay. Right? So, guys, Jared Kushner just told you. He said it. This is just you guys need to work with the Palestinians. You guys need to work with the Allahu Akbar jihadis who literally want to murder you. Just work together. Just work together.
I want to thank President Trump. I remember working with you on your first foreign policy speech in 2016 that you gave at the Mayflower Hotel. And at the time, those ideas were considered to be very, very radical. What I saw as somebody who didn't have any foreign policy experience were just common sense ideas. Why can't the world be better? Why can't there be peace? Why can't there be more prosperity for all people in all ways? And I think over the last decade, you really have changed the way that the world thinks about a lot of these things. And I think that this organization is bringing a new approach and new ideas and new people together in order to effectuate it. I'd really like to thank all the countries that joined on very early. I see this as a very self-selecting group of countries that really believe that the future can be different and wanted to join in partnership and put their reputations and their resources and their time and their ideas on the way to say, these are the challenges we're putting into that we're solving in our own countries. We want to come with new ideas because we've achieved success and we believe that the world can be better in that regard. So I don't have to go through these slides in great detail, but we've secured today, even without the president's, amazing commitment, over $7 billion. As Mark said, we don't really have a resource issue here, although we are going to need everyone's support. We just need to be executing and doing this in a good way. We've dealt with the humanitarian issue. We've returned the hostages. But the one final thing I just want to talk about as well from our perspective is that the President Trump in his heart wanted to get the hostages home, but he also really wanted to help the people of Gaza. He saw the suffering that they were enduring, not through fault of their own, because of the bad leadership that they had, the situation they were born into. The war was a horrific, horrific situation. And I think through this process, thanks to Ali and the committee, we are now here to fully support the committee. We are here to help the people of Gaza, to lift them up and give them every opportunity to succeed. And we really see this as a partnership with them and with the Israelis to see if we can create an environment that can be peaceful, that can be functional, that can offer people the opportunity to really live a better life. And I think you've seen some of the work today, and hopefully we'll be successful. Like I said, the last one, failure is not an option, and we have to really push forward and keep finding ways to succeed with this. So really thank you, President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Secretary Rubio, and obviously Steve, who's been, like he said about me, I feel just about him. Working through all these challenges has been an absolute honor and a pleasure with you, and I've really been very lucky to have your partnership. So really thank you all, and I'll give back to Caroline. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
The war Hamas began has left. The war Hamas began has left Gaza in ruins. Yet from these ruins, a new future will rise. President Donald Trump unparalleled achievements in just a few months. The United States, together with key regional and global partners, has signed the 20-point Gaza Peace Plan, a blueprint for security, peace, and prosperity. All the hostages returned, the living ones to their homes and the deceased to burial. Ceasefire is stable, and the killings from both sides reduced by 99%. The United Nations Security Council approved the establishment of the Board of Peace chaired by President Donald Trump, a governing body dedicated to providing security, infrastructure, and homes for Gaza's people. Ushering in the new dawn for Gaza, the new Palestinian Technocratic Government of Gaza, the NCAG, was elected with consent of all parties, including the Palestinian factions, Israel, and the Arab countries. Rafah border crossing with Egypt was open. The NCAG will secure the disarmament of Gaza to ensure one authority, one law, and one weapon. The United States and its partners, in coordination with the World Bank, are pledging billions of dollars to rebuild Gaza. Safe areas are being established in Rafah and later across the Gaza Strip, where families can receive shelter, food, healthcare, and education. In Rafah, Gazans will build their first new city. The NCAG, with the Board of Peace, will expand development across the entire Strip, employing hundreds of thousands in reconstruction and business activity. Transportation, water, and energy systems will be restored, and a modern economy will begin to emerge. Children will return to classrooms with a curriculum that promotes tolerance, dignity, and peace. Our goal by year 3, Rafah fully rebuilt, unemployment curbed, and Gaza connected to the world through an Abrahamic gateway, linking it with Egypt, Israel, Jordan,
good luck.
Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and extending to India and Europe. By year 10, Gaza will be self-governed, integrated into the region with thriving industries and housing for all. This is the framework for Gaza's rebirth: secure, prosperous, and peaceful.
Very ambitious. Very ambitious.
Amazing.
Good
Now
luck,
we will
guys.
Hear from our
luck.
distinguished leaders who are here today, beginning with the King of the Kingdom of Bahrain. You're welcome.
President Trump, distinguished members of the Board of Peace, it is an honor to participate in this inaugural
Oh, look, another king, right?
meeting
But everyone
of
attacks.
both convened by President Donald
Do you see
Trump.
this? Do you see this? Do you see this?
I take
Here's another king. Literally every single Arab Muslim country has a king. And yet the concept of monarchy was basically created with the Persian Empire. But yet for some reason, when we want to return back to a constitutional monarchy, we're attacked. We're attacked by the same Muslim savages who have kings in their own garbage countries. Just pointing it out. Just pointing it out. Anyways, let's continue listening to His Royal Highness.
take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt congratulations on this worthy and timely initiative. The meeting comes during the holy month of Ramadan, where we will pray to Almighty God that our endeavors will bring
Jordan,
peace,
UAE,
security,
Bahrain, Saudi Arabia,
prosperity to the
Oman,
world.
Qatar,
As a founding member of the
Morocco.
Board of Peace,
Hamashun.
the Kingdom of Bahrain recognizes and
Bahrain.
endorses the tremendous potential of this body, the extraordinary drive of its chairman, and his sincere efforts to unify nations in our common objective of fostering and enduring peace for the Middle East. We greatly appreciate President Trump's initiative in presenting the Gaza peace plan and establishing this board as a vital platform for dialogue, action, and delivery. As we embark on this historic journey together, we urge all peace-loving nation, organizations, and groups
No, people in
to
Bahrain speak
actively
Arabic
engage
because they're Arab.
in the successful implementation of the second
No one
phase
speaks
of
Farsi
the
except for
Gaza
Iranians.
peace.
Someone asked, do people in Bahrain speak Farsi? No, they speak Arab because they're Arabic. The only people who speak Persian or, Farsi in our language are people in Iran, because we're Iranian, we're not Arab. So we have our own language and our own culture. The people of Bahrain are Arab and they speak Arabic. That's why he's like starting off with like the holy month of Ramadan, or I don't know, whatever.
Plan. This includes ensuring a lasting ceasefire in Gaza, facilitating its reconstruction,
Bahrain was, but that was the Qajars.
and
The
providing
Qajars
hope
gave it away.
and the new opportunities for the people of Palestine.
So someone's asking about the Tajiks. Yeah, of course. Guys, the Tajiks are like they're Iranic. So Tajiks are Iranic. Tajikistan used to be part of the Persian Empire. So yes, they speak Farsi. I was referring to the Middle East, right? Like the Arab countries. Of course, Tajikistan, they speak Farsi, and like they're basically Iranian. Like so we're all Iranic peoples, and like the Tajiks. You know what? I actually really, really want to visit Tajikistan because they have been able to preserve Iranian culture and prevent Islamization, right? So here, let me share a quick video. Like, I love this video of Tajikistan. Oh, it's amazing. And Tajikistan they've banned like all of the Islamist, like even though Tajikistan, they're like 99% Muslim, they've banned all of like the Arab Islamic symbols because they want to preserve the Persian identity. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Wait, let me find the video here. You're going to enjoy this. We love Tajikistan. Like Tajikistan is like Tajiks and us, like we're the same people. We're literally the same people. All right, here you go. So here are people, like here are Iranic people in Tajikistan. They're celebrating the Persian New Year. Like they're celebrating the Iranian New Year, Nowruz, because again, Tajiks and Iranians were basically the same people, right?
بیا 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 دلبرو که مو قربون تو شو دنیا دو روزه بیا مکن شو روز مو خورشید مو صبح نوروزه دیدی چطور مانند او یک سال برفت سال دوم یک سال چنو تنده برفت یه پندری همیدی روزه روی بیا که نوروزه دنیا دو روزه تا عالمی جون دلم چشم مرسوزه بینه که قد تو کمون خوش موقوزه بیا 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 ابدو برو شد پشت کو کم کم و شوم شد بیا که با سر زد زکو ماهن تونو یک محکو شد برچه چنین برچه چنوی چلو ممو دل برو که مو اینجو که میبینی سگونه سال به سال خونه و نو شد توی بیا که نوروزه دنیا دو روزه تا عالمی جون دلم چشم مرسوزه بینه که قد تو کمون خوش موقوزه.
Yeah, guys, we Iranians, like, we love Tajikistan. Like, we don't see any difference between us and Tajiks because we're literally the same people. We're just, we're just divided by a few borders, colonization, colonialism, all that stuff. But Tajik, yes, they speak a dialect of Persian that we can understand fully, completely, no issue there. And Tajik, the Tajik people, they have been able to preserve the Persian culture because they're a little bit farther away from the Middle East. So they have been able to fight back a little bit better against Islam, right? So they have banned. So for example, in Tajikistan, they've banned the black garbage bag. Like the black garbage bag that like the super terrorist, like religious Muslim women have to wear. So the black garbage bag is banned. Like the face cover is banned. People like they're still Muslim. They're still Muslim, but they have to like not be extremists. So all of the extreme symbols of Islam are banned. In fact, children are not even allowed to learn about religion in schools. So it's up to parents to teach children about religion because that's one of the ways that they have managed to fight back against Islamic radicalism, right? So they are Muslim. They're practicing Muslims, but they're not like I would say they're like reform Muslims, right? Like you want to talk about like modern Muslims, it's Tajik. And the Tajiks, they learned from the mistake of us Iranians back in 1979. But yeah, Tajik culture is beautiful, and Tajik culture is Iranian culture, right? So and of course, like you can see, clean, beautiful streets, right? Because it's the same culture, it's the same values, even the music, right? Like that song that they're dancing to, that's actually a very popular New Year's song that we play as well. And, you know, even though the woman is singing with like the Tajik dialect, I still understood it 100%. So, yeah. So when I say like no one speaks Persian except for Iranians, I'm referring to like people in the Middle East. Tajik are Iranic people. They're Iranian. Like we're all Iranian. We were all part of the Persian Empire. Like we're one and the same. Like I don't see any difference between myself and someone from Tajikistan because our history and our ancestry goes back to the same, and we share the same cultural roots and heritages. And then Tajikistan has like a lot of statues and monuments to like Cyrus the Great, like Rustam, like all these people, right? Because it used to be part of the Persian Empire. Yeah. All right. There's a little info on Tajikistan. And I've always wanted to visit. Hopefully I can visit soon. I would love, it's actually one of my life goals to visit Tajikistan. But I don't really want to visit Bahrain. I don't care about Bahrain. Like I there's nothing in Bahrain for me.
We urge all peace-loving nations, organizations, and groups to actively engage in the successful implementation of the second phase of the Gaza peace plan.
Yeah, I would say
This
like Celtic
includes
and Irish.
ensuring a
Celtic
lasting
and Irish,
ceasefire in Gaza,
maybe.
facilitating its reconstruction, and providing hope and new opportunities for the people of Palestine.
I mean, you can also just tell, like, I mean, look at, and like, you know, just like genetically or ethnically, right? Like, look at this guy and then look at me, right? Like, I know most people are like, oh, you're both brown or whatever, but like, even like we Iranians, when we look at someone, like we can tell if they're Iranian or Arab or Afghan or whatever, right? But like I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between me and like maybe like a Tajik. Maybe, but not really. Because we're so close. But like yeah, like we Iranians, we can immediately tell if someone's like Arab or Iranian because we're just I mean, I would hope I would be prettier than this old man, but thank you for that. I look a little better. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, but the point is even like genetically we're different, right? Because the Arabs come from the Arabian Peninsula and Iranians are indigenous to the Iranian plateau. So there's like literally like two different genetic populations. But we're like genetically and ethnically very, very close to Tajik because we're you know both like from the same culture and civilization.
And Israel. This inaugural meeting of the Board of Peace marks an extraordinary and pivotal chance to envision a new future to Gaza, one that emerges from the ruins of conflict to building a landscape of
به فارسی
security,
بگم خیلی سریع.
aspiration, hope, and opportunity for
شاهنشاه
peace.
آریامهر چقدر
And
قشنگ
reaffirming our
فارسی صحبت
commitment to this
میکرد.
vision,
با
the Kingdom of
سواد، با
Bahrain has
فرهنگ.
contributed
اونو با
the
این
funds towards
مقایسه
the
با این
operation and
با این
administration
مقایسه بکن.
of the Board of Peace, and today we announce our readiness to provide the necessary infrastructure
چقدر شاه ما
and
با
skills to
عظمت،
establish an
چقدر
effective
شاه ما با
government digital
عظمت، با
services
سواد،
platform
شیک.
for Gaza.
پادشاه که صحبت میکرد همه
Our decision
گوش میکردن.
to join
اون
the
وقت لهجه
Abraham
اینو
Accord
گوش کن.
and enter into
خودش میگه
the
شاه.
Siba agreement with the United States reflects our commitment to advancing peace and stability in the Middle East. The United States' historic and ongoing presence in our region has served as a positive force for stability.
این
And we
نسل
remain
50
dedicated
یا ببین چی
to
کار
strengthening
کردن.
our partnership. We look forward with optimism to working with the Board of Peace and all of our international partners who share our ambitions for a brighter future for all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next, the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
Dear Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our meeting here at the Donald Trump U.S. Institute of Peace comes at a moment when decisive and pragmatic actions matter most. In fact, it's about making durable peace
آره نه عربه چیزه عربه سلطانه شاه
target-oriented measures, but not through endless conferences with wishful resolutions. Mr. President, your clear vision and far-sighted approach to promoting global peace and stability has inspired my country to join the Board of Peace. The Board of Peace is widely expected to respond directly to new realities by reinforcing existing multilateral efforts. The world has never seen.
Wait, what's up with his face?
Like this. It is absolutely
Wait, did you guys see that? Like, what's up with his face? Isn't that the king? Was that the guy that was just speaking?
To promoting global peace and stability.
Like, who's he looking at?
Has inspired my
Look at him.
country
Who's he looking at?
to join.
He's talking to someone, like, he just nodded his head. He pursed his lips and then he, like, nodded his head. Look at that.
To promoting global peace and stability has inspired my country to join the Board of Peace. The Board of Peace is widely expected to respond directly to new realities by reinforcing existing multilateral
Chewing
efforts.
on, what is he chewing
The
on?
world has
What
never
is that
seen
face? What is that face? I'm good at deciphering, political talk and political expressions. I have no idea what, like, I cannot decipher this. I can't decipher this. I don't know what this is.
a move like this. It is absolutely unprecedented because, in essence, peace through construction is a very innovative concept or project, and it has every chance to become a reality by our joint efforts. Therefore, Mr. President, I acknowledge and accept your conviction that lasting peace must be built on concrete actions. As our first step, we are ready to contribute a significant amount of cash finance directly to the Board of Peace without any delay. Kazakhstan is also keen to be part.
Listen, guys, I'm allowed to judge. I'm allowed to judge any politician in any event who's sitting around and is on camera. Why? Because I've been there. I've been there and I've done that. I've literally had to be in a room and sit still for, like, I don't know, 6-7 hours, zero expression, like no fidgeting, nothing. I've been in this position before. So if I'm criticizing, I have every right to criticize. I have every right to criticize because I've been there and I've had the training and I know what you are and you're not supposed to do on camera. And let me tell you something, when you're there and when you're on camera, you don't do that, because if you make weird faces, fair game.
Part of the restoration and construction process through international companies with strong credentials. The program, mostly funded by our government, may include the construction of infrastructure, housing, residential complexes, schools, hospitals, and other important civilian facilities, as well as the rubble clearings. We pledge to fully accomplish our financial commitment toward the board. As one of the world's major producers of wheat, Kazakhstan is ready to provide humanitarian assistance to enhance food security in Gaza and beyond. Kazakhstan plans to provide 500 scholarships to Palestinian students to pursue academic programs in our universities over a 5-year period. We can share our internationally recognized e-government expertise and other digital solutions. Kazakhstan is willing to support the ISF by deploying military units, including medical units, and sending our observers to the Civil Military Coordination Center. Sustainable development in the Middle East requires new ways to promote peace, cooperation, and trust across the region. That's why Kazakhstan has joined the Abraham Accords. This crucial move is fully aligned with the noble mission of the Board of Peace. Both of them may constitute a solid basis for joint efforts to promote peace and security in the Middle East and to foster economic, humanitarian cooperation in the region and even beyond. Given the global nature of the board's agenda, Kazakhstan is committed to providing practical support, including through hosting meetings at different levels and scales. I also would like to propose to establish a special President Trump's Award of the Board of Peace to recognize his outstanding peace building.
Maybe it is a medical condition. Let's look it up. This is the King of Bahrain. I mean, if it's a medical condition, then I don't want to laugh at him. He just had cancer treatment. That's it. I think that's him. Is that him? Yeah, he received cancer treatment. That's it. I don't know. Maybe it is something medical. I don't know.
Efforts and achievements. I'm confident, Mr. President, that under your strong leadership, the Board of Peace will successfully deliver its great, noble mission. Thank you.
Next, the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan.
Уважаемый господин президент Трамп, ваше превосходительство, позвольте выразить искреннюю признательность президенту Соединенных Штатов Америки Дональду Трампу за созыв инаугурационного заседания Совета. Несомненно, сегодняшний саммит – это результат политической воли и прагматизма президента Трампа. Узбекистан поддержал миротворческую инициативу о создании Совета мира и твердо заявил о намерении принять практическое участие в ее успешной реализации. Убежден, что работа Совета позволит сформировать благоприятную обстановку для экономического и социального восстановления сектора Газа. При этом любой механизм внешнего управления
No, this is not Russia. This is Uzbekistan.
на внутреннюю поддержку населения сектора.
John, they spoke about Iran earlier. So
обеспечить устойчивость постконфликтного.
they spoke about Iran earlier. I'm just watching the whole thing because I want to make sure that I don't miss anything else, right? So President Trump spoke about Iran much earlier. This is like this section of it is I guess it relates to Gaza. And then I think that, I don't know what's going on, but I want to watch, like I said, I'm watching the whole thing because this is pretty much the replacement for the United Nations. So I want to make sure I'm up to date.
Процесса и создания условий для скорейшего восстановления Газы. Подчеркну, что Узбекистан готов внести посильный вклад в возведение жилых домов детских садов, школ.
Trump
и
spoke about
больниц.
Iran earlier. You
Уважаемые
have to go
друзья,
back in the live
символично,
stream
что
and find
нынешний
it.
саммит проходит в Институте мира имени Дональда Трампа. Наша встреча является ярким проявлением международной солидарности, миротворчества и общего стремления к улучшению ситуации на Ближнем Востоке. Мы должны использовать эту историческую возможность для построения новой Газы с процветающей экономикой и достойным условием жизни для всего населения. Благодарю за внимание.
Oh, that's fantastic. Do we have a second? Are you like do you speak Uzbek or Russian? Oh, that's so cool that you understand. Guys, I love the fact that we have people here from like all around the world who can like pretty much understand every language that's being spoken. It was clean Russian. Oh, very cool. I know a little bit of Russian. I know Privyet. Privyet. That's about it. And then I just know like a bad word. And I'm not going to say the bad word, but I know Privyet. Oh, that's fantastic. Super cool. Well, welcome. Yeah, Savogzode, that's the one. Da, yes. Da is yes. There you go. All right, okay, I'll be right back. I can't read Russian. So don't ask me to, I don't know what you're saying there. I can just say Privyet.
The President of the Republic of Indonesia.
President Trump, distinguished delegates, Indonesia, from the first day that we studied President Trump's 20-point plan, we completely agree and we are fully committed to this plan, and that is why we joined the Board of Peace. We are committed to its success. We know there will be a lot of obstacles, there will be a lot of difficulties, but we are very optimistic with the leadership of President Trump. This vision of real peace will be achieved. There will be problems, but we will prevail. We will achieve our dream of peace in Palestine, peace, a lasting and peaceful solution for the Palestinian problem and in Gaza. The achievements of the ceasefire is real. We commend this, and therefore we reaffirm our commitment to contribute significant number of troops, up to 8,000 or more if necessary. We are prepared to contribute the troops to take part actively in the international stabilization force to make this peace work. Thank you very much.
The President of Romania.
First of all, President Trump, thank you for convening this very important meeting. And thank you for your involvement and leadership for the peace plan in Gaza.
Guys, I have some good news. I have some good news. So, remember how I told you about Armin couldn't join us for a few days because of like the copyright strike that he got for no reason, even though my channel didn't get a copyright strike. And then he couldn't, he wasn't able to join because he was like afraid. Well, because he didn't want like the channel to be like, his channel to go down. Anyway, so he appealed it when it happened, and he just messaged me and he's like, my appeal was accepted. I'm back. And I'm just like, OMFG, let's go. So there you go. Starting tomorrow, it's going to go back to the regular Iran Revolution Live with Armin and Goldie. So, we got it sorted out. Oh, that's amazing. Yay. Okay. Anyways, I just want to share that good news with you guys. So Armin's appeal was approved. Okay. He always has his discussion group. What I'm saying is, because usually Armin and I will live stream together all day, except for when he takes a break. Like he'll take a break between 3 and 5 to go to his discussion group, and then he'll come back. But he had to not join me for a little bit. Remember, a few days ago, you were like, "Where's Armin? Where's Armin?" Anyway, so all good. It's sorted out, so we can go back. Although, you know what, guys? I kind of like having the Armin Power Hour, don't you? I just kind of like having that 1 hour block between 2 p.m. Eastern to 3 p.m. Eastern, where it's basically just why do you keep on commenting on my cough? If I want to cough, I'll cough. I'll just ban you. Don't be weird. Weirdo. I literally cough because I'm speaking all day, every day for 10 hours a day. So yeah, my throat gets dry and then I drink bubbly. So don't be weird. I just banned you. Anyway, so I think we're still gonna. Oh, you miss Armin. Don't worry, he'll be back. He'll be back. So yeah, I think we should still keep the Armin Power Hour because I kind of like having. I still like having the Armin Power Hour, right? So we're gonna continue on with that. Anyways, I just want to share that amazing news with you. So yeah, you know what? I kind of like Armin Power Hour. Yeah, I'm not allowed to cough. I'm not allowed to sneeze. Nothing. I just basically have to just be like a robot, right? All right. Okay, let's continue. Anyways, I just want to share that good news with you. Are there different Persian dialects? Yes, there are many different Persian dialects. For example, my family speaks Shushtari and Disfuli and some Lori, and then there's so many dialects, right? But our main language is Persian, but then we all have our own different dialects as well. All right, let's continue. Anyways, I just want to share that good news with you.
Plan that have been comprehensive and stable, and also for your efforts and results in other parts of the world. I think everyone desires peace, stability, prosperity in Gaza, but the question is how to act for, and that's why this meeting and this format it's important. What Romania can do first on the humanitarian situation, we can increase the number of flights in order to extract children with disease and to treat in the Romanian hospitals. We've done already, and we can do for 1,000 children and 4,000 family members. Secondly, we had a good expertise in emergency response system like ambulance, fire systems, and we can help in order to rebuild that system, and we can donate some equipment. Third, we already offering some scholarships for Palestinian students, and we can extend the program, and we can help also to rebuild, refurbish the schools in Gaza. And fourth, I think the most important, we had also some expertise. We can help to rebuild the institutions like police, like justice, like public administration. We have done that in other parts of the world, so we have some expertise. We can contribute with experts, with trainers. And also it's important to say that we have traditionally good relation with the Jewish people and with the Palestinian people, so it will help. So we can count on us.
Thank you. The Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania.
Thank you for inviting me to be part of this journey, Mr. President.
You know what? I have no problem with Albanians and Albania, but Albania is where the MEK camp is, right? So, Albanians, you need to get rid of the communists. Although, you know what? We don't want them, so maybe they should just stay there. just, maybe the MEK should just stay in Albania at Camp Ashraf. Well, literally, Albania is like the headquarters of the MEK. That's where they have their camp. No insult to Albanians, right? Because you guys probably didn't know what was going on, but you guys need to be very careful about the fact that you have some crazy jihadi terrorists in your country, Albania.
The fully aligned bipartisan vote of support this initiative received in our parliament speaks for itself about how honored Albania is to be a founding member of this new organization. Many in Europe say the Board of Peace is meant to substitute the United Nations. It does not look to me like an attempt.
Oh, wow,
to replace the
guys!
UN,
Whoa!
but if it helps.
We have an Albanian in the chat. Okay, so we don't claim the government in Albania. That's why we are dispersed throughout the world. I had no idea. So Albanians, you guys are basically like us Iranians then, because we also don't claim the Islamic regime. Wow. Honestly, my geopolitical knowledge is pretty much focused on the Middle East, right? Middle East, Iran, and that sort of area. It's less information about other places, but oh my gosh, wow. Well, that's listen, guys, I'm in Canada. I've had Albanian friends, and Albanians are fantastic, right? That's why I was ooh, the Albanian government kind of weird, because I don't know why the MEK are there. It's a hotbed for the communist terrorists, right? But I didn't realize the situation was that bad. Man, oh man. Oh, you know what? So that must be even more frustrating for you as an Albanian, and then other Albanians, when you see this president or whatever. So how frustrating is it then for you to see the government of Albania be legitimized like this, right? Because this is what we Iranians have been dealing with for 47 years, right? When the Islamic regime is made the vice chair of the Human Rights Council, or all that jihadi nonsense, right? And the Islamic regime is legitimized. It's for us, we're ugh. So tourist monopolies and greed, not as bad as Iran. Wow. You know what? I should probably at some point take some time to learn about Albania and the situation there as well. The 1990s, yeah. The 1990s were really bad in that entire region, right? Wow. But Albanians have a really Albanians have a really old culture as well, right? The whole Balkan area, the whole Balkans, that area, it's really old culture, very beautiful culture, by the way. Is this true? Albanians consider themselves Greeks? I honestly, I don't know. I don't. I can't comment on that. That's beyond my scope of expertise, but I do agree the Balkans definitely deserve better. I don't know. Oh, okay. So that one guy's saying not true at all. That's a Balkan meme and troll. Okay, so Albanians don't consider themselves Greeks, guys. Let's leave the trolls and the memes out of it. Wow. That's awesome. Thank you for being here. Wow. You know what? Praying for you guys too. Oh, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this. Wow. Wow, this is fantastic. Oh, you guys are great. You know what? When Iran is free, we have to do something for Albanians next. Guys, as soon as Iran Revolution Live is over, maybe we should start focusing on, I don't know, Albania Revolution Live. We'll figure something out. Because you know what? It's really important for all of us to support one another, right? And oh man. You know, I've never actually thought about that. Like, I've never in my life bothered to look into the situation in the Balkans or in Albania because I have been so focused on Iran, and I feel terrible. Like, I apologize. Because the more that I learn about you know, people from various countries and, you know, their experiences, the more I realize that we're all suffering from the same sort of situation, right? Like, we're all suffering, we're all like fighting for freedom. I know, listen, he said it's not as bad. Guys, he said it's not as bad. I know that. That one guy, he already said it's not as bad. I get that. But guys, this isn't a competition. For which place is worse and which place isn't, right? So, you know, there's I want to share a poem with you guys. It's a poem by Hafiz. Hafiz is a very famous Iranian poet from, like, I don't know, 1,000 years ago or something. And he has a poem called Bani Adam. So in Persian it goes, Bani Adam a'zای یک پیکرند که در آفرینش ز یک گوهرند. چه عضوی به درد آورد روزگار دگر عضوها نمانند قرار. تو که از منت دیگران بیغمی نذارد که نامند دهند آدمی. Sorry, I know I kind of messed up the last part, but you guys know what I mean. You guys know what I'm talking about. I messed it up in Persian, but that's the poem in Persian, right? In English, let me translate the poem in English for mihnat. Yeah. Sorry, I'm speaking off of memory. I should have I should have had it in front of me. عذرخواهی میکنم. من باسی همینجوری از حافظه گفتم. ولی خب اگه جلوم بود, I could probably read it properly. But I remember, like, that's the gist of it. Anyway, so let me translate this poem in English, okay? It's a very famous poem. And it goes, human beings are members of a whole, in essence of one creation and soul. When one member is afflicted with pain, the other members uneasy will remain. If you have no sympathy for human pain, then the name of human you cannot retain. So guys, it's not an oppression competition, right? Yes, the situation in Iran is horrific. And of course, you know, I'm here to raise awareness about what's happening in occupied Iran. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be ignorant of other people's pain and misery, right? Because our humanity is what unites us, right? So again, I'll repeat the poem in English. Human beings are members of a whole, in essence of one creation and soul. When one member is afflicted with pain, the other members uneasy will remain. And if you have no sympathy for human pain, the name of human you cannot retain. There you go. That's Persian poetry, not Islamic, Persian poetry. So yes, I will make it a point to learn more about Albania because again, I've met Albanian people, I've had Albanian friends, beautiful people, beautiful culture, and I had no idea. I had no idea that you guys were also experiencing that same sort of isolation that we Iranians have been experiencing. So yeah. All right. Well, thank you for being here, that one guy, and we will make a point to learn more about Albania. I promise you. All right, now let's go to this guy who's from the government of Albania, but as we've now learned, they don't represent Albanian people.
Shake that agonizing giant, and inshallah, wake it up. Then God bless the Board of Peace.
Inshallah. Wow.
Mr. President, we commend your decisive role in bringing a halt to the heartbreaking conflict in Gaza, and Albania has confirmed its participation in the stabilization force with our troops. At the same time, I propose that this board invite all countries to contribute directly by building a dedicated public facility for Palestinian children. And in doing so, the world would help the children of Gaza, who are the most innocent hostages of the lunacy of Hamas.
I feel like he kind of struggled.
To grow within the
He's
tangible
struggling.
presence of the
He wanted to
largest
say
chain
Israel,
of
but he
hands
knew he had to say Hamas.
humanity has ever joined together. By not only putting the money, but bringing their own architects in this, so the world will transform an wound of history into an oasis of hope, where compassion takes concrete form and the future is shaped around those who deserve it most, the next generations of Palestinians. Albania would be privileged to stand in that chain. Allow me very briefly to draw your attention to another open conflict closer to home, where President Trump's leadership during his first term brought Kosovo and Serbia closer than ever to a final peace agreement. The president of Kosovo was then brutally prevented from traveling to the White House to sign that agreement in the presence of President Trump. And this was the doing of the very same Sicario prosecutor that went after President Trump himself, and for that became worldwide famous.
I know nothing about
president
Albanian politics.
Have
So.
now spent 6 years in pretrial detention before a special court in The Hague, sponsored by several democratic states, some of them present here, that should be shamed of that type of international justice. Just last week, Mr. President, another prosecutor funded by this great country and its taxpayers requested 45 years of imprisonment for him, a request that sent shockwave of humiliation through an entire peace-seeking nation. At this moment, only a few months stand between a man who rose from resistance to ethnic cleansing to become a peacemaker and the potentially devastating outcome in a court that has so far failed at every step to uphold the standards of democratic justice. For the sake of God, Mr. President, let's do something before, as you say, very bad things might happen again. And again, thank you so much for including Albania in this noble initiative.
That was weird because when President Trump talks about very bad things happening, he's referring to the Islamic regime. He's referring to using military to boom the Islamic regime. So why does this guy care about very bad things happening to Iran or the Islamic regime?
By being close friends of Israel and of the Arab countries, we very much hope to be an added value in your amazing vision.
He's talking about Kosovo? Okay. Wait, I thought the situation, okay, but am I missing something? Like I thought the situation was resolved. Am I wrong? Is there not peace in the area? Again, like I'm not like as familiar with the geopolitics of that area of the Balkans. Okay. Wow. All right. Okay. Yeah, I really need to learn more. Oh, okay. Okay. So that one guy is saying it's more peaceful in Albania. In Kosovo, there are still tensions along the border with Serbia. Wow. Well, you know why that is. You know why that is. It's because during the conflict in the 90s, the Islamic regime, I'm pretty sure the Islamic regime occupying Iran was backing Serbia, if I'm not mistaken, right? No, wait. I know that the Islamic regime was backing a country. I can't remember. Wait, which country? Which country was Iran backing? Oh, Bosnia. Okay, it was Bosnia. Okay, it was Bosnia. Wait. Serbia. Kosovo. Okay. No. Here's what it is. So, during the 1990s Balkan conflict, especially during the Bosnian War, Iran, aka the Islamic regime, was a major supporter of the Bosnian Muslim side. Driven by a desire to protect fellow Muslim population during the breakup of Yugoslavia, they provided significant support to the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Okay. So that probably has, I would assume that has nothing to do with what's going on with the tensions between Serbia and Kosovo right now. So the tensions between Serbia and Kosovo probably have more to do with communism and the Russian influence. Right? So is that a correct analysis? The tensions between Kosovo, like the tensions between, I guess, what is it? Kosovo and Serbia is probably more like a communism thing. Okay. We'll do a whole episode on this, guys. We'll do a whole episode on this. I'm not as educated on the topic right now, so like I wouldn't be able to speak on it because I would have to go read up on it first and educate myself because like that's not my area of expertise. I will defer to the Albanian. I will defer to the Albanian there. Okay. All right, let's continue.
Next, the Prime Minister of Egypt.
Your Excellency President Donald Trump, distinguished participants, I thank President Trump for convening this meeting. His Excellency's direct involvement and commitment to promoting peace in the region has been instrumental in achieving an end to the conflict in Gaza, which
Wait,
were
did they see those
previously
guys from
considered
Russia?
unattainable. Egypt supports
Oh no, Egypt. Sorry, Egypt.
President Trump's vision to usher in a new era of peace and coexistence among the people of the region, in which the Palestinian people enjoy the rights to self-determination and statehood in accordance to relevant international resolutions. Egypt also appreciates President Trump's firm position on rejecting the annexation of the West Bank. Egypt supports the mandate of the Board of Peace as a principal framework for governing the transitional period in Gaza. It is necessary to fully empower the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza to function effectively from within and throughout the Strip, also preserving the institutional and geographical link
No, Russia's not
between the
there.
West
She's
Bank
okay.
and Gaza is vital for the Palestinian Authority to eventually resume its role in Gaza. Within the framework of Egypt's support to President Trump's plan, Egypt will continue its effort to train Palestinian police personnel to maintain security within the Strip. Egypt values President Trump's position rejecting the deportation of the Palestinian people from Gaza as reflected in the 20 points plan, and stresses the importance of initiating early recovery projects in the whole of the Strip in a manner that preserves its geographic unity. Let us consider today's meeting as initial step in advancing these objectives. Again, thank you, Your Excellency President Trump.
You know, I have to say though, like I've said this before, but out of like all of the Arab accents, the Egyptian accent is my favorite one. It's very smooth, very similar to like almost Iranian, right? Like when Egyptians speak Arabic, it's very similar to I don't know, it's similar to like Iranian, right? It's not like, I don't know, Egyptian Arabic is just very smooth, very smooth. Lebanese as well, like Lebanese Arabic, but not like the Hezbollah Lebanese, like not the Hezbollah Arabic, like the actual like Lebanese Arabic, right?
Thank you. The Prime Minister of the State of Qatar.
Oh, Qatar.
Thank you. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Board of Peace, thank you for convening this meeting under the banner of peace. Qatar reaffirms its commitment to the Board of Peace as it was committed to the very first day of the mediation efforts. From that day until the end, when we have witnessed in that historical moment in Sharm el-Sheikh, the signing of this agreement together with our partners. For decades, this conflict has burdened our region and the world, and our responsibility remains to achieve a just and lasting resolution. The board, under the President Trump leadership, will advance the full implementation of the 20 points plan without delay, ensuring fairness and justice for both Palestinians and Israelis. In this spirit, Qatar pledges $1 billion in support to the board mission aimed at reaching a final resolution that fulfills.
Yeah, okay. Can we talk about this for a moment? Can we talk about this for a moment? Guys, because the first time I heard people talking about Qatar, I was very confused. I was like, what is going on? Guys, it's not Qatar. It's Qatar. Now, there's no q sound in English, so you can replace the q with q. So it's Qatar, right? It's not Qatar, it's Qatar. If you want to say with like an English, English, Qatar. Qatar. Don't say cutter. You're not cutting something. There's no scissors involved. No cutter. I don't know why. I don't know why people say cutter. It's like, what? Cutter, I barely know her, right? Like, don't. There's no cutter. Cutter is the weirdest thing. It's Qatar. Yeah, exactly. Like guitar. Except Qatar. Qatar. Right? If someone says cutter, that's a no-no. It's Qatar. If you say cutter, people will laugh at you. Yeah, thanks, John. Okay, guys, this is how you're supposed to pronounce it. John just wrote the pronunciation for everyone. سپاس جان. حالا همه بخوام بیان حالا فارسیشو بخونن. You think they can read that? Oh man. Qatar. Qatar. Not Qatar. Okay? Qatar. There you go. Oh yeah. Whenever someone calls it Qatar, what do you mean you can't read that? That's racist. That's racist. Go learn how to read Persian. Texas trope. I'm joking. I'm teasing. It's Qatar. Tucker Carlson did not get detained. That's a fake news story. Laura Loomer already called out Tucker Carlson. How would Westerners pronounce Iran? Iran. It's not Iran. 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 Like if you wanna impress Iranians, pronounce it like that. You know what? Think of like Elon. You know, like Elon Musk? You know Elon? Just replace the L with an R. Iran. Right? Elon. Iran. There you go. Iran. That's how you pronounce it. Guys, we don't it's okay if you've been saying it wrong. Totally fine. Not a big deal. Oh yeah, and now you know. And now you know. There you go. It's fine. It's fine. Like we're not judging you if you mispronounce it. Totally fine. But yeah, if you ever want to remember how to pronounce like Iran properly, just think of Elon Musk and just replace the L with an R. Iran. But you like saying it the old way? I know, it's kind of fun, isn't it? And Iran. Honestly, though, whenever someone pronounces it Iran, I just think of that song. And I ran so far away just to get away. There you go. Yeah, you know what? Uncle Lindsey get a pass. Uncle Lindsey gets a pass. Uncle Lindsey can pronounce Iran, Qatar, however he wants to. He gets a pass. So. You know what? I think I have I have a quick meme. This is gonna get me copyrighted, but that's fine. I'll play it and then I'll have to cut it out of the live stream after. All right, let's get back to the main. Yeah, I'm telling you, whenever someone says Iran, I think of the song. And I just think of like the Ayatollah running, right? And I ran. That was Flock of Seagulls. It was amazing. One of my favorite songs ever. All right, let's go back to Qatar.
Palestinian aspiration for the statehood and recognition.
Wow, Palestinian aspiration for statehood and recognition.
For decades, this conflict has burdened our region and the world, and our responsibility remains to achieve a just and lasting resolution. The board, under the President Trump leadership, will advance the full implementation of the 20 points plan without delay, ensuring fairness and justice for both Palestinians and Israelis. In this spirit, Qatar pledges $1 billion in support.
What? Why is he pronouncing it Qatar? The guy's from Qatar. چرا خود قطریه داره میگه Qatar? Okay, but you know what? Actually, that's a good lesson for you guys. So even when he's speaking in English, he doesn't say Qatar, he says Qatar. So pay attention to that part. As Armin would say, guys, this is very educational.
Will advance the full implementation of the 20 points plan without delay, ensuring fairness and justice for both Palestinians and Israelis. In this spirit, Qatar pledges $1 billion in support to the board mission aimed at reaching a final resolution that fulfills Palestinian aspiration for the statehood and recognition, and the Israeli aspiration for security and integration. We will also continue our humanitarian coordination together with our UN partners and the Board of Peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of the UAE.
Mr. President, thank you for gathering us today. I really hope that the beginning of Ramadan will give us all guidance towards peace, coexistence, and living in prosperity with each other. Mr. President, just over 5 years ago, you with your friend, my president, Sheikh Mohammed, and the Prime Minister of Israel launched the Abrahamic Accords. And since then, we've managed not only to work with you, with Israel, towards a better future for the region, but even when October 7th took place, the UAE managed to work with Israel in providing, since the war started, almost $3 billion of assistance to the Palestinian people in Gaza. Today, Mr. President, the UAE announces a further $1.2 billion for supporting Gaza through the Board of Peace, which I'm delighted that I've been working with so many friends like Steve and Jared, Secretary Rubio, who's been so inspiring in so many other ways, on so many other fronts, and looking forward working with him for in the future. And Mr. President, if it wasn't for your support, I think this board would not have been gathered. We would not have had the meeting in New York to end this war when you gathered 8 leaders of the region to end this war. So, Mr. President, during Ramadan, we pray for your success. Thank you.
Thank you. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Morocco.
Thank you. Mr. President, His Majesty King Mohammed VI welcomes and support.
Okay, I just wanted to share a comment here that someone posted. So, guys, if you're not already aware, I do read Chinese. So I just wanted to share what one of our users said here. So they say the United States really needs to end the Iranian regime because they are the main sponsors of terrorism in the Middle East. There will be no peace in the Middle East if Khomeini is still there. I 100% agree with you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your comments, appreciate your support. And guys, if you didn't know, Khomeini or Khamenei actually has its own distinct meaning in Chinese. If I'm not mistaken, Khamenei means like it means like dirty underpants man or something. No, guys, I don't actually speak or read Chinese. I use Google Translate. I can't believe you guys fell for it. I was using Google Translate. Come on. You guys fell for it. Come on, come on. Oh man, so easy to fool you guys. So easy to fool you guys. Come on. I mean, I could do it again. Look at this. I could be like, guys, I can read Russian. Listen, we're so grateful and blessed that we have the internet, because the internet, right? Like, that's what unites us. Okay, so now this person, oh, they wrote the same thing in Russian. Oh, I have an impressive resume, so it's believable. Aw, thank you. Anyway, to the person who wrote in Chinese and Russian, xie xie. You believed me? Oh, man. That's great. Man. Okay. Anyways, let's go back. No, I can't actually read Chinese. I wish I could. I wish I could. Yeah, I do have good chopstick skills, yeah, but I can't read Chinese, unfortunately.
Your vision and leadership to foster peace.
Khomeini in Greek means lost girl.
The world, and in particular in the Middle East. Thanks to your
Take care,
plan
Daniel.
for Gaza, a ceasefire was achieved, a tragic war was ended, lives were saved, and a pragmatic and forward-looking approach to rebuild Gaza was crafted. Today, as a committed founding member of the Board of Peace and upon instructions of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, Morocco is pledging the following in honor of the President Trump's visionary peacemaking. 1, Morocco has already made the first ever
No,
financial
guys,
contribution to
I
the
do take it as a compliment. Thank you so
Morocco
much.
is
Sorry,
ready
I
to
just
deploy police officers and train policemen.
so I just want to say something. So when I was an elected official, I pranked people a lot when I was an elected official, because politicians, they're supposed to have no sense of humor, like very straight face, basically when you're an elected official, you're supposed to behave like these people, right? It's just like no personality whatsoever, just like a cardboard cutout. So so that's how I would behave. And then once in a while I would just troll people, but I would troll them with a very serious face, so that they weren't able to tell that I'm trolling them. So for example, I'm thinking of one example here. So one time I was meeting with some police officers or something, and they were coming to lobby me for some police officer issues or whatever. So as they were coming in, and this is right when I got first elected, right? So I didn't know them, they didn't know me. And then as soon as they walked into my office, I just basically stood up and I yelled at my intern, and I'm like, shred the documents, flush the drugs down the toilet, quick, the cops are here. all the police officers, their faces went white because they didn't know what to do. They were just like, and then my intern was in on it. So she was in the back room and she was just throwing papers around, and then she went and she flushed the toilet. It was so fun because they had no idea what to do, because on one hand, they're cops, right? They're supposed to, yeah, exactly, right? Are you under arrest? We don't know. Are we off duty? Are we not? What's going on? So it was really funny. And then I kind of told them like, no, that's a joke. And then they were like, oh, so there you go. All right. Okay, let's continue. But yeah, there you go. So I'm good. I'm very good at trolling and pranking. So you guys all believed that I could read Chinese because I just said it very like normally and naturally, right? Like I just said it and you guys went along. So there you go. But I appreciate that you guys think that I'm intelligent enough that I could read Chinese. That's actually a big compliment. So thank you. Thank you.
From Gaza. 3, Morocco will deploy a high-ranking military officers to ISF Joint Military Command. 4,
The Egyptians know a lot of
Morocco will
languages.
deploy
That's
a
true.
military field
I know
hospital.
3.
5, Morocco is ready to lead a de-radicalization program to fight hate speech and promote tolerance and
Because I'm
coexistence.
Bonamak.
To conclude, allow me, Mr. President, to briefly highlight 4 elements.
Do I know
The
Arabic?
conditions
No.
set in phase 2 of
I
the
know
20
Ahlan was
your 20
Sahlan
points
and I know
plan
Dajaj.
should be met.
Dajaj is
success of
chicken.
Our action. Preserving stability in the West Bank is crucial. The Palestinian ownership is important through legitimate institutions. Lastly, you are, Mr. President, the only leader able to bring peace to the Middle East. We hope that the stabilization of Gaza will help launching a global and genuine peace process based on the two-state solution. Thank you.
Thank you. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey.
Mr. President,
Oh.
distinguished participants,
Sepaskozar.
after 2 years of immense suffering, ceasefire in Gaza has been achieved thanks to President Trump's personal engagement and our collective efforts. Yet the humanitarian situation remains fragile and ceasefire violations continue to occur. A prompt,
آره
coordinated, and
اینم
effective
درسته چون
response
من
is
مادر
therefore essential.
بزرگم عربی بلده
President Erdogan
پدرم
remains fully
با اینکه
committed
عرب
to
نیست
Gaza's
ولی عربی
security,
بلده آره خیلی از اهوازی
stabilization,
ها بلدن
and recovery.
منم فکر میکنم اگه مثلا اهواز
Turkey has
بزرگ
already
بودم
been
حتما هم عربی
providing
یاد میگرفتم ولی
immense amount
خب
of humanitarian assistance
آره مثلا
to
پدرم
Gaza.
عربی صحبت میکنه
We
نو
can also
پرابلم مادر
contribute
بزرگم
meaningfully to the
با اینکه
rehabilitation
عربی
of health
نیستن ولی
and
خب
education
آره
sectors, as well as the
عربی صحبت
training of the
میکنن
police
ولی
force.
من نه
In addition, we are prepared to provide troops to the International Stabilization Force. Mr. President, Turkey will continue to support your efforts.
I have a lot of Iranian
towards
Arabs
a
in my
just and
family.
lasting
Okay, sorry.
peace.
People want to listen to the
We
guy
remain
from Turkey. All
convinced
right.
that the
Okay, we'll go back and listen to the guy from Turkey.
Thank you. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey.
Mr. President, distinguished party.
Listen, I love Turkish people. I love Turkish culture. I love Turkish food. In fact, like 100 years ago, Reza Shah the Great was good friends with Ataturk, right? Because Ataturk was all about Turkish nationalism. So was Reza Shah the Great. And then unfortunately, Islamism kind of like came and controlled both countries. But like Turkish culture is fantastic. Turkish people are great. Unfortunately, Erdogan is part of the Muslim Brotherhood, right? So he's trying to Islamize Turkey, which is very scary.
After 2 years of immense suffering, ceasefire in Gaza has been achieved thanks to President Trump's personal engagement.
Do we have a Turk? Do we have a Turk here with us? Are you Turkish? Look at that, guys. See, we have people from all around the world here. Oh man, we love Ataturk. Ataturk was like BFFs with Reza Shah the Great, right? That in fact, Ataturk taught a lot of really important lessons to Reza Shah the Great about like nationalism and stuff. So that's why they were like very, very close allies there. Wow. Yeah, Reza Shah and Ataturk were allies. I mean, that area is also pretty complicated, right? Because there's also the situation with like the Armenian genocide, which I don't want to get into, but during the Armenian genocide, a lot of Armenians escaped and sought refuge in Iran, but that was like over 100 years ago. That was before Ataturk's time, I believe. So because the Armenian genocide wasn't Ataturk, the Armenian genocide were the Islamists, right? And then I think Ataturk got rid of them, if I'm not mistaken. I have to go back and read that up again. But yeah, like this is what I mean. Like we as people, we are more united, right? Like we have more in common as humanity. And it's always been like the politics or the politicians or the governments that are like, you know, causing the problems and the issues there, right? Or, you know, certain issues, which I'm not going to get into, but oh, that's fantastic. I'm so glad that there's you know, some Turkish people here. By the way, I love Turkish kebab. Listen, kebab kubide is amazing. Kebab kubide is amazing, but sometimes like when we're just like when we want to celebrate, we go to like a Turkish kebab place, right? Like just Turkish kebab is next level, especially the what is it? The bulgur? The I don't know what it is, but it's like it's some sort of like barley or something. It's not rice, but it's like bulgur. Anyway, so that's really, really, yeah, bulgur. It's so good. So good. So there you go. Balgur. Is that what it is? Balgur? Yeah, Adana kebab and balgur. Listen, I will always be a kebab kubide. I will always be a kebab kubide person, right? Kebab kubide is my number one. No one can ever take kebab kubide away because that's like the best thing ever. But Turkish kebab is very, very similar. And it's very good. So guys, we have to give credit where credit is due. Baby, bag and juje is amazing. Guys, all kebab is amazing. All kebab is amazing. I mean, kebab kubide is number one. Bag is great. You know, juje is great. Sultani is great. Vaziri is great. All of that is great. But I mean, guys, we have to give credit where credit is due. Turkish kebab is amazing. You know what? I've never had Iraqi kebab. I've never had Iraqi kebab. I'll have to try it at some point. Okay, but your yogurt is similar to ours because like your yogurt, like you mix it with like cucumber, right? Like grated cucumbers or like grated like garlic or something, right? Guys, Turkish food is delicious. Turkish food is delicious. Almost as good as Persian food. If not the same. Guys, we're not going to get into a food war here. We all have amazing cuisine. We all have delicious food. Let's just celebrate each other's cultures, okay? Let's just celebrate each other's cultures. but Turkish kebab is delicious. And honestly, I'm going to tell you something. One of the reasons that I personally really enjoy Turkish cuisine is because it is so similar to Iranian food, right? So whenever like I go to a Turkish restaurant and I'm eating Turkish food, it's because it's familiar. I'm like, oh, I really enjoy this, right? Because it reminds me of Iranian food. Oh, no. Don't worry, guys. You guys do the best barbecue. You guys do the best barbecue ribs. Guys, don't worry. Everyone has their own cuisine. And guys, Texans, the food there is amazing. I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie. So, yeah, exactly. So someone is saying from India to Turkey is very similar because of the Silk Road. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So let's just embrace the amazingness of like how much our food is similar, right? And how delicious it all is. Although of course, I'm biased as an Iranian, but all the food is delicious. All the food is delicious. So there you go. Although, guys, I'm just going to say as an Ahvazi, I am a big fan of Qeliya Mahi. Although I'm going to say I also love kabab torsh, and kabab torsh is from the northern part of Iran. So kabab torsh is not from the southern part. So you can only have kabab torsh in like the northern part of Iran with like the pomegranate syrup on top of it. So there you go.
Yet the humanitarian situation remains fragile and ceasefire violations continue to occur. A prompt, coordinated
I know,
and
I'm hungry
effective
too.
response is therefore essential. President Erdogan remains fully committed to Gaza's security, stabilization, and recovery. Turkey has already been providing immense amount of humanitarian assistance to Gaza. We can also contribute meaningfully to the rehabilitation of health and education sectors, as well as the training of the police force. In
Iranian
addition,
cooking.
we are prepared to provide troops to the
After the
International
revolution.
Stabilization Force. Mr. President, Turkey will continue to support your
Yes.
efforts towards a just and lasting
I
peace.
love dolme.
We remain convinced that the foundation of such peace is the two-state.
Okay, I have to say something about dolme though. The best dolme I've ever had, hands down, has been the Armenian version of dolme. They were Armenian Iranians, but their dolme was amazing. Like, and my mom's cooking is really good. Like I've had dolme from all different countries, but the Armenian recipe for dolme, for some reason, is my favorite one. Like it's just the way they cook it, like the meat, the spices, and then like the tomato sauce they have on top. So good, so delicious. Like I love dolme. I love all dolme. Like if I go to a restaurant and there's dolme on the menu, I'm getting dolme. I don't care. Like I'm eating dolme, right? So you can never go wrong with dolme.
Solution. Let us work towards that objective for the benefit of all peoples of the region. Thank you.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Kuwait.
I'll be delivering my statement in Arabic. فخامة الرئيس دونالد ترامب، رئيس الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية الصديقة، رئيس مجلس السلام، أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أود أن أنقل لكم تحيات حضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ مشعل أحمد الجابر الصباح حفظه الله ورعاه أمير دولة الكويت، وتمنيات سموه بالتوفيق والنجاح لأعمال هذا المجلس. كما نتقدم بخالص الشكر لفخامة الرئيس دونالد ترامب على جهودها المقدرة والرامية إلى المساهمة في التوصل إلى إنهاء حالة الصراع بما يؤول نحو إقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة على حدود 4 يونيو لعام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية وفقاً لقرارات الشرعية الدولية بما فيها القرار 2803 ومبادرة السلام العربية. إننا نجدد دعم دولة
Oh, did you hear someone whispering something?
للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق وقضيته العادلة. ولطالما كانت القضية الفلسطينية ودعمها تشكل أحد ركائز السياسة الخارجية الكويتية، الأمر الذي يحتم علينا دعم كافة الجهود والمبادرات الرامية إلى إحلال السلام، بما فيها خطة فخامة الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب ذات النقاط ال20.
I mean, all I heard was like Salam, Philistine, Jahud, and then Donald Trump. Like you would think, given the fact that like the United States basically helped Kuwait, right? Because you know, remember when like Saddam Hussein was going to like invade Kuwait and then United States went and helped them? You would think that Kuwait would be grateful enough to, I don't know, speak in English out of respect for the United States and President Trump, right? Like, why is he speaking Arabic? Guys, there's no reason for him to speak Arabic unless he's doing like, you know, like a power move, right? He wants to be like, oh, I don't need to speak English. I'm so important. I can speak Arabic, right? Everyone else is speaking English out of respect, right? I have no idea what he said. I don't speak Arabic. But what I'm saying is, you would think that like a small country like Kuwait, small insignificant country like Kuwait, that was literally rescued by the United States when Saddam Hussein was trying to invade them, at least have the, I don't know, the decency to speak in English, to show some gratitude to the Americans who like basically rescued your country. This is totally like a power move, like smug, you know, whatever thing, because he could totally speak English if he wanted to, and I think it's incredibly disrespectful that he's not. Like, he's basically just saying to the Americans that I don't care enough about you to bother speaking English, right? Remember that, Americans. You sent people to liberate Kuwait from Saddam Hussein. This is how they repay you.
معربين عن أملنا باستمرار نجاح هذا
I don't ask you what he's saying. I don't speak Arabic. I'm Persian.
من المجتمع الدولي. ختاما، عالية بقيمة $1 مليار أمريكي على مدى السنوات القادمة.
Yeah, to the person who said Arabic is the UN language, fine. This is not the UN. This is President Trump's board of peace.
المعاناة عن الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق وتحقيق الأمن والاستقرار في غزة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you.
Carolyn Levitt is
The Minister
not
of State for Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr.
Look,
President.
I have no
Distinguished
issue.
Members of the board, distinguished.
You see, look, I have no issue with the Arabic language, but look at this. Like, Kuwait is like speaking in Arabic. However, now that we're getting to Saudi Arabia, the Saudis are speaking in English. Why? Because the Saudis are respecting the fact that this is the board of peace established by the Americans. So the Saudis are showing class, right? The Saudis are showing class and dignity and grace, right? So he's speaking in English because that's what you do in these sorts of situations. Unlike the Kuwaiti who's acting like a 7th century woo, right? Meanwhile, the Saudis.
Thank you.
Class.
The Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished members of
There you
the
go.
board, distinguished guests. It is a pleasure to be here with you as we
This,
embark
this,
on a
this,
journey towards
I respect
establishing
this.
a
I
lasting
respect this.
and just peace in the Middle East, a peace that results in 2 states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security, a peace that results in transforming our region from death and destruction to hope and prosperity by integrating the region, bringing together its resources and unleashing its potential.
This
The
is
Kingdom of Saudi
impressive.
Arabia,
Like
Mr.
this
President,
is how you
has been
do
seeking
politics.
peace and justice in the Middle East since for a very long time. In 1981, King Fahd offered the 8-point plan, which was adopted by the Arab world at the summit in Fez. that essentially established or reconfirmed the notion of land for peace. In 2002, Saudi Arabia, the late King Abdullah launched the Arab Peace Initiative.
Yeah, you know something? When Saudi Arabia, right? Saudi Arabia, like the birthplace of Islam, Saudi Arabia, you know, the place where like Arabs come from, right? Arabs, Arabic language. If Saudi Arabia can speak in English, there's no excuse why Kuwait can't, right? Kuwait, like that was just Kuwait trying to like, I don't know, pretend like they're significant or something. It was just very, very weird. And like Kuwait, like you're literally nothing, but that was disrespectful.
Which was adopted by the Arab world unanimously, as well as by the Islamic world. Today, the custodian of the Holy Mosque, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and His Royal Highness Crown Prince Prime Minister Mohammed bin Salman working towards realizing a vision for peace and prosperity and security and integration in our region. So, Mr. President, we look forward to working with the Board of Peace to establish this noble objective. And I'm pleased to announce that King Mr. Adbeba will pledge $1 billion over the next few years in order to achieve this objective, to work towards alleviating.
Yeah, that guys, that's not as big as you think. Did you catch that? He said $1 billion over the next few years. Did you catch that? Wouldn't you think that a country like Saudi Arabia that is so invested in like Gaza and like peace and whatever, wouldn't you think that they would, I don't know, invest a lot of money? But did you catch how he said $1 billion over the next several years? That's a political comms trick, right? So political comms trick where he's like, you know, they say they put out the big number, but then they're like, you know, they add like the fine line where it's like, yeah, but it's over like the next several years. So there you go. $1 billion over the next several years.
The suffering of our Palestinian brothers and bring them the peace that they and
he didn't say how many years
so desperately desires. So thank you very much and good luck to all of us.
Oh, the UAE donated more. Wow, good for UAE.
I know there were a few more leaders who wanted to quickly share a few words, so we will go to the presidents.
I can't define several because I don't know. That's what he said.
Señor Presidente, distinguidos miembros del Board of Peace, la nueva Argentina ha adoptado una posición clara en política exterior.
Oh, that's this guy!
Defendemos de forma inclaudicable el derecho a la vida, la libertad y la propiedad.
Okay, you know what? I forgive him. I forgive him for not speaking English because I know his English is not good. And I love him. He's the best. Yes, he is the best. So, listen. This is Argentina. So, he can speak Argentinian, which is Spanish. We're not going to complain because he is the GOAT.
Y sus instituciones derivadas, la igualdad ante la ley, la libertad de expresión y el libre comercio. La defensa de esos derechos no es negociable, es un prerequisito para la paz. Pero no todos los actores internacionales juegan con las mismas reglas. Hay quienes rechazan esos derechos, los pisotean y se benefician de lo que los demás respeten. Frente a ellos, la buena voluntad no alcanza. Necesitamos instituciones con voluntad y capacidad de hacer valer las reglas. La paz duradera no se construye sobre consensos que ceden en
I
lo
recognize him
fundamental.
from the hair.
Se construye sobre la determinación de defenderlo. Si vis pacem, para bellum. La Argentina participa de este Consejo con la convicción de que la paz exige decisión política y una arquitectura institucional capaz de sostener soluciones reales en el tiempo. El presidente Trump ha predicado con el ejemplo, mediando el acuerdo de paz en Gaza, acuerdo que luego ratificó la resolución 2803 del Consejo de Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas. El Consejo de la Paz nace como expresión de ese liderazgo con el mandato de ejecutar un plan de pacificación y reconstrucción y los mecanismos para hacerlo, entre ellos una fuerza internacional de estabilización. En esta etapa inicial, Argentina está lista para contribuir. Ponemos a disposición la colaboración de nuestros cascos blancos. Nuestra trayectoria en operaciones de paz es un capital probado que ponemos al servicio de la fuerza de estabilización. Creemos en una diplomacia que asume riesgos para alcanzar la paz. Creemos en el liderazgo que enfrenta desafíos complejos con determinación, como el del presidente Trump. Y creemos que la única paz que vale la pena construir es la que descansa sobre los derechos innegociables del hombre. El Consejo de la Paz ofrece un marco para avanzar en esa dirección. La Argentina lo respalda. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Okay. Javier Milei is literally one of my favorite politicians, and I'm very picky. Former politician, so I'm very, very picky with my politicians that I like. Guys, can we just play this? Can we play this? Just read the captions. Just read the captions and follow along. Right.
Al zurdo de mierda no le podés dar ni un milímetro.
Pero ¿me podés definir zurdo de mierda? Que no
Todos
lo
los que,
entiendo?
digamos, los colectivistas, los que ponen, digamos, o sea, esa idea. A ver,
¿Por qué le pones de mierda, digamos?
Porque son una mierda. O sea,
Vos mezclás-
no,
pero
pero,
eso-
es que
eso
si
es
pensás,
pero no, pero digo,
si
eso es
pensás distinto te
descalificador.
van a aniquilar. Ese es el punto. Es decir, vos al zurdo no le podés dar un milímetro, porque le das un milímetro y lo toma para destrozarte. Es decir, digamos, o sea, vos no podés negociar con el zurdo. No se negocia. No se negocia con esa mierda, no se negocia porque te van a llevar puesto. Si tienen un golpeador que caga trompadas a la mujer, digamos, si es de ellos, ¿entendés? Se pone el pañuelito verde y grita todo el tiempo contra el neoliberalismo, lo ocultan. ¿Me entendés? O sea, si de repente hay alguien que acosó a un periodista que acosa a otra periodista, lo ocultan. Es decir, a todos los de ellos lo ocultan. Todas esas aberraciones la ocultan. Ahora, si vos estás del otro lado, a vos te van a estropear, te van a matar, te van a dar con lo que sea. No les importa arruinarte la vida. ¿Por qué? Porque no pensás como ellos. Y ¿sabes qué es lo bueno de todo esto? Hay algo bueno en todo esto. Porque como el error es humano, como todos nos podemos equivocar, ¿sabes qué nos obligan? Nos obligan a ser mejores. Y como estamos siendo tan mejores que ellos, como los estamos aplastando en la batalla cultural, los estamos pasando de arriba, porque no solo le ganamos en lo productivo, somos superiores moralmente, somos superiores estéticamente, somos mejores en todo. Y les duele, les duele. Entonces, como no pueden pelear con las herramientas legítimas, se apalancan en el aparato represivo del Estado, poniendo torres de guita para hacernos mierda. Y aún así no pueden, tuvieron que bajar la nota, ¿Me entendés? Que están perdiendo, están desesperados, están perdiendo la batalla cultural, los zurdos de mierda. Por primera vez se ven acorralados los zurdos de mierda.
So based. This was before he was elected, I think. So yeah. But there's like another one where he's like cutting everything. How does he feel on the subject? Oh man. Oh, this one. I wonder if there's like a translation here. Oh yeah, there we go. I love this. I love this. So I have a feeling that President Trump got like the idea for like Doge from Javier Milei, right? Look at this. Look at this. Oh, come on. You gotta work. Okay. All right, okay. Here we go.
Ministerio de Turismo y Deporte, afuera. Ministerio de Cultura, afuera. Ministerio de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible, afuera. Ministerio de las Mujeres y Género y Diversidad, afuera. Ministerio de Obras Públicas, afuera. Aunque te resistas. Ministerio de Ciencia y Tecnología e Innovación, afuera. Ministerio de Trabajo, Empleo y Seguridad Social,
afuera. Ministerio de Educación, adoctrinamiento, afuera. Ministerio de Transporte, afuera. Ministerio de Salud, afuera. Ministerio de Desarrollo Social, afuera. Se acabó el curro de la política. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo!
There you go. So that's Javier Milei, which we absolutely love. Okay, so we're almost at the end. So I'm just gonna finish the rest of. I'm gonna see. You know what? I might actually save the rest of this for tomorrow because I don't know if there's anyone else important who's going to be speaking. And I've been live streaming for a while, and I do need to get some rest. So I think we're gonna call it a night. But now that Armin is all like fixed with his channel, we can go back to having both me and Armin here. So there you go. All right, guys. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate all of you being here. And we'll see you tomorrow for day 55 of Iran Revolution Live. And as always, پاینده ایران جاوید شاه.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام. تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیا داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش